boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the king of kings, the king of content, and the speaker of truth. Yours truly, the notorious one, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Don Gregorio, Mr. EWF, Malo Poppy. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Nigga of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper. You can call me the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses. I am the deliverer. I am also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But you can call me CGA, El Guapo. That is C God Allah, and I'll be the 14th time the monetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you today. This should be an excellent breakdown on where marriage is going for a lot of people. You know, it's going the way of the dinosaur, and we've been talking about this for a long time, but we have a trad wife, a traditional wife. Women should be traditional, Coach. Coach, you should want women to be traditional. Women should be loyal and traditional and want to stay home and raise kids. All right, I got something for you guys here. We have a traditional wife, a TradCon, a woman that says she was a stay-at-home mom by choice for almost 15 years. She gave up her career.
So I could focus on my career.
She gave up her career to raise her kids and be a stay-at-home mom. But she says she's been a victim of financial abuse. I'm not saying she wasn't a victim of financial abuse. What I'm saying is she said she was a victim of financial abuse, essentially saying what she gave up earning millions and millions of dollars to be a stay-at-home wife. She could have made millions of dollars on the career marketplace. She gave that up only to find out that she didn't get what she thought she deserved during her divorce.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Okay, and we do have some great comments from some women in here and from this Instagram channel. And it should be interesting. I'll go ahead and put the TradCon up, or the traditional conservative stay-at-home wife. There she is, looking like Skeletor. All right, there she is.
Silence, you fool.
All right, definitely the typical Thousand Oaks, Newport Beach, Corona Del Mar soccer wife. All right, soccer mom. And she cut up all the apple slices and, for AYSO soccer. And, she brought all the fruit snacks and the fruit juicy boxes. And she took her kids from here to and fro, here and there. All right. And she did all of this not out of the kindness of her own heart, but in order to set herself up for a divorce, apparently. All right. Set herself up for a divorce. The divorce is planned ahead of the wedding. And she says she did not get the divorce outcome that she thought. All right. She didn't get what she was truly entitled to. Yeah. Scottsdale, Arizona wife.
Silence, you fool.
All right. The traditional wife. When they talk about traditional wives, they're talking about white women. You know what I mean?
Where the white women at?
They're talking about white women. All right. They're talking about white women. That's the only traditional wives they're talking about. They're not talking about Mexican traditional mamas. All right. They're not talking about future gorditas and tortas. They're talking about bitches that go to Pilates. They drive around in GMC Yukons and Range Rovers and Mercedes G-Wagons with their kids in tow. All right, they drop their kids off. They do a little PTA. They go to Pilates. They go to their massage therapist, their personal trainer. They suck the pool boy's dick. This type of shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's nasty.
And then they don't have sex with their husbands, and they drink wine all day. It's wine o'clock somewhere. All right, it's wine o'clock somewhere. All right, mommy wine time. All right, mommy makeover, you know what I mean? Get their little breast implants and they be like, I mean, I got my little body. They put their yoga pants on. They walk around with their sports bra on, with their back out, with the, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. These wives, these bitches, you know what I mean? And they're very smart. They're very in tune to the setup of the century, which is finessing you out of your marital handbag. All right, but anyway, we got that coming up, and we also have an old guy on his 93rd birthday. All right, wait till you see this video. All right, his 93rd birthday. We're going to show you a picture of him real quick. He is a true nasty boy. He is a nasty boy.
Oh, that's nasty.
This guy right here, we're going to call him Uncle Russell. Uncle Russell's a nasty boy. It's his birthday, y'all. It's his birthday. And he wants a special gift for his birthday. This woman right here you see in the picture is offering Uncle Russell an opportunity to ask for what he wants for his birthday. And you know,
oh, that's nasty.
Uncle Russell wants his, well, I can't tell you. I can't tell you yet what Uncle Russell wants. And he can't tell her either, but he is a little ashamed and bashful to ask for what he wants on his 93rd birthday. But it probably sounds like, or probably looks like this. All right. A man has his needs. A man has his needs. All right. And for everybody that says, don't men grow out of wanting to bang random women? The answer is nope. All right, no. Most men do not grow out of wanting to bang random women. Not me. All right, I'm going to tell you. There's no such thing as growing out of that. All right, but anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Welcome back to the best entertainment here on YouTube. We having a little fun. We are having a party. Hey, everybody singing. And shout out to the Money Mindset gang. Join us for the Money Mindset every Sunday. We're discussing financial advice. We're giving you guys a makeover for your content creation on a bi-weekly basis. Plus, bi-weekly, we give you those financial streams to get you highly motivated to boss up in 2025. There ain't much left. There ain't much left for y'all to do. Nobody's doing things for men just out of the kindness of their own heart or for merit. It is time for you to boss up, and you can get that information on patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. We're there every week on the Money Mindset, and the Money Mindset gang is always litty. We also have over 100 streams that you can peruse in your time as a member at the boss up level on the Money Mindset. You can find those streams available to you there over the last 3 years. Go ahead and check that out. It is a great subject matter. This is MBA content, MBA level, master degree content that you can do to get your level up to the next level, because there's not much left for you guys to do. All right. There's not much. You're not finding people to give you any dedication or loyalty based on merit. So you got to get yourself in the best financial position, get to leveraging options. And you can do this over time because you are built for this. Men are built to last. We're built for longevity. And we want, especially you young men, to know this. A lot of you young men are ready to give up and throw in the towel when you don't see what's going to happen here. It's hard. People say it's greater later. It's hard in your 20s. It's hard in your 30s to figure out where you are. But it does get better for us late 30s, early 40s. Definitely sometimes it takes men into their 50s to get to this level. So it is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Don't define yourself by the level of success that you have in relationships and marriage, and definitely not in employment. But don't define yourself in that. You got to slowly, steadily build over time. And we give you the tools for that on the Money Mindset. All right. There's the link right there. Join us every Sunday live, unless I'm traveling. Sometimes we do it on Saturday. All right, but most of the time it's Sunday, definitely when I'm in the Desert Storm bunker. All right, we got Wise L. He says, I implemented mode 1 in my professional life and asked my manager for a raise. I explained why I deserved it, and he agreed. I increased my salary by 10%. Fellas, don't be afraid to go after what you want in life and boss up. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. All right. Go after what you want and ask for what you want. You know, most people really just trying to get over on you. And a lot of guys, we talked about this the other day. A lot of guys are worried about women playing them. I don't want to get played. All right. Right. Everybody trying to play you. All right. When you buy something somewhere, they're trying to play you for a fool. All right. So salespeople, women, men, people are always trying to get over on you. And it's your job to really defend yourself when you're outside. And depending on what it is, sometimes it's a fair exchange. So your boss, your coworkers are trying to play you every time. All right. They don't have your best interest. They're trying to play you. They're trying to get you to do their work. They're trying to get you to give you ideas that they can later steal and take credit for. All right. They're trying to get you to do less so they can do less. People are always trying to fool you. They're trying to finesse you and trying to make you pay for more to get less. All right. So that's the game across the board. The way you defense that is to make sure that you have some principles to stand on. And you call out the bullshit earlier. He said he used mode 1 with his boss. You use mode 1 in life. Okay. Women are always trying to get in the situation where they can have their cake and eat it too. Not only that, men are. So they're trying to have their cake and eat it too with you. So never be concerned that you're going to be able to defense getting played. All you have to do is have some principles to stand on to make sure that they don't take advantage of you, right? All right. So when you see them taking advantage of you, don't take it personal, right? These women are trying to play me. Of course they are, but don't take it personal. They're trying to play everybody. They're trying to play everybody. All right. So I know people be like, it's personal attack against me and I feel offended. It's all right. Same girl would try the same shit on somebody else. All right. This ain't no big deal. Just make sure you don't get taken advantage of. All right, by opening your mouth and having some principles. All right, shout out to Dion Miller says, thanks for the entertainment. We're getting you through your workday. I appreciate y'all, man. This is a great show. Great show to get you through your workday. All right, the West Coast is just waking up. It's 8:30 in the morning on the West. West Side for life. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Everybody's about to go on their lunch break on the East Coast. Shout out to our brother, the contractor, says, good morning, coach. I don't talk too much these days, but I listen to you every day. You are the only light in this doomed world. Thank you. Shout out to you, man. We're giving you some things to live by here. All right. And believe me, they're very unconventional. My thoughts are unconventional. I definitely have some thoughts about relationships and marriages, and certainly, but it doesn't just end there. Just understand that it doesn't just end there. I got thoughts about politics and race and all kind of shit like this, winning and losing. All right, but my channel is about mostly interpersonal relationships and relationship dynamics to help men navigate that, because I think that's the most important issue facing men. All right, whether you're married or single, right, or you're an incel, or you're going on your own way. You're at the JUCO. All right, I got advice for this. Daniel McGee says, bossing up is the only way to overcome the foolishness. Reverend XD's message. Shout out to you right there. Bossing up. I can't Reverend X because my buttons don't work no more. So I got to find it. It's just going to throw everything off. But yes. Okay. But bossing up is the only way left. It's the only way left. Okay. I know people don't want to hear that. Well, it shouldn't have to be. I don't care what it has to be. Shout out to our brother NGN says, legacy guys don't have the stomach for this message. As a Gen Z, I overheard a lot of Gen Z men say they can't wait until their parents see the Grim Reaper to get their life insurance and assets. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
He said, it's an evil world and legacy is dead. All right. Woof. All right. They waiting for their parents to die to get their life insurance and assets. Boy. That's a shame, but it doesn't surprise me. Shout out to our brother Daniel W. says, are men affected by the marriage will? If not, is this why the GAYs, the Duke shooters, have such a low divorce rate? Are men affected by the marriage will? I'm not sure what you mean by affected, meaning that do they have their own version of the marriage will? Are they, yeah, there's some things that men do to contribute to the marriage will as well. All right, because men rest on their laurels. They get fat. They lose themselves, right? They isolate themselves from their friends and families and relationships. So yeah, men do contribute to the marriage will speeding up, right? They simp. They're a beta male walking into the marriage. But the Duke shooters have such a low divorce rate because they typically don't have kids. But I don't like to talk about Duke shooters. And particularly, NGN just wanted to share my thoughts on the very archaic laws of alimony. It should be returning the ex-wife's standard of living to the time before she met you and not her standard of living while she was married to you. Interesting there. So she should just leave with the shirt on her back. What if she had the most money? This is an interesting concept because it does have, this is a guy, he calls himself the rich homosexual. But this is going to be the basis of why women are not going into marriage genuinely. This is why they're not giving you genuine burning desire. This is why they say they look at it as business and we look at it as love. Because what woman's going to do that? What woman's going to agree to that? I mean, I understand the sentiment because most of the time men are the breadwinners, although that is kind of slowly changing over time because you do have a group of men that simply don't see themselves being able to achieve great financial success. So they're marrying into women, right? They're marrying into women that have a good financial standing. Now, that's going to basically alleviate men from being responsible for alimony by itself. Right, it's going to make more women vulnerable to succumb to the archaic laws of alimony. Now, if that's the case, then does that apply to men as well? Do they get sent back with the shirt on their back? Yeah, that's a tough scenario. But what you'll find is that if you believe you have that mindset, you're going to have less women being agreeable to marriage. Right, they're less likely going to want to do it. All right, which means in effect they're less likely going to want to do for you. Women need an incentive. You know, we talk about reward. We talk about dynamics and relationship dynamics and understanding people. People need to be rewarded. People have a need to be rewarded. In psychology or in sports psychology, they call it intrinsic or extrinsic rewards. So some people want intrinsic awards. Some people want extrinsic rewards. Okay, people are always motivated by something else. Where that there's something tangible that they can get or something that they can feel as a reward. If we go into relationships and we believe that we are not going to reward the other person, this is where you're going to have trouble. I mean, you're going to find that most people do not have the mindset that they don't want to be rewarded at all. Okay, I don't want to be rewarded at all. I'm going to do this for nothing. All right, so yeah. Now, I get what you're saying from a position of, hey, they shouldn't benefit from the marriage, all right? You can have that opinion. But who's going to agree to that? Not anymore, okay? Not anymore. And I find that for men, you know, this is where you wrestle. This is where men are stuck. And I can unstick you here, you know, because I'm the most rational person in this space. Yes, rational. I'm the most rational person. I don't believe in just fucking over people, all right? I'm not a person to take advantage of people. Per se. I mean, for a little onesie twosies over here. All right. But I'm not a person to just shit on people and take advantage. I have to ask you something. A lot of guys are asking me about cohabitation agreements. You're asking me about prenups. You're asking me about non-disclosure agreements. You're asking me about should men wear video devices on their person. Okay. I get it. But what you don't understand is that many times when you engage in these type of contracts, they're not one-sided. What men think is these are one-sided contracts only to protect the person themselves. But when you engage in these contracts, there must be consideration to the other person who are somewhat waiving their rights, who are somewhat looking at it from a position of, okay, you're protecting yourself. What do I get for agreeing to protect you? Which means you have to give them consideration. Many times in a non-disclosure agreement, you might have to pay them to sign the non-disclosure agreement, which is a lot of guys are like, wait, what is this about? Why do I have to pay the person to sign a non-disclosure? That's called consideration. That means it could be an intrinsic or extrinsic reward for the person signing away their protection to protect you. Okay? Where guys then go, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And I'm like, you want it one-sided. Let's just be understanding. You want it to protect you, not to protect them. You want them to benefit none and you benefit all. It doesn't work this way. This is why I'm the rational person in this space. I'm an experienced man. I'm not one of these 20, 30-year-old podcasters that don't have any life experience. You have to give a person a fair mutual benefit to whatever they're agreeing to, whether it be marriage. She can't just leave with what she came in with. She can't. That's impossible. That's an impossible thought. It's completely one-sided, and then you will get no one to agree to it. Then you will get women being out here, I'll just be by myself and struggle. Okay, you cannot have it one way and the person not benefit. So if I want a person to sign a non-disclosure agreement, I have to give them consideration. Okay, whatever that is, it could be me giving her $500. It could be giving me her $1,000. She might say, hey, for $1,000, I'll gladly sign this. Okay, and I'll sign away potentially disclosing private information about you when we break up. But nobody's going to just sign something and be like, all right, I'll put myself in the worst situation. Okay. So you got to actually, this is things that I'm trying to teach you men to actually break out of this red pill rage so you guys can make good decisions going along. For people to be like, hey, women should just come in and give you their bodies, give you their time, have your children, raise them, and then you divorce them, and then they go back to their parents. That's fine. I don't disagree with that completely in principle, because that de-incentivizes them from divorcing you and taking half your shit. However, you're not going to get many women to agree to that in 2025. All right, so now, so yeah, there goes that. So nobody, you're going to have women say, fuck it. Why would I get married then? Understandable? All right, anyway, enough about this common sense shit, because a lot of you red pill ragers are going crazy. You just want women to win, coach, you're a simp. I've always been straight down the middle. I'm one of the straight shooters, straight down the middle. I want both sides to benefit. That's the best case scenario. If I just benefit and then she feels sour grapes, I don't want that. My man says, I thought you were doing MGTOW. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. All right, what? I thought you wanted men to win and these hoes to lose. I never said that. You cannot find a clip of me saying this. Right? You cannot find a clip. I dare you guys, and I have 8 years of footage. Find me a clip of me saying I want women to lose and men to win. I want them hoes to get nothing and then men to get everything. Fine. Find me a clip over 8 years of me saying this. Now, you might have thought I said something like that. You might have thought that was the message, the overriding message. I've never said that. I've never wrote a book that said women don't deserve shit. I've never said that they deserve cheap tacos, and I'm not taking shot at Myron. What I'm saying is I'm completely different than what you thought. But you thought I was saying something, and I said none of that shit. I said none of that. You can't find me clips or video of me saying anything of the likes over 8 years. Now, just because you thought that, that's your fault. All right? I've never said that or any of that. Now, I don't want women getting over on men unfairly, meaning that if they go into divorce and try to, make you miserable and make you pay child support and alimony where it's not deserved and they restrict custody of their kids to get it. All right. I think that's unfair. I don't think they should be able to do that. So I think there needs to be changes. Until there's changes, I don't think men should get married because the women having the ability to do that is unfair. But I've been always about fairness, right down the middle, mutual agreement. This is why I think when you go to the JUCO, that's a fair deal. She got what she wanted. You got what you wanted. Nobody got tricked. She didn't have to trick you. Everybody agreed up front. The relationship ends once the contract is served and signed, and I sealed her and I gave her consideration. Everything's good. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with women coming in talking about it's love and it's about money. Right? He said, in today's society, women do deserve less, coach. Again, I think men deserve nothing. All right, to be honest with you, today's men deserve nothing. All right, and I would flip it the opposite way. I think today's men deserve nothing. You don't deserve a piece of pussy. You don't deserve nothing. You don't deserve a kiss after a date. Jack shit. So, you know, if you want to go about that, I can definitely flip it to men. Men today deserve nothing, bro. You guys didn't earn shit. Men don't have shit. You've earned nothing. You've done nothing. You ain't got no stripes out here. Niggas ain't got no ribbons. They ain't got no awards. Ninjas, you ain't survived shit out here. All you survived, I mean, you ain't survived the war. You ain't went through the trenches. You ain't earned no money. You haven't built anything. You niggas ain't slayed a dragon. Right? You haven't fought up the corporate ladder. Ninja, you barely the assistant manager at Baskin and Robbins. You jerk off and goon all day. You don't deserve shit. Men don't deserve nothing in today's world. You think the women don't deserve anything? I could agree with it as long as you can say the men of today deserve nothing. The men don't deserve shit either. What the fuck have you accomplished? Nothing. Like, what have you accomplished? Nothing. You haven't been an employee of the month at Jiffy Lube yet. You ain't got no plaques, no rewards. Niggas ain't got no suits. You can't dress up. You ain't got nothing, no apartment. You live with your mama. Nothing. What do you deserve? Zero. You don't deserve a kiss after a date. Nothing. Niggas going to Applebee's 2 for $20 to try to get a kiss as a pussy. You don't deserve shit. What do men deserve? Nothing. If the women deserve nothing of today, the men deserve nothing either. All right, that's my point. You don't deserve shit either. Like, what have you done? What have you done? Nothing. Like, what have you done, nigga? Have you been mentioned positively in any publication ever? Nothing. What have you done, nigga? Ain't got no muscle. You can't grow a patchy beard. Like, you've done shit in life. You're only 22, 27, 30 tops. What have you done? You don't deserve nothing. So if we could swing this conversation. Yeah, Velcro wallet. Niggas ain't got no leather belt, no leather shoes, no leather wallets. You've got nothing. You deserve nothing. And until you get something, until you earn something, then you deserve something. Whew. We here for the real truth. So if you guys gonna spit that MGTOW, red pill rage bullshit over here, that old red pill chimp out bullshit over here, go spit that shit somewhere else. Go somewhere else with that shit. You 32-year-old, accomplished nothing, no good motherfucker. All right? You don't deserve a goddamn thing either. Let's be real. Let's be real. You ain't lost weight, ain't put no muscle on your body, nothing. Ain't got no stripes, ain't got no cards that clink. Like, you know what I mean? You ain't got no good credit scores. What have you earned? What have you done? Honestly, but jerk off to women that you never gonna fuck. What? Please tell me. All right, anyway. Anyway, you deserve nothing either. The majority of the people, as you know, the deaf, dumb, and blind, the 85%, most of y'all deserve absolutely nothing. All right, nothing, in my opinion. Only the people that have, some of y'all sold your soul to the nanny goat, but the only true righteous people, the people that have come out here, the 20% of people that come out here and do 80% of everything, we're the only people that deserve anything. All right, everybody else, you deserve motherfucking crumbs. You're lucky to get what you got out of this world. You're lucky to get what you got. You're lucky to get what you got. You're a 21-year-old man thinking that women should bow down and give you pussy because they gave some pussy to this guy. You deserve no pussy. Zero, none. All right, so anyway. All right. It's what it is. All right, so anyway, enough about that shit here, because we're going to get back to the super chats. I got a lot of support. And a lot of dudes are leaving right now. A lot of dudes are leaving because they think I'm a pander to they goofy bullshit. All right, this is an advanced class over here. This class is an advanced class. This is not the remedial red pill class. All right, this is not for the remedial students where you motherfuckers can come in here and shoot shots at whores and all this stuff and sit up there and think that you deserve to fuck some of these whores for free. Bruh. No, this is not the remedial. This is the advanced so-called after pill class, so-called red pill. This is for the advanced bullshit. We're not going to talk about bonobos, and we're not going to talk about a red pill and a blue pill. We're not going to talk about this shit and going ham on these hoes in Sharia law. This is the advanced class. This is for the advanced mindset for you to get to the advanced level of boss up. I've been out here. I did some remedial classes, and the shit sucks. All right, anyway. Let's get to this. I think I got Doom and Gloom CGA coming up here. So let me get lined up. Let's get lined up here. Doom and Gloom CGA, do it. Doom and Gloom CGA, and it of course is brought to you by the All right, let's go get something today. Let's go get after life. All right, life is worth living. Doom and Gloom CGA. Apparently, we have some news for Gen Z. Gen Z men are trying to figure out and navigate a new world. All right, here's some bad news for you people. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. Apparently, here they're saying for the college-educated Gen Z class, according to Fortune magazine. Let's give them the new world order. It says Gen Z men with college degrees have now the same unemployment rate as non-graduates, non-college graduates, a sign that higher education payoff is dead. All right, you can't see the entire title there because my big milk dud head is blocking it in that little box right there. But you guys see the title of it, Fortune magazine. This is not propaganda, okay? Now, for people that don't understand how significant this is, first of all, I talked about this in my video that college education and college universities will be defunct in the next 10 years. They're going to not be worth. All right, the degree will not be worth the paper it's printed on. And there's a variety of reasons for this thing, and I don't have time to break it down, but it's no surprise. But what I'm going to do is take you to a land beyond, all right? Do I have my dream music? Yes. Okay, I'm going to take you to a time before, all right? The time of land beyond. I can't remember what they call it. There was a time where if you did not have a college degree and you were just pumping gas and bagging groceries, not having a college degree gave you a significant disadvantage in the employment marketplace, all right? A significant. All they would do is pull out the charts and say, over time, without a college degree, over time, you're going to earn $500,000, $1 million less over time, okay? And, of course, this is very early for Gen Z. That literally said if you just had not a bachelor's degree, a high school diploma, you were cooked. High school diploma, you were cooked. If you went to college, you had the opportunity to make way more money over lifetime, and I think that still exists. However, in today's marketplace, the early indicators are saying that there's not much separation between this group, so that a lot of people are finding out ways to earn money without college degrees. And it says Gen Z men. I just want you to highlight this. Gen Z men. So for Gen Z women, it is slightly different because they still can navigate employment and get job opportunities with useless degrees differently than Gen Z men. Gen Z men tend to struggle a little bit more because they don't have the benefit of the doubt. Especially Gen Z black men. People don't really trust them. They don't trust your work ethic. They don't trust that you're going to stay as long as the women are going to do on the job, right? They don't trust your loyalty. They might not trust that you're not going to steal from the supply closet. So Gen Z men typically aren't rewarded with job opportunities, generally, as much as women are. So there's a separation between educated women or women that hold degrees and women that don't. You can see the difference in the first 5 years. Whereas Gen Z men, you're not going to see that much of a difference. Over time, I still believe that over time, the degree might be more beneficial to you, but that might not be the case. You can still earn. We had Theo, WAF, on our Money Mindset course, and he's taking brothers that actually collected trash, and he's turning them into six-figure earners. So there's opportunity for you to earn with just certifications, all right? But you got to be able to apply yourself. And if you want to find that stream, somebody keeps telling me they can't find it on the Money Mindset. Bro, if you can't find the stream, how you going to find certifications? All right, but it's on there. It's available for you on the replay. But yeah, this is the early indications because the job marketplace has changed significantly. So you do have to consider this, at least if you have children, if you have a son. You have to also consider this if you're a young man trying to find your way and looking for some direction, that, yeah, it doesn't apply the old school ways of applying useless degrees for men and finding that way to financial success, and it's a useless degree. It's not going to help you. A useless degree won't help you. I think for women, a useless degree will help them. I actually know women that were former OnlyFans girls that are being encouraged to go back to school and earn, and being told that they're not going to have their past affect them, because people are going to be able to say, oh, you were going through trauma and you were depressed and you were. So they're trying to find a pathway for women to earn money through degrees or without degrees. They're trying to find a pathway. They're working very hard to get these women to be financial corporate slaves and lemmings. All right, because women are loyal, tend to be way more loyal to these jobs. And once they get stuck in this job, they can't get unstuck. So women are going to be able to have a lot more success in these comparative datas, but men, not, on the other hand, not so much. So you're going to have to find a way. Even if you get a degree, you're still going to have to find a way. All right, you're still going to have to find a way. But I thought that was interesting. This goes on some of the things that I teach. Also, Aaron Clary has been teaching this for years. All right, and he's written several books on this. He's been talking about the men going to college and how most men it's a waste of time. All right, and I think, and people say, well, what about you when your son's going to college? I'm sending him for an experience, okay? And I hope that he gets an education out of this. But I am informing him, and he knows very, very well, and he's seen me be able to do things even with a master's degree. I'm getting paid without my master's degree. Right, I made more money without, I have a master's degree. I'm educated all the way to master's, but I make way more money without the master's degree. Right, than I would in the employment of using the master's degree. So I've been able to demonstrate that even in my life. So he's been able to witness that. Yeah, the education was nice. All right, I have the degrees. Right, they're on the wall over here. However, they're not being used. All right, they're not being used for me right now at 45 and 50 years old. Okay, I'm making way more money without that by using what? Skill, talent. All right, risk assessment, being able to promote myself. Salesmanship, gamesmanship, talent, whatever it is, you still got to lean on that. You can't just lean on the degree. But it is a new time. It is definitely a new time to see this statistic or to see this article. Anybody want me to actually read the article or just the headline? All right, because we're just reading the headline right here. All right, but Gen Z is increasingly slamming their degrees as useless. And new research indicates that there may be some truth when it comes to the job hunt. In fact, the unemployment rate for males aged 22 to 27 is roughly the same, whether or not they hold a degree. Okay. It says right here. So it's pretty much summing up what we talk about here. It comes as employers have dropped degree requirements and young men ditch corporate jobs for skilled trades. All right. So there we go right there. Okay. All right, this is nothing new, right? This is why I don't chimp out. This is why I'm able to tell you. I've been telling you that this day was coming. All right, this is not a surprise. So I'm not chimping out here. Gen Z is struggling to break into the entry-level job market, but young college male graduates may be hurting the most. What hurts the most is being so close. So what is this telling you? You better figure out a skill, a trade, a certification with the degree. Like, I don't mind degrees. Get the degree. All right. And I would say get the degree as early as possible. All right. Like, if you're thinking about getting the degree, go to school right after you get out of high school. Get it out of the way. Knock that shit out. All right. Now, if you don't have any interest in that and you don't have the brain power or the wherewithal or the finances to get into that, well, then again, that's a whole different decision making. Now, do not sit around and fuck over those years. Do not sit around from 18 to 27 going, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. Get as many certifications as you possibly can. Go back and get your blue collar skill trades certifications and line them up. All right, I've been talking about that in my Conquer and Boss Up course. It was called Conquer and Unapologetically Masculine. You know what I mean? But I've been telling you, you need to take certifications and go crazy. You need to be from 18 to 27, get certified in everything. Real estate, personal training, right? Photography, right? AI, tech, coding, whatever it was back in the day. You need to just get certification after certification after certification. You need to just get them in everything. Everything. Take the test and stop smoking weed. All right. And start a YouTube channel. Why you don't have a YouTube channel is beyond me in 2025. Well, I don't know why I should have one. Oh, shut the fuck up. All right, even if you made an extra $500 a week, a month, that's better than nothing. Okay, well, not everybody's cut out for that in the start of business. Okay, shut the fuck up. Yep, get your CDL. Get your CDL, learn your mechanics. Dude, take every certification course you can between 18 and 27. If you don't, go to college. Get your barber's license. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should be doing, all right? Instead of sitting around trying to fucking find a job at Baskin and Robbins. Okay? Period. So where guys are saying, where I say guys deserve nothing is because you from 18 to 27, you're floundering out here. You're misguided and undecided. You have no direction. All you want to do is eat Hostess Twinkie cakes and motherfucking smoke weed and play video games. Okay? Well, fuck you. All right? Fuck you and your results. Yep. HVAC, all of that. So that's where this boils down to. That's where it's going. Young men are ditching corporate jobs. Men are leaving corporate America. I showed you that video in 2020 and 2019. I did a video with this accounting guy. I can't remember his name. Men are leaving corporate America. Man, fuck that. All right. The Me Too movement and many things and not getting promoted, women getting promoted over men. We need a woman to get in this position. And men are watching women get promoted up. 27-year-old woman that graduated from George Washington University. She gets promoted up, and he's been working there for 10 years. Dude be like, man, fuck that, bro. Dudes are leaving that. Dudes are leaving that. They're no longer chasing the dream as in total to be C-suite executives because it's hard for you even to become a C-suite executive because they're pushing more women into it. So now what are men doing? They're trying to find a way. They're doing Uber Eats all day, making $250 in tips, right? That's what they're doing. All right. They'd rather do that as opposed to run over here with that useless degree. They don't. And by the way, colleges and universities aren't suitable and suited for men. Okay. Because they're going to put you in general education class, which is going to be nothing but propaganda, women's studies, nigga studies, Chicano studies, gender studies. And it's going to be, you're going to take so many classes of that, at least 18 to 30 credits of that. And your head's going to be spinning. Okay, so people are finding a way. Men are have to find a way out here because you can't just wait for people to give it to you. Can't just wait for people to give it to you. And men are just waiting for a world to come back where they're just going to start rewarding men for doing absolutely nothing but having a little dick in between your legs. Those days are gone. Women are going to get pushed into those jobs. Complaining about it is not going to do any help. It's not going to help you. Feminism has started. Yeah, feminism has freed you to be able to do what you want. You can literally have 3 jobs out here. Okay, 2 jobs. All right, but you out here trying to broke date. You out here trying to broke date. Like, that's where we are. And as you can see, the tide is shifting to the point where the men who recognize this and wake up and realize that they're free, okay, they're going to be good. The men that aren't, you're going to be a loss. And gentlemen, you can't just go out here and major in psychology like these hoes. All right, these women want to major in psychology and anthropology and sociology, and they want to major in, communications and all this shit so they can be a weather girl and a sports analyst at ESPN where nobody's going to listen to them. All right, you can't do that. Nah, that ain't for you, fam, unless you are extremely talented. You're going to major in marketing and all these are careers not going to, anybody teaching you marketing in college is teaching you information that's 10 years old. Any person, any professor that's teaching you marketing in a college class is teaching you information that is 10 years old. All right. That information is from 2010. And that person is 60 years old and they make less than $100K teaching you this information. You can learn in fucking 6 weeks what they're going to teach you in 4 years. Okay, so you better figure out to get on your horse. You better get on your horse out here, guys. This world is going to hand you nothing, clearly. So get on it, all right? And I don't want to hear no complaints. Okay, here we go right here. Here we go right here. We got Doom and Gloom CGA out here. More Doom and Gloom. Ring the bell out here. All right, this person has an article. Sorry for the pictures you see on the screen of this video here. What is going on here? I got to get this off my screen. Okay, here we go right here. This person says, I co-parent with ChatGPT. I love turning off my brain and letting AI help raise my children. Brothers, I'm assuming this is a woman. This is from July 30th. Yes, it is. I told you. Okay. It says right here, even with an in-person partner, which is a co-parent, an in-person partner. Wow. Lillian Schmidt. Right, her name is Lillian Schmidt.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
She was sick of shouldering the mental load of motherhood. So she trained ChatGPT to become a second mommy, tasking it to draft shopping lists, create meal plans, plan birthdays and vacations, and revolutionize bedtime. Hey man, listen, I ain't new world order. I built my own bot to be our co-parent. Schmidt, age 33, a corporate brand strategist based in Zurich, Switzerland, told SWNS, quote, I use it to make me be a better mom. She bragged. And it says, who heavily leans on social media and artificial intelligence for helping raise and wrangle up her 3-year-old daughter. I'd never go back. And why would she? It's a parenting throuple that really clicks. A throuple. The millennial is in the majority of overtaxed mamas plagued by burnout. It's the stress, anxiety, and fatigue of rearing tots that afflicts an eye-popping 57% of U.S. moms and dads per a recent study from Ohio State University. New world order. Overfried folks like Smith are now turning to AI for parenting pointers, be it for healthcare how-tos or bedtime stories. They had a movie about this called Megan, by the way. They had a movie about this. All right, and it said right here, experts have lauded large language models such as ChatGPT. For the guys, I'm telling you, this is where you should be leaning in with making parenting easier, owing it to the ability to, it says, ideate and just be creative. Smith agrees. This is the mother right here, the co-parent. Of course, she's divorced, all right? Or maybe, I don't know if she's divorced. There's no father in the picture, all right? But I'm not sure. It never lets it make decisions, all right, right here. And it says right here, but I always ask it for advice. What did I tell you about these women? I always tell you about these women. They talk to their ChatGPT like it's their friend. I never make it make decisions, but I ask for it for advice. And however, it says that the bot does not usurp the role of her human honey. Our life is so busy, explains Smith. The mental load is a lot. My partner is very involved with the kid and does his fair share, she added, of her 35-year-old fella. But our brains work differently. He's a doer and takes on the planning. I do the thinking, who Schmidt says, who also is a stepmom to a 14-year-old boy. That mental load falls on me. Okay. Woo-wee. And it's the heaviest during the evening hours after signing off from her 9-to-5 job.
So I could focus on my career.
She finds herself at her lowest energy, but still focused on performing. 5 p.m. has become the busiest time because I'm racing back from work and I pick up an overwhelmed, overstimulated toddler. At the same time, I've got to get dinner ready and it becomes overwhelming. Before kids, I could just sit on the sofa and relax a bit. Okay, I'm not even going to go more into this. Actually, you see where this is going. When I tell you we're not going back. New world order. When I tell you we're not going back, we're not going back. All right, the days, Larry Bird's not walking through that door.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
I told you guys, we're not going backwards in time. We're going forward. All right, so now we have career women that can lean on ChatGPT. I always call it Chat. We have career women that are co-parenting with a bot to give them the energy and resources to raise their daycare toddler. Okay, this is where we're going. This is the future. I'm going to ring the bell, but I'll just let the outro ring the bell. Good luck out here, gentlemen. The days of old are gone. It's not coming back. Doom and Gloom CGA out. Okay, gentlemen. All right. Shout out to you. Do me a favor. Hit the like button. Isn't this a great show? It's a great show, man. This is the stuff you really need to hear so you can make a good decision going forward. The 50s aren't coming back. Neither are the 90s. All right. It's not coming back, gentlemen. Good luck. We have no government name. Legacy guys. Have you done your phone checks yet? Like CGA told you, they don't have the stomach to see just how much their girlfriend, wives, and kids secretly disrespect and hate them to other people. He says, quote, wives are husbands' #1 haters. Yes, they are. They don't have the stomach to check that phone.
Do you have the stomach?
They'll come up with all kind of reasons. Oh, we deserve privacy, and I feel like I'm doing okay. They don't want to check that phone. They don't want to check that phone. Okay. AJT says, how much of a role do you think the woman's family may have in her not getting married past a certain age, especially if it is a broken family? My pops told me you can't choose your family members, but you can choose your in-laws. That was probably from the end of yesterday's show. Shout out to you. That's a great question. Statistically, women that come from broken families, this is just the women. This is how the stat was broken down. Women that come from broken families are less likely to have a successful marriage. Okay, this is just completely based on statistics. It is very general. It does not apply to every person. All right, people have to understand that. It doesn't apply to you. Anecdotally, there are people that have come from broken families that have had successful marriages. But statistically, if a woman comes from a broken family, she has a less likely a chance of having a successful long-term marriage. Now, add on to this. If the daughter saw her mother go through a divorce, she is like 19 times less likely to have a successful marriage. All right. It is like exponentially if the daughter sees the mother go through a divorce, which has happened in my case. All right. And she had to side with the mom and she saw the mom go through a tough time. She's less likely to have a successful marriage. She's less likely to even engage in a marriage. Okay. She's more likely to be a whore. Now, the son has a less of a chance of having successful marriage, but it is better than the daughters. So if the son sees the mother go through a divorce, he still has a better chance than the daughter having a successful marriage. This is statistically. Now, with that, do as you may with the statistics. All right, this is why you have families, especially families that are what you would call the elite, the upper middle class. They typically don't like when people get divorced. Like, they don't like when a son marries into a divorced family. Like, that's literally a no-go zone. Like, if you think about some family in Oxford, Mississippi, right? These white bread families, and the son meets a woman in college, but that woman comes from a divorced mom, they literally would be like, nah, you can't marry her. Take Prince Harry or Princess Harry. Princess Harry, same thing, elite, upper crust, New World Order family. Their problem with Meghan was not just she being black, but her coming from a divorced family. That has always been a damaged goods. Damaged goods. So it's just a risk that you already see as evidence. Oh, she already in a fucked up situation. Why would we come in and we're a complete family and they're a broken family? Or, you know, you were raised by a single mother in a broken family and she's raised by a 2-parent household. That is statistically going to be less successful. There's just too much that person's bringing in that is going to disrupt the intact family. It's going to disrupt it. If the mother's already been divorced and then you marry the daughter of that divorcee, what is the mother, the in-law, going to be telling the daughter? All right, it's going to be destructive. Going to be destructive. So yeah, that is a contributing factor. So if you're a person that is leaning high on vetting and recognizing red flags, that's an easy one to do. Now you can gamble and roll the dice. You can roll the dice and you might win. You might lose as well. So anyway, NGN says on your stream 2 days ago, some Mitch put in the free chat, vacations are a scam. Yeah. Again, there's some clowns out here. Can you explain why people think this way? Is it because that they lack the funds or self-respect to treat themselves well? This is a fact. Most people think it's a scam when you can't afford it. All right, it's a scam. You can't afford it, it's a scam. College is a scam. You can't afford it. I think college is a scam if you took out student loans. But if you paid for it outright, probably not a scam. You can afford it. Marriage is not a scam. The only way marriage is a scam is if you can't afford divorce. And I've said that for many, many years. If you can't afford divorce, don't get married. So divorce is a scam when you can't afford it. Some men who get divorced and they lose all these monies and assets, you will still see them survive and even thrive financially. It wasn't that big of a deal. They shook it off like the dog shakes off fleas. All right, yeah, fuck it. Okay, I got divorced and she left with 70% of my money. But Jeff Bezos, for example, he got remarried. It wasn't much of a scam. He can afford the divorce. You can have a prenup. You can have cohabitation agreements where it's like, okay, yeah, it was fucked up. I got what I got out of it and I lost. I paid it off and I'm bouncing back. You see what I mean? Like if you can't afford vacations, you're going to think it's a scam. You don't need more than 2 vacations a year. This is loser mindset. People overwhelmingly in healthy societies have vacationed a lot. All right? Vacations are part of seasons. All right? So if there's at least 4 seasons that we know of, people have a vacation all 4 seasons. You're telling people to go on 2 vacations or less and do what? Work all the time? You're going to burn yourself out mentally. And yes, vacations are going to be a scam. It's a scam because now everything's monetized on vacations. But there's not much you can do for free these days unless you are very efficient. Like you got a truck and a couple of fishing rods. You're good. You can go to get a $5 fishing license and go ham. And you could be good. Yeah. You don't need to go pay for resorts and all-inclusive resort fees and this shit like that. Yeah, that's a scam. I mean, yeah, they've got that built in to take your money for sure. But you get vacation without having to do all that. Yeah, man. Jobs are a scam at this point. Yeah. All right. We do have some other brothers that I need to acknowledge. Vacations are a scam. All right. But yeah, it's normally because you can't afford it. These courses, these YouTubers that sell courses are a scam because you can't afford it. You can't afford it. You can't afford it. Yeah, I mean, it's a scam. Not only that, it's a scam if you are trying to make money directly from the course immediately. It's gonna be a scam. But I bought probably dozens of courses. And some of the courses that I bought, I've never really tried to make money from it initially, right? Like I've been like, okay, I can take something from this. I can learn something from this. Okay, this course was a waste. This course was very beneficial to me. But if you think that the course is going to change your life overnight, then it's a scam. Asa says, I'm in the deep South and you're with your brothers and cousins. I haven't seen them in 12 years and I realize why my dad kept us away from them. They are absolute losers and I'm sick of it. Shout out to you and your loser cousins. And you haven't seen, yeah, your parents knew that your cousins were losers. Okay. And he says, they suggested that I need to forgive the family for wronging me. He says, I never skedaddled out of there so fast. This again solidifies why you are the king of kings. All right. Family can do the worst things to you. In fact, they statistically do the worst things to you. There are some great benefits to family, though. There are some great benefits to family. But if you're on your high horse, you can get up out of there. Your family can contribute almost nothing to you. And you have an undying loyalty for no reason. Kayleigh says a man choosing or being married in and itself doesn't make him a simp, but it overwhelmingly leads to it. How many men can actually maintain their masculinity and be the leaders in their marriage? It's hard to do that over time. I agree. There are a few men that have that, but in order to maintain a marriage, you have to simp. Okay. In order to maintain a long-term marriage, you're going to have to simp. All right, the majority of you. Again, there might be onesie twosies that don't have to simp. Like I said, man, I've seen it. Hey, I seen this one dude, like I tell you, man, I always got stories, and people always wonder, man, you just rambling, get to the show. These are the best part of the shows. All right, these little stories and these little clips, this just makes me give me shit to talk about, okay, and to teach you on. But I once saw this dude. I was training his wife. All right. And I used to train them like at their house All right, so I would show up at their house and we would train in their little courtyard. There was a big, I would say it's not a mansion, but yeah, it was a mansion. And I would train the wives in the courtyard. Now, she was a stay-at-home wife. She had come from family. She had come from money. All right, so she wasn't poor. She wasn't like some poor woman that needed to be a stay-at-home wife. She decided to be a stay-at-home wife. I think she worked in corporate for a little bit, but she was, I can't tell you who her family was, but when I found out who her family was, she came from money. Right? Like her family had owned, like, I can't even say who it was. All right, but I don't even want to give it away. But she came from money and she married him. And he was I can't say what profession he was, but he was in the medical profession and he made a lot of money. He had a group of people in the medical office. So he makes a lot of money. One day I saw him put her in absolute checkmate. If you saw the guy, he's not muscular. He's not tall. He definitely is a guy who is very talented and he makes a lot of money, right? So he ain't like this alpha male. And she's not a pushover per se. She's a tiny petite woman, but you could tell she was a smart whip. She was smart as a whip. But one day he was leaving the house and she said something. And he stopped in his tracks. And it was me and a couple of other her soccer mom friends that I was training. He stopped in his tracks and he turned around. He took a few steps toward her and she went, "Merp." She shut up. And he said something to her. I can't even remember the words he said, but I was like, damn, he put her ass in check. He was like, blah, blah, blah. And if you say something else, blah. All right. I was like, shit. Did she say something else? Nope. She said nothing else. Now, I don't know what she said later that night, but she didn't say nothing else. And everybody shut the fuck up, including me. So that whole masculine alpha, somebody said masculine is greater than alpha. I agree with that. I don't like alpha males. Alpha males are most of the time phonies and frauds. All right. Masculine men are the real true men of the world. But she said nothing. She didn't have nothing to say. All right. And nobody had nothing to say once he got done. And he didn't say much. He didn't go off. He didn't raise his voice or nothing. What he said made everybody shut the fuck up. It was like, yep. She had that okay daddy look on her face. And she probably pussy got wet too.
Okay, daddy. She
probably fucked him good when he got home. Now, the point of it is the question was, in order to make, he says being married in itself doesn't make a person a simp, but it overwhelmingly leads to it for sure. In order to keep the marriage going, I always tell guys, they'll be like, I got a great marriage and I picked the girl that rocked with me. But I'm like, in order to make that marriage go, you're going to have to simp out because you're going to lose. Like if you get divorced, you're going to take a mad L. So you're going to take a mad L. So at some particular point, the masculine game ain't going to work. And she's going to pull your hoe card. If she pulls your whole card and says, you know what? We're going to destroy this shit. I'm going to bring it all down. I'm going to pull the rip cord. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to chimp out. Okay. All right. You're going to chimp out. Or if you say, fuck it, pull the fucking rip cord and I'll pay you off and I'll pay the restock fee and you can go back and you're going to ruin your life going forward and the kid's life. Most men don't take that stance. They'd be like, well, okay, honey. All right. You be like,
okay, daddy.
He says, I don't like people who pose as alpha males. For sure, yeah. I don't like the alpha male persona. Because most of the alpha male personas are fake. All right? Most of the alpha male personas are absolutely fake. All right? So I don't like the whole promotion of the alpha male. Because I think it leads to nothing. It gives men a false identity. And then they do what? They walk around all the time with their elbows poked out. I'm an alpha male. All right? And people will say alpha male podcasters and they think I'm an alpha male podcasters. I've never promoted alpha male over here. All right. Because I think it's fraudulent. I promoted masculinity. Be masculine. You don't need a beard and a bald head and to be 40 years old and to take TRT to be masculine. You don't need to take steroids and drive a big truck and all of these ideals of being masculine. You don't have to raise your voice and chimp out to be alpha. All right. You don't have to be a fake pimp and, promote pimpism. Like, this is all fake to me. It's all a show. None of these people are exactly like that. Most of their persona is built on that principle after the fact, after they become successful. To me, I just think that is a persona that men use to try to scare people away. It's kind of like, when animals get big, I'm going to show you. I'm all right. Most of it is, these men are weaklings. They're simps on the background, all of that. Simps on the background. You see them mostly, they're lover boys. They love to be loved and cuddled and hugged and kissed. And, women, stroking their bald head and this type of thing. I mean, listen, if that's you, that's you. But I think it's a fake persona. Okay. Alpha males never try to show that they've been weakened or played over by women and made mistakes. I never had a woman get over on me. This is all fake posturing. They've always had women getting over on them. They've always had women rejecting them. Women have never rejected me. I've always been successful with women. This is all lies. Nobody gets through life unscathed with women. All right. Nobody gets through life not getting rejected and humiliated and fucking played by a woman. The reason why a woman's going to play you is because you got played. Or you saw others get played, which means you were around a lot of motherfuckers getting played, which means in effect, if you were around them, you a sucker ass nigga too. And you learned okay, I might not go be a sucker ass nigga because most of my friends are sucker ass niggas. All right. They got played by women as well. So this is all fake posturing personas. A lot of these guys are always talking about how they want to fight and beat somebody up. All right. It's always going to end in that. I'm going to fuck him up and beat his ass. And yeah. And they ain't got in no fights in many years. All right. When was the last fight you got in? So it is what it is. Yeah. They'll say they never lost a fight. I never lost a fight. I mean, come on, bro. Even the great Filipino boxer, Manny Pacquiao, lost the fight. Right? People lose. Mike Tyson lost the fight. All right, the brother, that was knocking people out that not that long ago lost. The guy that's the heavyweight champion lost the fight. People lose fights. It's okay, man. You ain't got to act like you ain't lost out here. Losing teaches you a lot. Losing teaches you. Losing oftentimes teaches you more than winning, because a lot of times you might be winning and that might not be based on you. It might be just based on your opponent. You might be having cupcake opponents, cream puff opponents. You might be picking on weak links. You know what I mean? Your schedule might be weak. It's not going to teach you anything. And then when you got a weak ass schedule and then all of a sudden you face somebody, a deserving foe, they whoop your ass. So people lose, man. It's okay to lose. But guys that jump on the internet and say they've never lost with women in life, in business, with girls, this is lies. Never lost a fight. They always whipped everybody's ass. Everybody's scared of them. They killed 10 people and haven't been caught, right? They pimped 50 hoes, never lost $1. So that's fake alpha bravado. That's alpha persona, and it's not healthy for men to actually try to go through life without taking them L's. You're going to learn from them L's, okay? Yeah, Deontay Wilder is the guy, all right? He was out here wildly just using talent, swinging on people with a long, extended reach and power punches, all right? Yeah, not many people is going to be able to navigate that, and he had no feet work, all right? And he was just wilding on people. All right. And just bow. Eventually he going to catch one. All right. And then he found somebody that was able to withstand that and rope-a-dope him and make him use his talent and skills and make him go back to your skills and your feet work. Okay. And then all of a sudden you're exposed. Somebody's going to expose you. So yeah, you might win 36 fights but your last 4 fights, you lost all of them, or the last 4 out of 5. So it's what life is, and life is going to humble you. So if you walk out here thinking that you're never going to lose, all right, and you haven't lost yet, just wait. Just wait. All right, life will humble your ass. And when it does, it's going to be, your ego's going to get checked. Your ego's going to get checked. Anyway, enough about that. This is the real part of the show. So I'm really promoting masculinity. I don't promote alpha. I'm not promoting false bravado. I'm not promoting that I'm always going to win. I've always won. I tell you my losses all the time. All right. It's a part of what makes me me. I've learned a lot from losing against life, women, career. All right. And it's okay to lose. All right. It's okay to lose. It's how you respond to losses. People that think they're going to win every time and then they lose, you find that those people can't handle it. Like, find one of these teams, Compton High School, Centennial High School. They play all of these cupcake kids, and they go to Southgate, and they run the score on all the Mexican teams. They run up on the score, they press for 4 quarters, and they get the score 194-13, all right? And all of them are free throws on the other side. The referees let them get away with fouling, all right? They press and double and trap people, and they pick on the weaklings. And then what happens? They pick a team that come in there and run the triangle offense or the Princeton offense, and they start getting hit by backdoors, people that know how to break the press and use their weakness against them. And what happens? What normally happens to those teams? They start fighting at the end of the game. Yep. They start fighting. Remember the Seattle Seahawks? The Seattle Seahawks used to do that. They used to beat everybody up. They was the Legion of Boom, all right? And then they was young and strong, and they had all them killers and gorillas and Godzillas on the other side of the defense, all right, on the other side of the ball, okay? And guess what? When they start getting older and less disciplined, and now they had to pay them people off, and they had to lose a couple of players, the Seattle Seahawks start fighting at the end of every game. At the end of every game, they wanted to fight. Why? Because people figured them out. They had aging legs. They didn't have that. They didn't have that bravado anymore. And now they fighting at the end of every game. Right? Why? Because they got humbled. They were used to picking on people and winning and then, and thugging their way through games. And they thought that's how it was going to be for the rest of the year, because they always thought they was just going to be able to just thug their way to wins. But guess what? They started getting humble, and now they start fighting at the end of every goddamn game because they weren't used to being put in that situation. They didn't work their way up. They start talking shit and thugging their way. And then all of a sudden, when people start figuring their ass out, now they got to fight at the end of the game. See? Am I teaching you? Am I teaching you how people act? So if a person says, I've never lost, just trust me, when they start losing, they're going to go on the attack. You got to watch out for a person that says they never lost. I ain't never lost. Watch out. Do not hang around them, because they're going to lose one time and they're going to kill you. And you just standing there watching them get their ass whooped. And you're like, damn, homie. And they're going to attack you, because they're always used to picking on weak people. And when they find somebody that is not as weak as them, they're going to attack then weaker people. So watch out for those people who say they never lost. These are dangerous people. These people will pick on you. They will hurt you. They will harm you. They will lash out on you. Same thing as pimps. Pimps is all good as long as they slapping these hoes. Soon as they get in a situation where they get behind bars and face 150 years for sex trafficking and pimping and pandering, what do they do in jail? They become bitches. They become the bitches in jail. They're used to slapping people around and winning and taking advantage of poor, downtrodden, broken people. Now, all of a sudden, when they get their ass in jail, they perms start getting sweated out. They're in a quarter shivering in they pimp suit and slacks, because these people are used to picking on weak people. When they get in there with strong people, them niggas fold up like a cheap suit. And they become dangerous. They become the hoes that they started was pimping. They become the hoes in prison. That's why you don't hang around certain people. They used to winning against weak links. When they get in there against strong people, they can't hold their own. He says, you used to be Don Juan. Now your name is Twan. Yeah, I'm teaching y'all today. Fuck these segments. I'm here to teach. So never deal with people who say they never lost. All right, because when they take that L over it's going to be, by the way, Mike Tyson never lost. He faced Evander Holyfield for the second time. He lost to him the first time. He was like, I'm going to just beat his ass the second time. He started losing. What did he do? He bit off the dude's ear. Unprecedented, by the way. We never seen this in high-level boxing. Never seen this. But soon as he started to face defeat and knew he couldn't win, he started biting Evander Holyfield's ear in the ring. And then he started swinging on the cops. It was a melee. You're not used to losing. You went 20 years, 10 years winning and beating people up. You thought you were invincible. People who say they never lost thought they were invincible. Now you get humbled. You got humbled too late in life. Now you become a menace. You become dangerous. So watch out for people who say they never lost and they never will. These people are dangerous. Do not be around they ass. They're fucking, when they lose, they're going to go crazy. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he had that loss to Buster, but, you know, he came out, he was the champion. All right, now you ain't the champion. Shout out to you, man. But, yeah, we'll never forget that shit. All right, look, anyway, enough of these life lessons. Let's get back to a little bit of edutainment. It is going to be Straggle and Sniggle Theater variety, but I guess I should do the intro. So I got to find the intro. Let's do it.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride.
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, I love it. Do me a favor, hit the like button. I'll get back to the contributors. Okay, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. What do we got here? We got niggas' favorite girls. All right, we got your favorite girls here. So open your eyes. We got PAWGs on your screen coming up in a minute. I know the brothers are running back to their screen. We got PAWGs here in Las Vegas. Let's take a look. Wow, almost 1,500 pounds of a black man's dream. All right, niggas be like, these ain't PAWGs, coach. A black man is dreaming of this situation right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. 1,500 pounds of fat white meat. All right, fat white meat. And of course, the comment section is already giving here. And it says right here, where is it at here? Okay, I don't know. Oh, I lost it. All right, but there it is right there. All right, there it is right there. All right, black man rubbing his hands. All right, there he goes right there. All right, yes, that's a black man's dream. That's a lot of fun flaps out there, boy. That's a lot of sweat under the titty. All right, that's a lot of punani stank right there. And wow, I've seen this. I've been on this scale. All right, I actually have a video of me putting one of my flatbacks on this scale. All right, now I told her if you gain 1 more pound, I'm leaving you here. But 3 tons of fun. 3 tons of fun. Look at that. And these women are definitely not even offended. By the way, if you hit a certain weight limit, you get a free hamburger over there. This is on Fremont Street in Las Vegas, Nevada. And look at that. Wow. And they're happy with themselves. Just please.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, just please. I mean, women are actually mad bigger than you actually think, man. And their clothes hide it. They're way bigger when the clothes come off. I don't know how that works out. Trust me, I know. All right, they don't look as big. You be like, oh, that ain't that big. And when the clothes come off, you be like, wow. All right, I didn't realize it was that big. All right, they really hide it with their clothes. Their clothes design it. All right, and they trying to run and skedaddle. Wait a minute. All right, and they loving it. You know why? Because niggas are still thirsty. All right, they still getting fucked out here. Just know, man, they still.
Oh, the humanity.
They're still getting dick down out here. In fact, there's a dude delivering some massive dick on these women. All right, so they're not ashamed at all. All right, there was a time that these women will be ashamed and have to hide in dark corners. Not anymore. They can get on the internet. They probably got OnlyFans. All right, they probably got OnlyFans. All right, but the fat just be appearing out of nowhere, man. You'd be like, what? I didn't realize it was that big. I like thick women, but wowzers. All right, but that's a couple of men's dreams out here. All right, we got another guy out here on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. It's a brother. All right, he's in the spirit of our brother here. He says, this is not what a PAWG looks like. All right, he's got his Hugh Hefner robe on, or at least the cheap version of it is, patchy beard. Right, hairline tossed and tossed. Oh my goodness, widow peak, dirty ass glasses. All right, come on. All right, this is not what a PAWG looks like. Let's hear this lesson.
I don't see how this is an argument right now. There's a lot of confusion among fans, and most of y'all don't know the difference between a combo guard and a shooting guard, or a power forward and a center. I'm from the South. I know a cornbread fed PAWG looks like. I'm gonna give y'all a goonery lesson on what actually makes someone a PAWG.
Oh,
the definition of a PAWG is a fat A white queen. For her to be considered a PAWG, she must be thicker than zoo glass, thicker than cold peanut butter, and caked up to the point to where you get lost in it. Some of you think just because she has a little bubble or a speed bump that makes her PAWG material, and you cannot be any more wrong. If she's not dragging a wagon, then she should not be considered a PAWG.
Okay, this is a nasty guy right here.
Oh, that's nasty.
All right, this dude extra nasty. He's giving you an education on what a PAWG is, all right? A gooner experience. A gooner experience. Okay, so yeah, this is not enough. And look at the side. Ooh, look at the legs here. All right, so I'm curious as to know what is I mean, listen, we all know what a PAWG is. And I always call the overweight, obese woman a PAWG. And the guys like this go crazy. Coach, these aren't PAWGs. All right, they're PAWGs on my show. All right, but I'm curious, sir. What is a PAWG?
Stay with me now. To truly be considered a PAWG, she must have a wagon, a trailer, or the younger generation would call it a got. If she's not giving you neck pain when you go back to look at her peach, then she is not a PAWG. Let me be clear. Angela White is not a PAWG. Serious question. What is the first thing you notice when you see Angela? Her beautiful eyes, of course. That does not make her a PAWG. Then you guys are trying to say that Latinas are PAWGs. And you couldn't be any more wrong on that. That is a completely different category. On the flip side,
Latinas are gorditas. All right. They're tortas. All right. Alexis Texas is a PAWG. All right. This is what guys think is a PAWG. And I get it. This is not 2004. All right. In 2004, Alexis Texas would be a PAWG. Like today, not really. She's just kind of a thick white girl, I suppose. All right. And what is she, 40 by now? We're still talking about Alexis Texas. She got to be 40 years old. Y'all niggas like old women. Let me look it up right quick. How old is Alexis Texas? Come on, man. This is going back way too far. Can we talk about some young white women? Let me see here. 40. As I thought. She's 40. Born in 1985. As I thought. We're talking about Alexis Texas. I mean, this is what you niggas like leftovers for real. All right. Alexis Texas, 40. Look, in order to be a PAWG, you have to still be in your 20s. I don't know why you guys keep fighting me on this one. We cannot take 40-year-old women and start classifying them. She was a PAWG. She's not anymore. She's an old woman. She's an old woman. 40 plus.
Texas is the most known and most accurate example of what a PAWG is.
Guys, why are we classifying women in their 40s? I'm telling you, man. What you guys are? Listen. I'm telling you. You guys are stuck in a time warp, and you don't realize it. You guys are stuck in a time warp. You're talking about a 40-year-old woman. You're looking at her pictures from 13, 14 years ago and telling me what she was 13 or 14 years ago. This is in 2004. We're literally in 2025. She's not a PAWG. She's unclassifiable. She's an old broad. She's an old broad. What? She was one. She was one for 2004. Today, what is she? That bitch is skinny compared to what we're dealing with right now. God dang, bruh. Y'all some old ass motherfuckers, bruh. Y'all will classify old leftover women all day long. Goodness gracious.
Tommy King is a great example of the new generation of PAWG.
This is... Again, old broad. These are MILFs in movies. Again, I don't mind a MILF. These are MILFs. Like, we're the 22-year-old version of this, maybe. This is a MILF. This woman is also, she's close to GILF at this point. She's close to doing granny porn. Whoever this person is. This is who y'all calling. These gooners got to go, man.
Jada Stevens is an OG PAWG. If you line them up side by side, you can tell that they are thicker than your average player. Or anyone says it, you can have a BBL and still be considered a PAWG. Aiden Cole is proof of that. If you put 20-inch rims on a Honda Accord, it's still a car. The same concept applies here. You can also be a MILF and a PAWG at the same time.
There you go. See? Again, these are scavengers. Again, I tell you, you guys have no standards. We do have to have standards, all right? Now, that doesn't mean you have to live in the standards, right? That doesn't mean you have to follow the standards. But again, we have no standards. He has opened it up to now MILFs. Like I said, you guys have no standards. You're just going to take everybody and close your eyes and basically shoot in the dark, all right, and call it what it is, just because you're nasty with no standards. At least we still have to have levels and standards. We have to know when you're out of your league. We know when we have to fishing at the bottom of the goddamn frozen pond. You still have to have standards. Doesn't mean you have to date within those standards. You can't be standardless. This guy is an actual experience right here. He is the example of having no standards. Like I said, we have to have standards. Doesn't mean you have to follow the standards. You'd have to date within the standards and not date anyone outside of the standards. But again, this is what I'm talking about. You guys have no standards. You could be a MILF and a PAWG. No, that's no standards. That means you're just nasty shooting in the dark. That means you could take somebody from 2004 and put them at the top of the list. Okay, anyway, let's go to the next one. I'm tired of you people. I'm actually tired of you people. Scavengers out here. No standards. Age has nothing to do with her PAWG title. Again, as I said, no standards. Let's just call a spade a spade. You guys have no standards. Right? You guys will just let anything fly. Anything counts. Anything goes. This is like a battle royal, a no disqualification match. All right, anything goes. Because anything you get is success. Again, I mean, you guys are ridiculous. All right, yes, older white women that are fat are literally low standard by general guideline. Older white women that have cellulite and chunks and globular fat on their hips and saddlebags have forever been a standard across the world, across the history of time, have always been a standard of a low quality woman. They have never been high quality in the history of time. Now, a young, chubby white woman has somewhat, in certain periods of time, have been able to move up the standard list and back down. All right, but an older woman that is way too old is below standard by definition. All right, in the history of time. In the history of humanity, this has always been the guideline. But when it comes to you gooner, low class, low standard niggas, oh, it don't count. They can be a PAWG and an older woman. Okay. All right. Just know when you're aiming low. I'm just trying to help y'all. Just trying to help you know who you are. Again, I'm here to teach you human behavior. All right, speaking of low standard, we have Kizzy Brown. All right, Kizzy Brown, she definitely looks like she comes from the Midwest. Name your city. Never heard of this person, but apparently she's a rapper. All right, so it says right here, rapper Kizzy Brown reveals that she was pregnant in elementary school and had 2 kids by the time she graduated from high school. Definitely with the Remy Martin in the background, lace front wig, baby hairs. Look at her chin. She looks like she definitely has a 5 o'clock shadow going on there. Her chin don't match her neck. I mean, what's going on here? Is this a man? Okay. Look at here. Why is her beard? She definitely looks like her daddy with a wig on. Why does the beard area look like a 5 o'clock shadow that she shaved? All right, but that's neither here nor there. All right, let's hear about this. Indianapolis or Milwaukee stand up. All right, here we go.
You when you had your first child?
Ooh, that's if I tell you that, I have to tell you a story. I can't tell you that, but I was in elementary pregnant. I'm gonna say that. Very much. I was like, that was embarrassing as fuck for my mama.
So you were pregnant in elementary school?
Yeah.
What grade?
I was pregnant, y'all. Just know that. But anyway.
So did you decide to? This is when you got into parenthood, or did you?
Yeah, it happened immediately. That was crazy. Wow. Yeah, parenthood happened very much early because I didn't know. Like I knew, but I didn't know. You know.
All right, so you hear the bullshit here. Definitely got the Swisher Sweets and the Black and Milds on deck. You're definitely looking at St. Louis or Chicago here. She got pregnant in elementary school. She won't say what grade. I'm going to say 5th or 6th grade. Very common for these hood boogers to get pregnant at that age. And probably is going to be by an older male, 16, 17, or 18, possibly a relative like a cousin or some nigga around the street. So she was probably 10, 11, or 12. Certainly on definitely breastfed, not breastfed, but on formula, left alone to their own devices. Mama was somewhere on working third shift at a malt liquor factory, and there she is out there getting knocked up and fucking. Now she says, I didn't know. Well, I did know, but I didn't know. This is the whole thing that I was talking about yesterday, where we said we saw you go through this growth period, or not lack of growth. We saw you getting pregnant at 12 and 13 and 16 and having abortions at 16. We saw you at Dre's. We saw you with fake IDs going to college parties and nightclubs. And we saw all of this. But of course, then when they're 25, 30, 35, 40, and they want to turn the page and go into a different era, we're supposed to overlook this. We're supposed to overlook this. We're supposed to overlook this and make you. Now, the people, there are men that will overlook this. Obviously, there are men that think a woman can be a MILF and a PAWG at the same time. No standards. There are men that there's only going to take one man to overlook this. But here she is, pregnant in elementary school. I mean, it's not common, but it does happen. And now she has 2 kids by the time she's out of high school.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I knew, but I didn't know. I didn't know. I knew. Of course you knew. You knew better. Your brainstem was developed. It wasn't developed, but you knew what was right and wrong. You knew what you was wrong for fucking. And it wasn't fucking once. She was fucking a lot at that age. And she was having fun, smoking weed, hanging out with the hood niggies and the gangbangers and all these. And then it happened again.
Hey, you feel me? I knew what I didn't know. But anyway, I did. So once it happened.
So through high school and everything, you a mom.
Already.
Middle school, you
2 kids. By the time I graduated.
You had
2 kids by the time you graduated. Man, I knew a girl like that. When I lived in Hawthorne, I knew a girl like that. We kind of grew up together in Sunday school. And we were kind of cool. We had the similar age. And she was a Strag from Inglewood. Now I lived in Hawthorne. And we went to a church and kind of like we were the same age in Sunday school. So she was rebellious, hella rebellious. And she ended up getting pregnant at like 13 or 14. Now, since we were close, everybody thought it was my baby. They were like, oh, did you get her knocked up? And she probably looked like this, probably way worse now. And I was like, I didn't get her. They thought it was my baby. I was like, it ain't mine. I only see her on Sundays. Like, how the fuck am I? I've never seen her. I've never been to her house. But she ended up getting pregnant by a gangbanger. All right. And then the next year, she got pregnant again by a second gangbanger. So by the time she graduated, I don't even know if she graduated. She probably doing very well for herself. She's probably my age now. I have no idea. I've lost contact with her after the second baby. All right. But the mama was a single mama Strag. They living in the, bungalow apartment somewhere in the middle of Inglewood. And she had 2 kids. She had 2 kids by the time she was 15 or 16. And I was like, Jesus Christ. All right. But people will find that they find this normal. All right. This is becoming less normal because we have early termination of pregnancy. All right. And we have Margaret Sanger doing her job in the Black community, having these people kill their kids. All right. But of course, they're still recklessly having sex with lack of birth control. So you will find that the early termination of pregnancy statistics are going to lean towards that these people do it multiple times, 3, 4, 5 early terminations of pregnancy by the time they're 21. Okay, so that is a form of birth control. Anyway, moving forward, these are your future wives. We have this woman out here, a white woman on Straggle Sniggle Theater. Her name is Harper. She has a new song, all right, based on the new monetized dating marketplace. Here we go. Harper, take it away.
Taking loads again. Single with kids, she's taking loads again. The rent is due, so right on over she will bend. Sole breadwinner, taking loads again. Taking loads again. All the dads at school have seen pics of her back way. The moms won't be her friend. It ain't perfect, but at least she's doing her way. So she's always taking loads again. Single with kids, she's taking loads again. The rent is due, so right on over she will bend. Sole breadwinner, taking loads again.
Hey, let's go. Hey. The monetized dating marketplace. Yeah. She's talking about the women doing OnlyFans and their kids get to elementary school and everybody, the parents, the kids, done seen your mama, but she doesn't want to be known for that anymore. That was in the past, all right? I don't do that no more, but she's still an escort while her kids are in the 5th grade. Yeah, and everybody finds her escort site, but she doesn't do OnlyFans anymore. Yeah, rent's due out here, man. This is the...
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
As you can see, people are waking up to the reality. This is the modern woman. This is the woman who lived it up in her 20s, and now in her late 20s and early 30s, she's being penalized for it. All right. People had a bad reputation about me. You look at me as in a different light. I don't look at myself like that anymore. Unfortunately, the internet doesn't forget. The people still look at you like that. And they're going to look at you getting piped down on your private Telegram site. People are going to find it. Don't think they ain't going to find it. All right. You better have a lot of money to erase it. So taking loads again, getting that rent paid.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
Okay. We have another woman that says she doesn't mind if her man cheats. Oh, the video is gone. All right. So let's go to the next video out here. We have the last video on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have an older man. Remember, man, old habits never die. I don't think that's the quote, but we have an old OG. This is Smole CGA. He has turned 93 years old, Mr. Russell, on his 93rd birthday. He wants a special gift. All right, and he wants a gift, and there he is right there, definitely future CGA. And looks like he's in some sort of home or nursing home or, you know, I can't tell what it is. But Mr. Russell wants a special gift for his birthday. What do you think it is, ladies and gentlemen? Well, Mr. Russell, take it away.
In secret, it's your birthday. What you want to tell me? What you want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you. I want to ask you something.
What you want to ask me?
Oh, no, you gonna say no.
It's your birthday. Who knows? Today is your 93rd birthday. Right? It's your birthday?
I don't know.
Yes, you're 93 today.
Yeah?
Yes, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So what you want to do for your birthday? Mr. Russell, be nice, be good.
I'm being good. You asked me a question and I answered.
You want me to take you to the club again?
No, I want to take you.
Take you where? Take you where?
No, I can't tell you.
Why?
Because you ain't gonna do it.
I got you a cake.
I don't want no cake.
It's barbecue in there.
He said, I don't want no cake. You know what I want? Them cakes. I want you to put them feet in the air. I want you to open them legs and spread it wide open. You ain't gonna do it. I want you to let me put that tongue on your pearl tongue. He wanna lick the dookie hole. He wanna take his Cialis in his Niagara. He want them fat booty cheeks. He want them booty cheeks. Hey, man, give that old man what he want. It's his 93rd birthday, man. Give him what he want. Give him what he need. He said he done hit it before. He definitely comfortable with her. You see her rubbing his shoulders. He rubbing her shoulder. He like, don't give me what I want. You know, you ain't gonna let me do it. He want to glaze them honey buns. Give that man what he want. Every birthday he should get what he want. He should leave the way he came. He should die in a piece of pussy. He came in a piece of pussy. He should die in a piece of pussy. All right, that's what he should die.
Tell me what in secret? It's your birthday. What you want to tell me?
Look at him. Look at him. Uh-oh, look at him, brothers. Hey, look.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir.
He looking at that cleavage. He looking at that big black woman titty cleavage right there. He looking. He's starving like a motherfucker. I'm leaving the way I came in. All right. You need to touch my pain.
What you want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you. I want to ask you something.
I want to ask you something.
What you want to ask me?
Oh, no, you gonna say no.
Hey, man. Hey, Uncle Russell, go mode 1, man. Stop being so bashful. And he don't even realize. He know he being recorded, but this is unfair. And she already know what he gonna ask. Right? She already know what he gonna ask. And she already probably gave him some. She probably let him stick a finger in it at least one or a couple times. He like, no, you ain't gonna give it to me even though I asked for it. Don't be bashful and put your teeth in, man. Put your teeth in before you ask questions.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
And brother got on no belt and overalls. All right. He got overall straps. All right. Goodness gracious. All right. Goodness gracious. Okay. Not even overalls. What do you fucking call them? Suspenders. All right. Oh, man. Why don't you pay up? If you paid up the right way, homie, all right, you might have get her to bend over at least and grab her booty cheeks wide open.
It's your birthday. Who knows? Today is your 93rd birthday.
Oh, man, he's so bad. Oh, man, look at him. He just want a little bit of something. His wife done died 15 years ago. He just definitely want to put a little stank on his finger. All right? He want to put some stank on his finger. All right?
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir, brother.
You ain't going to give it to me anyway. And he thinking about it. He looking at them booty cheeks right now. He looking down like,
Right? It's your birthday?
I don't know.
Yes. You're 93 today.
Yeah.
Yes. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
So what you want to do for your birthday?
pour some sugar on me. In the name of love, pour some sugar on me. Yeah, look at him. Nah. He wants some sugar. He wants some sugar. Oh, he put his tongue out.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
He said, yeah, look at him.
It's barbecue in there.
Mr. Russell, be nice. Be good.
I'm being good. You asked me a question and I answered.
You want me to take you to the club again?
No, I want to take you.
Take you where?
Take you, he said, Take you to the bathroom. I want to take you to the bathroom.
You where?
No, I can't tell you.
Why?
Because you ain't going to do it.
I got you a cake.
Oh, my goodness. Look at him.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness. Uncle Russell. Hey, by the way, I'm looking into my future right here. For any future women, all right, all the Filipino, black women, all the Latina women that are going to be nursing, you're in nursing school right now. All right, I just want to let you know, this is going to be me. All right, you're looking at me at 93. All right, I got to make it there first, but I got about 44 more years, right? Or 43 and a half more years, or 43 and a quarter more years. But I'm just letting you guys know, I'm warning you right now. If you ladies are in nursing school and you plan on working somewhere in the medical field, taking care of senior citizens and OGs like me, this is definitely going to be me. I'm going to just letting you know. All right. Y'all going to catch me on camera. I'm going to just tell you what I want. All right. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to want to put hands on them hips. You're going to be like, you an old man. You still want that? Yes, I do. All right. Yes, I do. I'm not going to be bashful for it. Uncle Russell, a little bit bashful. And don't let me have a little bit of money at 93. Do not let me have a little bit of money at 93. All right. Don't fuck around. All right. If I have a couple of dollars in my bank account and I ain't leaving it to nobody, and I still got my hands on some prescription medication, somebody getting fucked. All right. One of y'all nursing girls are getting fucked. You CNAs, you nurses assistants, and all of that. This is going to be me from now until the end.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
I'm just letting y'all girls know right now. All right, y'all nursing students right now, you're in nursing school and you're like, you're going to be a nice old man and you're not going to want. This is certainly going to be me. All right, because my wife is going to be, ex-wife definitely going to be dead. All right, it ain't going out. I'm not letting it grow out of my system at all. It's not going to age out. I'm not going to not want it anymore. I'm just letting you know, especially on my birthday. So y'all gonna have a good old time getting big head hundreds. It's gonna be Fixes Buys LLC to the casket motherfucking drops. I'm warning you right now. So don't act funky when I start pressing up on y'all fat CNAs. That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride.
Man, all right. Shout out to y'all, man. It's been a fun show. We got some support, man. I got to get through some support because you guys support and you wanted your voice to be heard, so I got to get through to that. We got a major sponsor, I believe, that I need to acknowledge right now. All right, right now. Lurses, y'all going to see me come in. My robe going to be off. All right, I'm coming in with my robe off. You can be like, Mr. Adams, put your robes back on. All right, but nope, it's going to be off. We got our brother here. It is a major sponsor. It is our brother, Mark Christopher Darden. He says, good morning, coach. I had a great time in New Jersey for the World Wrestling Federation SummerSlam this past weekend, living the free agent lifestyle, and may have spent more money than intended, but it's all good because it's Boss Up 2025, and I'm getting back to the grind. Keep up the great work and content. Shout out to the Coach Gang. And he rung the sponsor stream 3 times. Shout out to you. One more. Shout out to you, man. I'm glad you had fun at SummerSlam. All right. And yes, most of the time when we go out, we spend a lot of money. But when you spend money like that, it was worth it. And it's worth it. The experience was worth it. You had a budget. You went over budget. You can go back and make up the money. Thank you for the triple sponsorship. Daniel W. Weeby says, a few weeks ago, my best friend since first grade, you're now 25, FaceTimed me drunk, saying that his girl told him that she had not been happy in their relationship for over a year.
I'm not happy.
She is a nurse and their daughter is 7 months old. During this call, he also said he didn't approve of my lifestyle and was tired of giving me advice on women, unironically saying, you just need to find a girl that rocks with you. And then he also said he'll pray for me. He said, send it. Oh my goodness. Some men are lost. Some men are lost. Let them keep floundering out here. They're lost. There are some men that they can't be without relationships. There are a lot of women like this, but there are a lot of men out here. They cannot be without relationships. They think relationships define them, even the struggling relationships. She rocks with me. She says she hasn't been happy for over a year. She has also, ironically, a 7-month-old. Now that the baby's there, she's like, I'm done. She's got the baby. She's got the child. She's got the gold. She's got the 18 years of leverage. She's cooked. She's done. She's like, all right, this is it. All right, I love the kid. I love the kid more than I love the baby's father. I hate the child's father more than I love the child. And he's going to struggle. But of course, he says, stop giving me advice on women. Or he tried giving you advice. Advice on what? How to be a simp? Shout out to Ronald Martinez says, Coach, continue to call out all the shortcomings for all men while also giving us the gems to improve free agent lifestyle for life. All day, every day. All day, every day. I'm not afraid to challenge dudes. You know, a lot of content creators in this male space, they're afraid to challenge the men. And the reason why is they'll lose their audience. They built up years and years of 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 subs. Most of them men that continue to just, you shouldn't have to do better for these whores today. All right. All right. But they're afraid to call out men. They're going to lose their audience. Guys, I'm going to tell you, content creators, all right? The audience you think you're going to lose, it's the audience that hasn't contributed nothing to you anyway, other than, you know, views and likes and clicks, right? Because you continue to pander to them. But we're doing more damage to this group of men, continuing to sell them a fairy tale and telling them that the times are going to go back. OnlyFans is causing the times to go forward. If we just ban OnlyFans, no, bro, it ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. All right. And by the way, chimping out about OnlyFans is useless because I've already told you that that's where we're going. Challenging these people literally will make your audience stronger. You'll get rid of these losers. You know how many losers I got rid of the last 2 or 3 years that never gave me anything? They never donated. All they did was watch, and they continue to do stupid shit. They gone. Bye. But they're not challenging their audience. Their audience is not growing stronger. Their comment section is not growing stronger. All right, nobody, they're not giving them the tools to be successful. They're telling them to just go off in the woods and be Ted Kaczynski. All right, that's not challenging men. It's not making men better. It's just helping them cope with the reality that they're fucking losers. All right. And they're going to be losers. All right. They've been losers for 3, 4, 5, 8 years watching your content and ain't moved the goddamn needle one time. Ain't moved the needle in their own life. So don't be afraid to getting rid of these losers. All right. Don't be afraid, man. Them people ain't want to do shit. They didn't want to do shit before were unsuccessful in relationships. All right, but you got to get rid of that audience. Dudes want a fairy tale and don't want to work for it. And also, they want women to get nothing from it. Like, I don't understand that. Now, I don't want women to get over on dudes, but expecting women to just do things because the Bible or you're a man, she's a woman, and the whole adage of they need us or they're going to struggle, dude, that doesn't exist. What are these women going to do when they're 44 years old and single? They're going to still be fucking out here. Trust me, I'm in the age group. You should be appreciating me because I'm in the age group to tell you exactly what women are doing, because you're 20 and 30. You're 20 and 30, and you think these women are just going to be, I don't know what you think they're going to be. 20 years later, they're going to regret it. Let me tell you what women in their 40s and 50s are doing, and their early 60s. They're fucking. That's what they're doing. They might be single. They might not be married. Okay? They might not be rich. They might be still working at their job. But one thing's for sure, they still getting dick down out here. They still sucking dick and getting dick down. They're still dating multiple guys. They still got options. Like, they still got options to fuck. Now, are they going to get married anytime soon? No. Will they probably fall on some sort of hard times financially? It's way further down the line than you think. It's not in their 40s that they're falling short. It's more like 68, 70, where they start really falling short. Like, it's really starts hurting them and harming them. 65, 66, it's not normally 40, 45. These things, people think 40 or 45, they cooked. All right. Some of them are cooked. The majority of them aren't. Now, the thing is, they're not going to get the marriage that they're not getting that. Some of them are dating younger guys and getting fucked and tossed, all right, by these young dudes. And some of these women are having a lot of fun doing it. And some of these women don't want to date older guys. Just like we always say, I want a younger woman. I want a younger woman. Some of these women at that age, 40 and 50 and 60, all right, they don't want older guys either. They want older guys for relationships, but when it comes to fun and shit like that, they're getting tossed. Like I told you, these guys think MILF and PAWG go hand in hand. All right, but the economy isn't crushing them. What people have to understand is the economy is straining them. It is not destroying them. They're just kicking the can down the road to 65 and struggle. All right. But are they wealthy, rich? No. Have they run out of alimony and child support? Yes. Are they being strained economically? Yes. I know a lot of women, especially that are in that 40 and 50, they make $70,000 and they work in human resources. They're overworked. They're underpaid. They're barely scraping by. Some of them sell pussy. Some of them still kind of sell some pussy here and there. All right. Trust me. Some of them do decent for themselves. But what they are good at doing is contracting. They'll live with less and less and less. But what they do is try to supplement it. Dating, maybe a little bit of relationship here and there. But they're good at, I think it's called contracting or retracting. I can't remember what it's called. But they're good at minimizing. And they're good at passing the buck to something else. They will go to social services. They will date. They will get their dads. They'll get their dad's fucking life insurance. They'll just scavenge their way and patch it up. Okay. They'll just scavenge their way and patch it up. Now, they'll run out of the patches. They're going to start running out of patches, Section 8 and WIC and all of a sudden, they'll run out of patches and they'll start going to new patches. Okay. They'll get laid off and experience ageism at the job. But yeah. Yeah. But retracting is the word. But they are good like at surviving. They're going to survive here and there with less. They're good. They'll go survive with less, and they don't have any pride. One thing about what women you have to understand is they don't have any pride. They have no pride at all. They have all ego, no pride. So in their world, for them to be struggling is normal. Like, they could tell the world, I'm struggling, I'm doing this, I went back to school so I can live off my student loan, and I went to social services and stood in line for 4 hours, and they only gave me $1,800 in WIC, and my alimony ran out, and then I married a guy. They're good at doing that scavenger shit, and people are like, you go, girl, you got to do what you got to do. They'll sell a little pussy and some feet pictures at 46. Right, they'll jump on seeking arrangements at 41, thinking they're going to get a sugar daddy. They're good. They don't have no fucking pride. Now, men, on the other hand, because you guys think that there's someone going to be like, damn, I'm down and out. Women don't think like that. They're not down and out. They're one relationship away from being rescued. That's what they think. They're one relationship or one lottery ticket or one sugar daddy or one simp away from getting rescued from their misery. So they're prideless. They have no pride when it comes to this. So they're scavengers. They will. Men, on the other hand, you think that when you're at that age and you're in that condition, that you're going to be feeling down and out. You're going to feel down and out when you're in that condition. Women at that age do not feel down and out. They don't. They cry at night, wake up in the morning, dust that shit off, and go scavenging. They go pick at carcasses. They go find love in relationships. They go try to sell a nigga a dream. For women of advanced age, they just go find black men. Right? For women of that age, they're 40, 45, 50, and you think, oh, it's over for us. They just go find black guys. They'll have fun. They'll smoke weed. They'll drink 40 ounces and Remy Martin and motherfucking E&J and Henny, and they'll go party, and they'll go to Dre's at 46, 52. They'll go on a dating app and have a whole bunch of niggas and gooners, and niggas just happy to slap cellulite cheeks and you know, hang out and do Uber Eats. And that's how they get by. No matter what the race, there's always black men. There's always black men. I don't care if it's a Latina. I don't care if it's a white woman, a black woman, a Middle Eastern bitch. There's always a black guy that will take her out for wings and Henny and hookah. And that's enough. That's scavenging. And you guys are scavengers too. So you think it's over for them and it's over, they cook, nobody gonna ever want them. There's always black men. There's always black men. Black men will pick up the slack. She got 3 baby daddies. There's always a young black guy that's 32 that will pick up that slack. Now, if you say, well, that's not a win for her, I agree. That's not a win. That's not what she wants. That's not who she wants. But again, they're scavengers. They have no pride. So they don't give a fuck. They got something. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. Fat white woman always gonna have access to a decently quality black guy. Okay, whether she 40, 46, and 50. So are they down and out? No, they're not down and out. No, they're not down and out because they don't have pride enough to be down and out. You, on the other hand, if you're in that condition, you're down and out. You're completely out of the marketplace. You're cooked. All you gonna have is fat white women to deal with. All right. So anyway, I just want to, because I'm speaking from the real lens, because these are the people that I went to hike. Like, this is my demographic. Like, if I went out to hang out at a lounge, this is who I would be with. Like, if I went to go talk, if I went to a group of people and they were of all age, I probably would be around the circle of women who are naturally, we would just be around each other because we would relate. They're going to be between the ages of 44 and 60. What do I see of these women? They're not women that are just completely like, damn, we out and we broke and we got no fucking chances to get food tomorrow. They're not like that. It's not like that. Don't ever think that they're going to be to that position. Okay. They're never going to be that down and out. Are they successful in winning and having houses and car? Not all of them, but they'll live in a 1-bedroom apartment. I messed with this woman and she was like 49. And at the time I was like early 40s. This woman lived above her son-in-law's garage. Right? She lived above her son-in-law's garage. So her daughter was married. She lived above her son-in-law's garage. And she could give less than a fuck, bro. Like, she wasn't like, I'm down. And it was decorated nice. It had a little bath. It had a little bed over here. It was a nice garage. It was nice. And she was, what you would say, down and out. If you're a man in that condition, you're down and out. You're out of the sexual marketplace. You're cooked. You can't bring hoes back to that. You're cooked. All right. Nobody's going to think that, oh, you'll be better. You got time. You fucking cooked. But that's where she lived. And she thought I was relationship material. She was relationship material in that condition. In that condition, she's relationship material. Okay. A man's not relationship material in that condition at 40 and 50. You're not. You're not. You're not. You can't just bring hoes back and be like, let's have a relationship. And she looking around like, you see the difference? So yeah, is she down? Is she out? Is she flat broke? Black, frat, stony broke? Yep. But she could still date and still bring back dudes in that condition and still ask for a relationship and get dick down. Dick the fuck down in that condition. So yeah, you in that condition are cooked. She's in that condition. She's cooked, but she still got one motherfucking noodle in the goddamn frying pan. She got pussy. That's the difference. That's the difference. She still can get mightily dick down and give up 2 pieces of pussy and ask for a relationship. Ask for a relationship. Hey, what do you think? Could we get into a relationship? You live above your son-in-law's garage. And I still smashed twice. Twice smashed her. But she asked for a relationship at the end of it. So, and she didn't want to have any sex anymore because I didn't want a relationship. I was like, look, ma'am, you need to get your life together. But as a guy, we would be told to get our life together. So that's what I'm trying to help you guys understand this as men, where you guys have this idea that once a woman turns 32 and 35 and hit the wall, she cooked. All right. Yeah, she cooked in the sense of comparison to what men are compared to have. Yes. But women have no pride. So they don't care when they're in that condition. They're a victim of circumstance. They're a victim of bad relationships. They're a victim of ageism in workplace. They're a victim of the political landscape. They're a victim of Donald Trump. They're just a victim of circumstance. Thus, then they just start pivoting towards the guys that they're trying to get with. Then they'll just go black guys. Black guys are the last bastion of hope of any woman, fat, obese, overaged, or whatnot. Black men are the last bastion of hope, all right? And or beta males or simp white guys, so forth and so on. I'm just telling you this because a lot of men will tell you opposite in this space, but I'm just telling you, this is what I've seen of women in the age group between 45 and 61. They still get dicked down. They still have multiple guys. I had a woman recently that I've been seeing. She lives close to me. We end up meeting up at this local bar. She was like, yeah. And I told her, I was like, look, I'm only in the hookup, no relationship. She was like, all right, I'll take it. All right. She's in her 50s. Dicked her down a couple times. Then she hit me up. She was like, hey, listen, I just started seeing this other guy. And I was like, that's cool. I don't care. Well, she was like, yeah, well, I kind of wanted to see where you are if you wanted to continue with me because I just started seeing him. And we just started to begin getting intimate as well. So this woman's in her late 50s. And she's still getting digged down by at least two guys. And then she was saying she was having intimacy with more guys. So I'm like, and she has a little townhouse. She has a little townhouse here in Las Vegas. So she ain't down and out. I think she works, her job is like she makes content. Not the way we make content. I could tell you more, but I will be telling too much business. But she makes content. Corporations hire her to make content because she has a certain look. She has a certain look. She looks like somebody's grandmama. Like not that like an old grandmama, but she looks like, hey, I tried out this product. Corporations hire her to do that. That's her only fucking job. And she plays tennis and golf the rest of the day. And she was divorced. All right, so she was previously married. So I don't know how she got her townhouse. I don't know the background of it, but that's her position. So dudes be like, is she down and out? Is that down and out? Does she want a marriage? Yep. I think she does. She never put it on me, but I always told her it was only a hookup. So, but she then wanted to tell me. I started seeing this other guy recently, and he hits with no condom. So you need to do this, and I need to see STI results. Do you want to continue even though I'm seeing him? Do you still want to hook up? She's kind of trying to pressure me. Maybe you can be more than a hookup if you want to compete against this other guy. Okay. Yeah, she got the Betty Crocker look. The old kind of like an older, wiser woman that's been married and has grandkids, you know, young grandkids. So she has that look. So corporations hire her to make this. So she's getting still money from this type of thing. So I'm telling you guys, stop with the coping. Stop with the coping. You guys got to stop coping with the idea that these women are going to be desperate and crawl back to you. Okay, crawl back to you and think that they're going to apologize and find out where they made the mistake and correct it. This is my point. You think that these women are going to get to a certain point of their life and crawl back and beg and walk back the hands of time and be accountable for their decisions and all of their fuck up and all of that, and they're going to crawl back to men and beg, and they're going to be like, we fucked up and we should have listened. I'm here to tell you, in my age group, I'm almost 50, it ain't happening. I don't see it. I don't see not many women doing that in my age group. Not many women are doing that. Maybe onesie, twosies, here and there, they're not. They're taking testosterone, they're horny, they're drinking alcohol, they're living bare minimum to slightly decent, and they're having a fun, and they got niggas piping down. Period. Stop with the cope. These women aren't going to run here and run back and crawl to you fucking losers. They're not going to do it, period. They're not going to start saying we made a mistake. Now, they might get drunk one time. They might get drunk one time and be like, you know what? Damn, I made a mistake in my last marriage. I could have been a better woman. And you know what? Feminism destroyed us. They'll do that one night out of the month. And they might have that rational thought one time. They might share a thought. I saw a video you did, CGA, and yeah, you're kind of right on that. And then guess what? The rest of the 29 to 30 days of the month, they going to be doing some fuck shit. That's what they're going to be doing. All right, period. So stop with this idea that they're going to be down and out disastrous. Now, when you talk about women, I would say black women or women in the South or these women, yeah, they kind of more down and out. Their credit is fucked up, right? And they ain't going nowhere. And women in St. Louis, yeah, they're in. But when you talk about middle-class women that have degrees and educated, that's what they're doing. They're literally at the bottom. They're contracting. They living low. They have no shame. They still fucking, or they're trying to get a relationship. One marriage at 52 going to save them from. But none of them are apologetic. None of them are apologetic about their condition. And none of them are looking back at the strides that they made for women's rights and saying it was a mistake. All right. Anyway. All right, anyway, shout out to the Resurrected Simper Forcer says, baby mama terrorist has constantly shamed me for not rekindling a relationship, but she never mentions this in court. But I get held accountable for cursing that bitch out, coach. At this point, I'm willing to end it all. Thank you, sir. We got moving forward here. Sky Daddy says, just leaving something for the collection plate in the best entertainment on earth. Appreciate you, coach, and the coach tribe. All the glory. Okay, all the glory. Yep. All the glory. I had this woman that, look, she was a fine traditional wife and her rich husband divorced her. So by the time I met her, she was like in her early 40s. Her rich husband divorced her. She got married at 19 and she had the whole Orange County look, you know, the surgery, the Botox, the breast implants. She, nice lady, the nicest lady you could ever meet. And she showed me pictures of her husband. She married a rich guy. She was 19. She had 2 or 3 kids. I can't never remember. And this woman is at literally every time I see her, she got a new job. Then one day she's on the phone with me. She gets in a car accident, ruins her car. All right. And then some guy bought her a new car. I was like, and then every time she might call me every year, she watches my content too. She watches my content. And then she's always peddling something new. She's peddling some fucking, non-alkalized water. You want to buy my water? She's always peddling some shit. Then I think she has a nurse background, and every time she gets a job, they fire her ass. I'm like, why you can't hold on to a job? And what does she say? The women were jealous of me. She didn't say, they saw a character flaw. I was untrustworthy. The boss tried to sleep with me. It's always that the women were jealous of her and they got around her and they got her out of there, which I can kind of see that could be the case because she's attractive. All right. But she's attractive for a woman in her 40s. She might be even older than that now. All right. But I've known her a long time. And every now and then she'll call me out of the blue. All right. And I'll be like, what's going on? And she'll be like, hi. She called me Superman. Hi, Superman. So of this woman you would think would be the woman that's down and out. All right. She always kind of lives with a roommate. Like her living conditions always change. She never can rent her own place. It's completely a disaster. She's a disaster. She's a walking disaster. The problem is she, by definition, if you were her, you would be a loser. If you were her, you will be a loser. By definition. Her, on the other hand, she ain't. Nobody will look at her and say she's a loser. You would be hard pressed. Why? She's attractive. She had big boob, breast implants. She has a pretty face. She's in her feminine. She's not aggressive. And she just can't keep a job. Right here, right? She all over the place. She kind of like a tragic tale. She's like a, what do you call it? Like, what do I call it? She's a, accident prone. Like no matter what she does, she steps in shit. And when she steps in shit, she's like, oh gosh, oh dear, not again. And then people help her out. They patch it up and get her to the next level. By definition, she would be a fucking loser. But people, when they meet her, they keep giving her chance after chance after chance. And then some dude gets tired of her and realizes, okay, this woman's a problem. And then she goes to the next person. She comes out there in a dress. And then she goes to the next person. And people go, oh, what happened to you? What happened? And then she says, oh, I've been on some tough times. And then people give her a chance. Men and women give her a chance. And she's been doing this for the better part of 10 years since I've known her. Disastrous. She's literally got disaster, trail of disaster behind her. But I guarantee you, some dude gets it. She gets in relationships all the time. And then it sometimes doesn't work out after 6 months. So she didn't get enough. Well, what happened to her, because she was a young wife. We're going to get to this in the main event eventually. Because she got married young and had children, when she got divorced and the husband finally divorced her, he had enough money to get custody of the kids. He basically screwed her over, according to her. She never made it a big deal. She was never really expressed like that was the case. But because he had a lot of money, he was able to demonstrate that she probably wasn't mentally all there. She probably had some BPD, and he got custody of the kids. So he was the primary custody. So she never got alimony and child support or any of that. So she was without custody of the kids the entire time. And as a result, she got kicked to the curb. Now, recently, as of probably about 3 years ago, that guy has died. The husband who was that got her out of her parentage. And I think all the kids are close to being adults. I think one of the kids are probably 16 or 17. I know she had a daughter that when I knew her, the daughter was 17 or 18. That daughter later on went over to play water polo at a university. So the dad did well with the kids. But the dad has since died. Okay, so the husband was older than her. She was young when they married. There was an age gap. He died recently within the last 3 years. Didn't leave her anything and so forth and so on. But I think when he was dying, he called her back to be like, hey, this is the situation. So he has since died. And I think he died relatively young in his 60s. Right? 60. He wasn't in his 70s when he died. So, but he was wealthy and shit like that. So anyway, I go a long way around of saying women can live far less with less pride And they'll just live being a victim and just wait to find the right guy. You, on the other hand, would be defined as a loser in that situation. So you think these women are down and out. They're down. They're kind of out, but they're not apologizing for their position. They're literally a victim of this one, okay? They're a victim of circumstance. So they're not going to be like, damn, if we just listened to men, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. It's quite the opposite. They're like, we're in this situation because of men. All right, so we're in this situation because of the men in our lives. Moving forward, Mr. Foot says, I share an encouraging view of the marriage will to my brothers who are married. He says, but the response was, LOL, sorry, not applicable. You should have recognized that as an upset male drafted up the cartoon, and I guess I don't get it. He says, you can't save every brother. So they're looking at the marriage will and saying, it don't apply to me. All right. And again, this is how people work. Shout out to Cypher says, few are saying this. He says, fellas, stop trying to make women less so you can feel more. Hashtag boss up. The only way most men can win is by making women less. All right. That's the only way you can win. Shout out to Fish Snapper says, why do guys care if their girl likes them? My girl jokingly told me that I buy her books at Barnes & Noble and she gives me peace leave. No complaints here. She likes me for me, coach. Thanks for the knowledge. A lot of guys really care if a woman likes them. Because if they don't, if a woman doesn't, then it's a character flaw. Oh, she's using me. I've grown to understand. This is what I understand. Women don't like men. Neither do they love them. And most men are not compatible with any woman on the planet. So there is a reason for why she's with you. You have to find out what that reason. Once you find that out, and a lot of guys, women really like me, and they're always approaching me, and they're always talking to me. They see something that they want. Now, it could be that you're a sexual beast to her. Congratulations. I mean, I've been in that situation with many women. It doesn't work out very much long term. All right. That's a short term solution. Then that means I'm going to have to do that with a lot of women. And that's quite exhausting. Right. And it's certainly not healthy mentally, physically, or spiritually to be doing that all the time. However, sometimes you're that guy. Sometimes the woman sees you as a means to an end, a pet wallet, a support system, security, comfort. They see you as an easy target. They see you as easy. They see you as comfort. They see you as something that they get something from, whether it's mental, spiritual, financial, whatever it is. All right. Maybe they want kids from you. All right. You never know what it is. You have to understand that. And if you don't understand that, you're always going to think a woman's trying to use you. They're always using you. Always. Now, your job is to get what you want from her. Okay. So if you're not getting what you want from her, yeah, you're losing. You got to get what you want back from her, meaning that you negotiate that. Okay, whatever this relationship is, as long as I'm getting the pussy, as long as I'm getting you making my breakfast, as long as I'm getting you being monogamous with me, you can negotiate that. Okay, whatever you're doing, just don't fuck anybody else. You can negotiate that, and if she violates that term, which many will, just replace her. But you guys think these women are going to do things out of just liking you. A woman likes you for just a little bit. And what do they say? Familiarity breeds content. The more a woman is familiar with you, the less she likes you. She likes you for something, but the less she likes you as a person. Familiarity breeds content. So have you ever had a woman? She said, I have a crush on you. I've had a crush on you for a long time. She can have a crush on you for a fucking year. And you never get with her. You never get with her. You never honor the crush. Right? And she's just, I love he. He's my dream guy. Then she gets with you. A year later, she don't like you very much. Okay? Why? You were a fantasy. You were an idea. You weren't real. Now that she's got to touch you, experience you, and you drool on your pillow at night and you snore, you last for 30 seconds in the bed, all of a sudden, the fantasy's gone. You don't smell good all the time. Okay, when she sees you, you smell good all the time. You always got your beard, it's lined up. All right, now she sees you and your beard ain't lined up. Okay. So reality corrects the fantasy. Some women like the fantasy of you. Then they see the reality of you. Oh, then she doesn't like you anymore. Yep, you fart, right? She saw you fart, pick your nose. She sees the way you eat. She sees your habits, right? She sees your habits. Now she sees that you're controlling, possibly. Oh, man, damn. These are things that you have to understand. A woman doesn't really like you. She likes the idea of you, or she likes what you give her, what you provide. If you're getting fair exchange, fine. These are fair relationships. If you're not getting fair exchange, you need to correct it. Meaning that you guys get with women, then they're not giving you what they're supposed to get back, but they're getting from you. And then you're trying to negotiate it and begging for it. This is where the problem is. You're not getting back what you're supposed to get back. All right. Bill Free Media, Gen Z men, get the F out of your feelings. Sit the F down and listen to Coach. I'm a mid-range millennial who's busy, my ass straight from high school, all right, and got 2 degrees. I'm not sure what that meant, but he says, my goofy ass is working in the chemical plant job, and I will tell you to your face, they pick women over men, all right? So there it is. He's got 2 degrees. He's working in a chemical plant, and they pick women over men. This is the world we live in. So you better listen. Dr. Love, this ChatGPT trend is becoming more common amongst women. A few weeks ago, there was a middle-aged black woman that said the ChatGPT was her children's stepdaddy, and she was dead serious. These women will start being taught and raised by AI. What can go wrong? This is a fact. You want to learn about a woman, learn her ChatGPT. Grime says, so a dude is married to a 300-pound woman, was talking about he'd never pay for punani. I said, Ninja, is it ego or pride? He says, can you explain how a guy doesn't think he's paying while married to a woman with the appetite of the common hippopotamus? Men just don't see money the way a pragmatic guy sees it. He sees that he's not paying for sex. Obviously, he is. All right. Not only that, he's paying with pride and ego. You're with a 300-pound woman. Now, you might love a 300-pound woman, but you're obviously taking someone who is considered by many standards low quality. Thus, that's payment. Like, payment doesn't always come in the form of money. Doesn't come in the form of money. Are you hearing me? I know I'm talking a lot. You're not hearing me. Let me give you an example. Who remembers when you got detention on Saturday school? You got a Saturday school detention. Okay, and that meant you have to go early in the morning on a Saturday, wake up and pick up trash around campus because you had 10 tardies, right? And they marked you up and they said you got a Saturday school. And then you went reluctantly to it and you were the Breakfast Club. Now, did you feel like you paid? Did you feel like you paid? Did you feel like that? Oh, there was no big deal. I just spent a little bit of time picking up trash, waking up early in the morning on a Saturday when I didn't want to, spending 6 hours picking up trash. Did you feel like that was just okay? It was all right. I don't feel like I paid. You feel like you paid. You lost. You were like, this is fucked up. I'm not getting anything back from this. They're using me as a slave. They're overworking me. You didn't go up there gladly picking trash. You paid. You were like, I paid with time. I paid with my dignity. I paid by waking up in the morning on a Saturday when I could have been sleeping in. See, that's payment. By all definition, yep, you're stressed out. You feel anxious. You feel rebellious. You want to curse everybody out. That's called payment. Because you paid, and you pay with time and dignity, and you got used and abused, all right? So, yeah. It doesn't mean that you use money. You use labor. You used your goddamn work. So it is, you got used or you had to pay a penalty. You had labor. So that is a form of payment anytime you do it. So just because you didn't pay with money and you find a way to pay around it doesn't mean that you didn't pay. All right. So dudes here. Shout out to our brother Derek Gear says, your rant this morning hit me so hard. We as Gen Z men are the most entitled generation to exist. We want all the results without the work. He says, I'm truly blessed to get all this knowledge at 24. It's boss up season. 100%. Better boss up, nigga. All right. 100%. Okay. a couple more. Don Yee says, I see false alpha bravado in rooms full of people where one guy needs to own the room and prove how great he is. I prefer the Nicola Machiavelli method of speaking less and watching more. You should do a video on Machiavelli. All right, I should. All right, I did a snippet on him, but yeah, he's definitely quite, insightful in some of the things that I say. He has said well before me. All right, but guys need to own the room, and, guys demand attention, and most of these guys are in their feminine. Last one, I found you thanks to the Angry Man. This is our brother here, Oli, the Diesel. He says, I'm bossing up, getting my strength and conditioning certification through NSCA and starting my own YouTube channel. Your fake alpha male rant was spot on. I've seen that. I said that the same to my brother verbatim. He says, keep up the great work, coach. Thank you, man. Congratulations, and get that NSCA certification. I was once certified through NSCA, but I've since let it lapse. All right, but yeah, man, some guys need to feel like they are the boss of the room, and they need to be the wisest man, the loudest man, the man that's talking to the most women, and this type of thing. And more power to you. It is not my demeanor. It is not what I aim to do. I tend to aim to be somewhat invisible in a group of people. I tend to want to blend in, not as a chameleon, but I tend to want to fall back and blend in. Normally because as a smaller person or as a person that is hypersensitive about people in certain elements, I want to read the room first. So I need time to read the room. I don't typically sit in the middle of the room. I don't walk in the room without knowing my circumstances and who's there, what type of atmosphere it is, because I don't want to make a bad judgment. So what I typically do is I don't go into the corners, but I'll go into an area where I can see the entire room. I can read the room. I can see people walking towards me. All right. I don't see people. I'm not standing in the middle where people can walk behind me. All right. I don't have my back to the window. All right. I'm kind of looking at what's going on. I'm surveying the scene. All right. I'm surveying the scene. I'm probably going to be not all the way in the back of the room. I'm probably going to be near where I can get the fuck out of there and sneak out. Right? I'm taking my time when I go to places. And so I'm not just walking up to the first woman. I want to see if that woman is with anyone. What is she doing? Is she rejecting people? Is she looking for attention? Is she selling pussy? What is she doing? So I'm literally just trying to work my way through the room. Then after a period of time, and if I feel like this experience is not going to be valuable, I'll leave and I'll do the old the Irish goodbye. I won't tell everybody I'm leaving. I will just leave and sneak out the door. All right? Without being seen. Right? So that's the way I socialize. All right. I don't just talk to anybody. I don't need a conversation. I'm going to just be like, let me see what's going on here. All right. 45 minutes into it, I feel like this is not beneficial. I'm out of here. I'm not going to waste time. I'm not going to wait till the alcohol and the liquor kicks in and motherfuckers start acting up. All right. So now let me just get out of here before I invest too much time of wasted time. Okay. None of these hoes are worth talking to, or they seem to be having an attitude. They're attention seeking and they're in their vibe. I'm out of here. All right. I'm out of here. Or I'm not going to fuck any of these women. All right. None of these women are worth fucking. All right. Or taking a chance on or a risk. Yeah. I'm out of here. All right, I'm very strategic when I go out. I don't just go out and just thump my chest and be like, look at me, roar. All right, I'm going to go in there and be like, all right, let me get a drink over here. Let me sit over here, see what the fuck going on. All right, depending on who I'm with, I might be with somebody who is a rebel rouser, and they rebel rouse and arouse a group of alpha males, all right, and rub somebody the wrong way. Now I'm fighting out the door. All right, I got to realize who I'm going with. All right, so I'm not going to go with a rebel rouser to certain places. I'm not going to go with a low-class person to a high-class event. I'm not going to a high-class event. I'm not going to go to a low-class event and act all high-class and sedity. So I'm reading the room. I'm not up in my chest and walking up, slapping fives to everybody. I'm like, all right, oh shit, I wore the wrong watch. I drove the wrong car. All right, what do I need to do to get the fuck up out of here if motherfuckers start flipping? All right, okay, these people looking at me, they don't like me right now. Let me see what time they're on. Okay, these hoes like me over here. Let me see what time they're on. So I'm really just strategic when I go out. And I'm not just trying to be the biggest, loudest guy in the room and the guy with the flashiest watch and the jewelry and the guy trying to prove something to these hoes and all that shit. And let me talk to the hoes because they talking to me. Yep, keeping an eye on my drink. All right, walking with a hand over my drink. Like, You know, if women start coming up and talking to me, I'm like, who sent these bitches? What do y'all want? What we talking? What time you on? All right. What time you on? All right. They say, coach, don't go out. Oh, but you guys are sad. All right. You guys are sad. All right. Thinking that. I don't go out. I have plenty of videos of me out. All right. So I know you guys, that's a coping mechanism, but I'm out all the time. You watch me doing this, but I have plenty of videos where I'm completely outside and enjoying life. All right. I've been doing this for a better part. I've been an adult longer than you've been alive. All right. I've been outside longer than you've been alive. All right. So I've navigated the scene. There's nothing impressive about going out. There's nothing out there but low lives and people with low self-esteem looking to prove themselves to a room full of losers. All right. That's what going out is. All right. And I'm in my 50s. Nothing's impressive about going out to the Blue Martini and Dre's. All right. It's a bunch of young people trying to prove themselves to people who ain't got shit. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. There's nothing outside. All right. There's nothing open after midnight but legs and hospitals. All right. Fake pimps and broke niggas dressed like they're doing something. There's nothing to prove out there. There's nothing to be. All right. I know how to have a good time, and going out, it ain't it. I go to Paris. I go to fucking Spain. I go to Brazil. I go to fucking Costa Rica. That's going out. Going out to nightclubs and Dre's and Blue Martini, this is not going out. All right, trust me. There's nothing out there, bruh. There ain't nobody to impress out here. There's motherfuckers that just want to fight you and stab you and rob you. Okay. All right, there's nothing out there. Don't be impressed by people who go out. Most of these people are losers. All right. And there's a few winners out there, but most of them are losers trying to impress each other. So never be impressed about going out. I'm damn near in my 50s. Trust me. I've been going out longer than you've been alive. There's nothing out there. There's nothing that I'm impressed that you go out and I don't. All right. It's nothing out there to be impressed by. If you're a guy that thinks, oh, I'm a loser because I don't go out, trust me, there's nothing out there. You will waste a lot of time, a lot of money, and you will actually, you could have woke up and did some jumping jacks and jump rope at 7:30 on a Saturday, but you went out on Friday and stayed out till 2 a.m. and didn't do nothing. You didn't gain anything. What did you gain? Nothing. You gained absolutely zero from it, and now you're sleeping in the noon on a Saturday, and you're trying to go out again on Saturday night. And got nothing back from it Friday night. Nothing. All right. So, trust me, that shit is gone. That shit is gone. Once you hit like 28 and you're still going out to impress other people that you're outside, you're headed to Loserville. Right? You're literally headed to a point where you're going to get no reward. You're impressing nobody at 28 plus going out. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. This is not an impressive activity. Most of these guys are doing what? Drinking all night, putting poison in their body, talking to women that if the lights were on, you wouldn't talk to. Trust me, you're not missing anything. But I encourage you to do it just so you can realize you're not missing anything. All right, 100% facts. And most of these people are just scammers, drug dealers, pimps, fake pimps, perpetrating, hoes, skeezers, whores. None of these people are the people you want to be hanging out with long term. Fake cool dudes, old niggas that need to retire from going out. Niggas that live in 1-bedroom apartment, but they own $2,000 Gator shoes. Trust me, there's nothing out there, bro. All right, nothing out there. Please. Lounges is bunch of old, washed up whores. These are not people you want to hang out with. Drunk 40-year-old women dancing the "It's Getting Hot in Here." I mean, this ain't it. Go to a night, go to a show, go to the theater, right? This is what you want to go to. Go to a show, a theater, go to a fucking opera. Go somewhere like this. These are going to be way more valuable networking experiences. Going where there's loud music and a DJ in a club or a house party. These are not valuable experiences past 24. You need to go to a show, go to a comedy club. This is where you want to go. All right. You want to do that. Go somewhere where you pay somebody to entertain you. Go to a Vegas showgirl show. Go to a strip club. Go to a museum. Take a vacation. Do not go. Go to a nice restaurant. Go somewhere where they got live music and good food. This is where you go. Do not go out to anywhere where the party don't start till 11. And there's loud thumping music. And please do not fall for this, guys. This is where losers hang out, and they want you to come out there with their loser ass. Do not do it. It's a waste of time and a waste of money paying for $30 drinks and $800 bottles of shit that cost $30 in the liquor store. Do not go to these events. These are not good places to go. Go somewhere where they shut down at 11, not start the set at 11. Go to where they shut the show down at 11, not start the first set at 11. Trust me on this one. You'll thank yourself. Do not listen to losers set you up to do loser activity over and over and over again and gain nothing from it. Gaining nothing from it. Okay? You had your chance. Thanks for being here. You're probably dismissed. This is where you go. Go to a cigar lounge. Do not go out with losers. Losers will set you up to keep doing loser shit. Hookah lounge. Yeah, do not listen. I'm giving you the 100% facts. If you do, go with your family, go with close friends. Do not go where you're going with some homeboys. If you still have homeboys and you're over 28, your life is going backwards. It's going backwards. All right. You're literally gonna look at everybody's stomach. Everybody's stomach is fat. And they're walking around holding their breath. Do not do this. This is not going to be beneficial for you long term. These are life lessons that I'm going to tell you. Only losers will keep setting you up for this, acting like you're eventually going to have something fun happens. Nothing fun's going to happen after a while. Nothing good is going to happen after a while. All right, you're going to realize this and you're going to go, okay, let me do something else. All right, and you're going to find out it's going to be much better for you. All right, and do not go to small cities where they got their shit popping off. So don't go to Washington, D.C., Cincinnati, Cleveland. Do not go to these places and they're going to tell you where the hot spot is. There's a hot spot in Milwaukee, Detroit, Cleveland, Cincinnati, St. Louis, Memphis. Trust me, if there's more than 10 black people in these places, you're in the wrong place after 11 p.m. After 11 p.m., if there's more than 10 black men in these places, in these podunk towns, you're in the wrong place. And there's more than 30 black women and more than 10 black men in this place after 11 p.m. on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. You're in the wrong place. Do not go in this place. Turn around. Turn around. Go home. Somebody's getting shot that night. It might be you. Somebody's getting robbed, scammed, credit card skimmed. You're in the wrong place. As a black man, I'm here to tell you, if niggas are telling you to come to this place, do not go to that place. How many niggas are going to be there? Okay, there's too many niggas in one spot. Go somewhere else. You're in the wrong place. If you're over 28 years old, they are not having fun in there. They're not having any fun in there. I'm telling you, this is how you get the 50, guys. This is why I'm 50. This is why I look the way I look at 50. You want to get the 50. You don't want to die at 35 or catch herpes at 35. This is why I can fuck young women at 50. This is why I don't have motherfucking gonorrhea and chlamydia banging these skeezers from these Podunk Town taverns and bars. This is how I'm 50 and still here. You want to get old. When people say, Coach, you old, you want to get old. And you want to be alive and healthy and able to fuck young women for a fee without a herpes dick. Because I don't hang around at night with niggas. If you're hanging around niggas and Latino men all night, you're in the wrong place. Do not let these people tell you to come outside with these niggas. All right? Stay away from this group of people. They're going to be the death of you. You're going to die young. You're going to have a mural slapped up against the wall. You're going to live in a 1-bedroom apartment in Cleveland. You're going to be around a whole bunch of niggas with silk shirts and fedoras and white slacks and gaiters, but own no property. Yes. Your car's going to be broken into. The car's going to get towed. You're going to be in somewhere and they're going to tow your car. I'm just letting you know, if you want to get to 50 and you want to get here, take my advice. Do not listen to these other people. I am the real speaker of truth. All right. You're going to be around a whole bunch of 46-year-old niggas wearing Jordans and baseball caps and Mitchell and Ness jerseys. And you're going to wonder, why am I here? They're going to be wearing long jean shorts and long baggy Latrell Sprewell throwback jerseys and have their hair braided back with their hairline starting here, wearing braids and cornrows. All right. And you're going to say, what am I doing here? What, these old niggas dressed like teenagers? I'm in the wrong place. And if it is dark outside and you're around this group of men, you're in the wrong place. You go home. Go home. Please, gentlemen, it's okay. Swallow your pride. You're not cool anymore. Go home. This is not the place to be. All right. And they're playing old Nas remixes and shit. They're playing that. It's gonna be a mess. Okay. Stay at home. Just go home and watch TiVo or Tubi or Netflix. Watch CGA. All right. Do not go outside. These niggas holding cigars and wearing gold chains and they're 47. Go home. Nothing good is going to come out of this. You're going to end up fucking an old fat black woman at best. You're not cool because you're out there. You're not cool. You're not earning any respect or points by any of these guys. None of these guys have real jobs. All right. Anyway. All right. Anyway, more on this one. Crime and Law CGA. You're not cool, guys. You're not cool because you're out there with these guys. All right. Anyway, let's get into it. Crime and Law CGA. Crime time. Crime time. Man, speaking of, right on time. A man killed outside of a Washington, D.C. hotel while protecting a stranger. Interesting the timing here. Interesting the timing. Let's take a look.
Here for that, we have a Fox 5 exclusive. Fighting through tears, a Maryland mother making an emotional plea, demanding justice for her son after he was fatally shot overnight outside a D.C. hotel.
And new details emerging this evening about the circumstances that led up to that shooting and his heroic efforts to protect those from the gunman. Fox 5's Tisha Lewis joining us live from Riverdale tonight with more. Tisha?
You can see the cluster of cars behind me over my right shoulder. Family from all over coming to the victim's family's home. The family members telling us and identifying the victim as 28-year-old Akeem Torre. They tell us he leaves behind a younger sister and also his mother. They also tell us that his father passed away a couple of years ago. They go on to say he likely never saw the bullet coming.
Pop, pop, cop, cop, cop. All right.
Skitty keep pop, pop.
Now,
and a pop, pop, boom.
I was just talking about this. Rest in peace to this guy. I was just talking about this. I told you, 28. I hope this didn't happen at night because it's going to prove my point. All right, but Keisha, take it away.
So I have the mom here, of course, and, you know, she lost the dad a long time ago. So Akeem has been the man of the house, you know, taking care of his mother and his little sister. And he's a really good guy.
Yeah. Justice for my son.
And they took
away something
for my son. So important to this family. Somebody that is like the head help of this family, is the leader of this family.
Oh, my goodness.
Justice for my son. Those are really the only words Felinda Peters-John could manage to get out less than 24 hours after she says her son, Akeem Torre, was fatally shot on New Jersey Avenue Northwest last night. In fact, they say he died saving a complete stranger from harm's way.
All right, so was I just talking about this? Now, again, this is a one-off. Doesn't happen all the time, but this is what I've been telling you. I was just describing this, and I was describing this, and it just so happened that this was the next segment. 28, out at night, late, simp enforcer, death by simp. Death by simp. He was the nice guy. He saw some no good nigga doing something to probably some woman, and he stepped in there with the hero cape. Okay? He stepped in there with the... So this is what happens. People start getting drunk. Some man presses up on a girl. You say, step aside here, sir. And then all of a sudden, now you're dead.
Pop, pop, cop, cop, cop.
All right, because niggas gonna nig. It's too late at night. People drunk. And they out of control. And this is completely random. And now, rest in peace.
Family members say Torre stepped in to protect a woman who was a stranger before being shot outside the Yotel Hotel. The shooting reportedly took place in a parking garage. Family members say Torre worked in the IT field and was working to develop new apps. By Monday morning and afternoon, the family members poured into the family's home in Riverdale. We're told the family is from Sierra Leone in southern Africa.
This is how he was raised. As you see all the women, we were raised to respect women and fight for women. And he was such a good guy. We're talking about someone who he was in IT, he was a project manager.
In my opinion, unfortunately, he had no business being out there with them niggas. Okay? See, he was trying to do what? Trying to be outside, being cool. He should have took his IT nerd ass back at the crib at 11. But you too busy out there trying to be cool and look cool and be around lowlifes, as I was just describing. You're around lowlifes, but you're an IT nerd. You probably made 6 figures. Stay your ass at the crib. Go home at 11 o'clock. It was nice seeing you guys. I'm out of here. Okay? But you out here trying to look cool and shit.
He was really trying to build an app, taking all these courses. He didn't deserve it.
This is so sad, Tisha. What information do we know at this hour about a possible suspect?
It was a nigga. All right. And nobody knows and nobody's going to tell. All right. That's who the suspect was. One of these goofy niggas.
Well, the suspect was reportedly driving a black sedan, potentially a black Honda. The suspect description is vague. He's being described as a man with dreadlocks, was wearing a white T-shirt and shorts at the...
A nigga. It was a nigga. All right, what niggas do. late at night. They do nigga shit. So it was a nigga. Y'all worried about the white man, and y'all always worried about somebody else, and it's niggas. All right, so it was a black guy. Dreadlocks, white t-shirt. Again, like I told you, Latrell Sprewell throwback, hat on backwards, cornrows, and long jeans. All right, it was a nigga. Took out another nigga for what? Some bullshit simp reason. Told you. I keep telling you, man. Y'all think this shit is a game. And guess who late at night? Niggas that deal drugs and mollies and perks. And that's who's out there. Niggas that sell 2C and crack and try to pimp hoes. All right. That's who's out there late at night.
A black sedan, potentially a black Honda. The suspect description is vague. He's being described as a man with dreadlocks, was wearing
a nigga,
a white t-shirt and shorts at the time of the
shorts. What I tell you, shorts and a t-shirt out at fucking hotel, nightclub, bar, and lounge. All right, selling crack and 2C in Washington D.C. Go figure. All right, what is the likelihood of you surviving this? Slim the none, and Slim just died. But cool. I was making an IT app. Now I'm dead for a white t-shirt, shorts wearing nigga out late at night. Who would have thought? In a Honda Civic, the suspect's description was vague. Was a nigga. Oh, man. Yep, he was trying to get his hoes in check, and now you stepped in between, and now you stepped in between him getting his hoes in check, and he killed you. Who would have thought? Washington, D.C., of all places. Boy. Stop stepping in between low-life people's business. All right, let these pimps pimp they hoes. Now you dead. All right, so here we go right here. Crime and Law CGA. I know this is hardcore shit right here, but these things increase the more times you do it. The more times you do it, the more chances you come up dead. From a low life. All right, but anyway. Let's go to this one out here. A woman is upset on Crime and Law CGA because child support stops when the child becomes an adult. This woman here wants child support to continue even though the child is now an adult.
It's temporary for him. It's a lifetime for me. She's 18 and she transitioning. She paid for cosmetology school out her pocket, you know, trying to make ends meet. So that little bit do help. And as far as the child support goes, he ready to put an end to it because he don't talk to her. He don't talk to me. I done reached out, text him and everything, and it's nothing. But he could go down there to the court and say that she done and this and that. He got pictures when he don't even talk to her. My baby going through what she go through behind him. And I would like for the child support to continue on until her to the end of her 19th year. It stopped in September. The court told me it stopped in September of this year, but I would like it to go to her 19th year because I still have expenses with her. It don't stop for me, but it stopped for him, and he wrote that motion. She done with school, she done with that. He want to wash his hands of her completely.
She wants the child support. See, the child support runs out. And of course, she got scavenger activity. Now she runs to the white man to get you to pay child support past the age of 18, even though in that municipality, it ends at 18. Well, her needs don't end, but bruh, the needs do end at 18. You're an adult. She can go get a job. And you need to go take your ass to get back a job. But she out here trying to take you back to child support court as the kid is an adult.
And I feel like that's so unfair that I didn't lay down by myself. I laid down with him.
All right, I got the picture. I want to tell you both something. There's a lot of things I can do sitting here today. But there's two things I cannot do. And I hope the parties understand. I can't make somebody a good father or mother. I can't do that. I wish I could. Because if I did, I would have probably very few of these cases. But I can't do that. And I wish I could, because I think your daughter deserves better.
Yeah, it did. But the mother was too busy trying to keep the daughter away. But now that the daughter's 18, she wants the wallet to still be open. All right. And now that the dad has washed his hands of the situation, basically due to her keeping the child away and abusing the child via alienating the child from the father, and he can simply say, I don't have any responsibility to this girl. Now she runs back to the slave catcher, the white man, the plantation, Massa, to try to get Massa to do crack that whip.
She deserves something. The second thing is I cannot violate the law. Okay? I have to follow the law.
Yes, easy.
And the law in this case says that someone can collect child support.
The mom.
Until the child is 18 or graduates from high school, whichever occurs later.
Yep.
Now,
I don't know why they taking this time to explain. He's too nice. This could be really quickly. Bitch, get up out of here, man. The child support ends at 18 and graduates from high school. Bye. All right, go get a job. But he's trying to be nice. Well, let me explain the law. She knows what the law is. She's trying to circumvent the law by handing you over to the slave master, the overseer. This is crazy. I mean, the things that these people do is absolutely insane. All right, that's crime and law CGA. All right, as you can see here, we don't care about the law. All right, make them do it. Make them do it, massa. And you guys have some undying loyalty to these people. Shout out to our brother Mastro. Steven says, laughing every time you mention Cleveland. All right, shout out to you and everybody in Cleveland, Ohio. Jabril says, most men 40 and younger never cared to get married. Shout out to you. Some men do, but yeah, shout out to you. Preston says, whatever side they choose, they regret. They do have regrets. He says, let's start the show and ladies sing about. Let's start the show and the ladies sing about taking loads again. He says the real problem is ninjaism.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
Shout out to our brother G. Dominique says, Dom says, but coach, we love these hoes. And that's something that we have to understand. Most of us love hoes. All right, we do.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time. And I know that you like hoes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, now, wait a minute. We have to understand that, but sometimes we like hoes, but we don't want to pay for hoes. All right, the best. Y'all want hoes to be loyal. You know, you want hoes to be housewives. Y'all want hoes to like you. Really, hoes are meant to be hoes. All right, let hoes be hoes. All right, but y'all want to take these hoes away from what they doing. They like to be hoes. Hoes don't want to be kept. They eventually do, but they're still going to cheat the system. Let hoes be hoes. Shout out to our brother Gregory Benjamin Smith says, I fell off my chair with the old man. He says right here, he said, I'm going to ask you. All right, but you ain't going to let me do it. You ain't going to let me do it. Oh, man. Yeah, a lot of us just like hoes. And a lot of us try to make hoes good women and expect good women, hoes to do good women shit. Shout out to Macaroni Tony says it's becoming clear who skims through it and who actually digests and applies the free agent lifestyle. There's some people still fighting me. I don't know why you're still fighting me. My philosophy is rock solid. I got the survival skills. I got the stripes. I got the awards. I literally am the rare few. I beat the system. I beat the system many times. I don't know why you're fighting me. And why are you out here trying to get me to pander and push low life behavior to men? I don't get it. Shout out to the Pittsburgh mogul, Ricky N. He says right here, a growing body of research on hypergamy. Hypogamy. Is it hypogamy? Where men marry up, and the issue is it creates for such men. He says, would enjoy CGA providing insight on the topic sometime. Much respect. So hypogamy, which is going to be the opposite where men marry up. There's a strategy for men to marry up. I don't know if we do it much these days, but the men that do it typically are low lives. Hustle every day says, my loyalty meant nothing to the corporation, so I figured out their system and undercut them. Now I've almost hit 6 figures when they gave me $28,500 a year. They need dummies to never figure it out. 100%. It's not hypergamy, it's it's the opposite. All right. But one thing you have to understand about corporations, they're going to pay you lower amount to do a job that you could do and make more money. Now, there's something related to that. So you made 6 figures doing a job that you previously made $28,000 doing. Both of those situations are right. Both of those situations are right. Understand that the corporation has a right to pay you lower wages because they're providing something that you can't provide for yourself. They're giving you safety, security, guaranteed income, bi-weekly payments. They're also giving you some sort of insurance, maybe life insurance, some sort of health insurance that you're paying into. They're allowing you to do 401k or some sort of retirement match fund. They're also giving you a security, air-conditioned office. They're giving you overhead infrastructure. They're giving you set up. Everything set up. They come in and set up your email. They come up and set up all of your internet, right? They give you a desk or a workstation or an office. They give you all of these things, and they also have better competition. So they have competition for your job. They have somebody that can take your job after a period of time where they'll replace you and take less, okay? Because some people like comfort. Some people like comfort. So a lot of people choose that and then complain that they're only paying me a certain amount of money, or you can make money if you did it yourself. Well, let's just go again. If you did it yourself, you would have to have your own office, your own air conditioning. You would have to have your own infrastructure, your own technology. You would have to set your own payroll up. You have to save for your own retirement. You have to have your own insurance, right? Now you don't have as much competition. You have to have your own means to sell products. You have to have your own discipline. You don't have people telling you, are you at your desk at 8:30? Are you doing the work? Are you coming to the meeting? Are you getting the training? All of these corporations are training you in the ways of the corporation. So they're giving you great benefits. They're training you. They're housing you. Yeah, they're going to pay you way less because they're providing way more. Now, when you do this on your own, as this brother has figured it out, he's figured out to do it on his own. He takes more money. He takes more risk. You're not taking any risk by going to a fucking job and sitting in a workstation. There's no risk there. They're giving you a book of clients. They're giving you a book of emails. Email this person, call this person. They've already got clientele that all you're doing is communication with clientele that they've already established. They have a marketing plan and research. They already know the method. They have a sales strategy. When you're by yourself, you got nothing. You got zero. You don't have a secretary, an administrative assistant, underlings. You don't have goofy people. You don't have these people. You're all on your own. So you got to send out emails and take notes. You don't have meetings to go to. You have to get your own training. You have to come up with your own system. You have to get your own clients. So as a result, you're going to make more. So when you're on the corporate job, they have a right to pay you less because there's more competition. You got more losers or more regular people that will take that job and do it for far less and replace you. Whereas when you're on your own, it's way harder to do it and set it up. Okay. 100%. So when you figure this out, you will figure out maybe it's better to be on my own, but it ain't going to be easy. Okay. And you get to market under the name of the corporation. You get to come in and say, I'm from Xerox. I'm from a S&P 500 company. I represent this and people, you come in with already a level of respect. As opposed to you come in here, hey, I'm coming in with the CGA system. Who are you? What history do you have? What clients do you have? Now you got to sell to them who you are. But when you come in and say, I'm from Xerox. Oh, okay. The guy from Xerox is here. Okay, go ahead and listen to him. You already can get a meeting based on that because you're coming in with an own established name. So yes, they're going to pay you $28,000 a year. Okay. Now you ain't got no status. You just regular Joe. I'm coming from Average Joe Technology Group. Who the fuck is this guy? He keeps calling me. This is the 500th time he called me. All right. Don't give him a meeting. Hang up on his ass. So that's why they can pay you far less. Most people take that route because they get a bi-weekly paycheck. And they get benefits to Oshkosh Bagage and Lens Crafters. And they get motherfucking $50,000 in death insurance. And they get a guaranteed. Some people take that route and then they complain. Why these people ain't paying me as much? Uh-oh. All right. So shout out to our brother. He says, take advantage of the disadvantage. Take advantage of a disadvantage. Study your opponent and move strategically. Beware of the sore losers. They do whatever it takes. Yep. Gregory Harderday, he says, didn't want to say much, but you was preaching yesterday. I enjoyed that live stream. Keep motivating us. Why do niggas want to get you to go outside, but don't want to get you to start a business? Isn't that interesting? Hustle every day. Niggas are confused. PAWGs is a pretty ass white girl instead of a PAWG, a fat ass white girl. Stop wanting us to accept your fetish in public. You niggas be worse than religion and politics. Thank you, sir, for that one. Thank you, sir, for that one. Yep. And then, of course, you get paid vacation, right? You get to get time out of the office and paid vacation and all of that. When you work for yourself, you don't get paid vacation. When you take a week off, you miss your income. And not only that, you spend money. So you don't get paid vacation. Most of the time when you take a vacation, you got to work. So it's much different. It's not for everybody. It's not for the motherfucking squeamish out here. It is kill or be killed. It is eat or be eaten. It is kill and eat what you kill. So if you want to make big money, you motherfucking have to go after it. You can't just make big money and mail the shit in. All right. When you're at the job, you can mail the shit in. All right. I'm going to mail it in. I'm going to work for 3 hours and act like I'm working for the last 5. It's what it is. But when you on your own and you got to eat what you kill, what you eat, and eat what you kill, you can't go out to the fucking nightclub where niggas be like, I work at Xerox. And run around there with they old big ass baggy silk shirt and their fedora and they silk slacks and they fucking gators. Talking about, I got 30 years at the corporation and nothing to show for it. All right. And staying out late at night. But me, I'm on a business plan in the morning. On Sunday morning, I'm typing my business plan out. I ain't got time to be out with you niggas. All right. Shout out to our brother Austin I says, I got a gym class at the JUCO this morning. He says right here. He says, next to the big window pane or the pane window and saw the volleyball team practicing. Life is good. Hit me with the Uncle Shay. Was looking at feet. Shout out to you, man.
We just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You don't looking at feet? I'm looking at feet.
Shout out to you. All right, we got to go to the next segment here. It's the evil world we live in. We're going to do another 4.5 hours. It's an evil world we live in, gentlemen. We got this. All right, so skimming through here. I think this is what it is. It is what it is. Okay.
It's an evil world we live in.
Okay. Right here. All right, it's the evil world we live in. We have this woman saying this about, this is going back into the relationship conversation here. She says this right here.
Will not conform to being nonchalant. I was put on this earth to have feelings and feel them. I am not a fucking zombie. I will be a zombie when I'm dead. I can sit in the ground for eternity and not have no damn feelings. Yeah. I want to feel my emotions. I want to be happy. I want to be sad. I want to be in love. I want to be passionate. I want to be crazy. I want to be angry. I want to feel all of the things. Everybody want to sit around and be so fucking cool and yeah, you know, she cool or whatever. Whole time obsessed with the bitch. Mm-hmm. What happened to singing in the rain? What happened to standing outside of my door with a damn boombox? What happened to love letters and poems and being crazy passionate in love? Everybody want to be so fucking cool. And I can't do it. I want that type of feeling.
Want that hot box?
My used to be.
What happened to this R&B dancing in the rain?
Right. Hands and knees. Sliding on the floor, begging, please, baby, please.
Sing to the pussy like they used to do. They had to be on the knees and be holding the ass and singing to the pussy.
Yarn for me. It's just, I'm not conforming to being nonchalant.
It's an evil world we live in.
Okay. All right. Somebody wants me to Reverend X her. Let me see if I can find it.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
All right, everything they described is exactly what I warned you men against, because what they described are movies and videos. All right, they didn't describe anything that is real. What happens when men used to sing doo-wop on the corner? Fake. 90s R&B. It's an icebox where my heart used to be. Fake. All right, this is all fake stuff. Movies hold the boombox. All right, like Michael Cusick. I think that's his name. All right, hold the boombox. All right, Profess My Love. All right, Singing in the Rain. This is all movies. All right, this is not reality. It's not real. Every now and then they might find a low-life guy engaging in this behavior, or they might find a guy that doesn't know what he's doing, and he does this. Love letters from the 2nd grade. A 4-page letter, and I enclosed it with a kiss. Ass niggas. When men did that, they were lame. They were goofy. Right? None of these women in their prime took guys like that seriously. Okay, they didn't. The only guys they took seriously like that were the singers and actors that actually did those things. All right, they took those guys seriously. Chris Brown, Omarion, B2K, New Edition, Boys to Men. All right, Belle Biv DeVoe, Color Me Bad. Okay. All right, they want Pookie and Ray Ray to do this. They don't want your goofy ass to do it. These women wrote off men that did this. They thought they were clowns and thirsty, goofy, square, corny. Now now they're begging for it. Again, you think these women going to be down and out. Now they're 36, 40, 45, and 50 asking for this type of behavior. What happened to that? Where did it go? All right, what happened?
What happened? Where did all the men
All right,
go?
what happened was we kept seeing you bitches walking off with Pookie and Ray Ray no matter what. And calling us corny and using us for food and feeding Ray Ray with the food. All right? They're standing outside in the boombox. They called the police on us. You sent the 4-page letter and you read it out to the classroom. Okay, so these are the things that men did, and they realized they scarred us. All right, there was no reward in it. There was no benefit. And now that they've been ran through and had their fun, they used their 20s and 30s to have their fun. Now they want this back. All right, what happened? These men are nonchalant. Well, they got leverage now. Okay, they got leverage. They got women of all ages. Now you're 36, but you're competing against women 18 to 36, really 18 to 46. Okay, so you don't have the advantage anymore. And all the niggas that clap your cheeks at the All-Star game, them niggas are nowhere to be found. The guys that you let run through you when you were in your 20s, half of them are in jail, and another half of them are dead. And I guess another half of them, if they were doing 3 halves, they're still at nightclubs thinking they're cool. They're still outside thinking they're cool at 11 p.m. All right, so, yeah. And most of these guys, you don't want them at all. You don't want those old school old guys that think they're cool at the nightclub or the lounge or wherever the fuck they're at after 11 p.m. None of these guys are cool to them anymore. All right, they're old and they're kind of, ugh. They got the ick at the Blue Martini thinking you fucking cool. All right, yeah. None of these guys are 40-plus niggas at the Blue Martini look crazy to these women. They don't want that. They want still niggas with abs to send them 4-page letters. So that's what they're up against, unfortunately. They made their own bed. They made their own bed. All right. And then if you got a guy that has the wherewithal to take his ass to Fix His Mind LLC, all right, why would he mess around and beg you for anything when he could be out here taking a 22-year-old woman, folding her ass up like a love letter from the second grade for fucking 20, 45 minutes, all right, sweating on her ass and sending her back home. All right. Yeah. Beg for what? When $250 to $500 can get me what I want, knee deep in a nice piece of young prime punani. I ain't got to beg for shit out here. All right, beg for nothing. I'm going to take 2 big head hundreds and a couple of 50s and then get my dick wet. Instead of clapping these old soggy ass used up cheeks. All right, and begging for it, ma'am. Are you crazy? You can't even fit in the seat in my Porsche 911. Begging you. All right, please. I can buy you 5 times over. All right. And tell your kids to fucking go to sleep. All right. And no, I'm not paying for your babysitter to come outside for me to beg you. All right. Fuck out of here. All right. Anyway, we got this woman out here. It says something. This is modern dating in a nutshell. This is what the white women are saying right here.
Guy offers to cook for you on a first date. Do you think he's poor?
Yes. Yes. I do. I'm sorry. Go out to eat. I think he's poor or he's boring or he's too artsy for me.
Or he's cheap or lazy.
And
Maybe not lazy, but cheap.
He's not lazy.
Yeah, cheap.
But he's cheap or he's just like so proud of his culinary skills and like I don't care.
Also, you should never go to someone's apartment on a first date.
There's way too many things that can end it right there. Like if you left the toilet seat up, like I'm out. Or if your trash is overflowing.
I think if someone cooks for me on a date, that's the most romantic thing ever. But it has to be like probably 3rd or 4th date.
First date is, what if you're trapped there?
When did you leave?
You can't leave. That's what I mean.
Like, what are you wearing? Are you doing your makeup kind of like to go over there? Like it's a restaurant the first.
If a guy offers to cook for you on a first date, do you think he's poor?
Yes.
All right. We got cock carousel riders out here. All right, but and the thing here, the thing is, what they're saying is not wrong based on regular dating strategy. It's accurate. This is how I would progress and matriculate the ball downfield on a date. Obviously, I wouldn't want a girl to come over to my house the first time without vetting her. All right, I even practice that now. Even though I'm at the JUCO, I don't bring women to my house on the first date. I don't know if this bitch gonna crash out, go grab knives. All right, come on. First of all. All right, but guys that are doing this, these are typically the sneaky guys trying to come over. We'll cook together. All right, this is all crazy shit. All right, and then why would she come over to a stranger's house? You would have to ask yourself, a woman that comes over to a strange person's house on the first time you've met them, crazy activity. All right, you would have to question what type of whore she is. All right, she definitely got chlamydia or gonorrhea or at best herpes. So yeah, I mean, I agree with what they're talking about. Now, do I think he's poor? I think he's using the I'm going to get more for less strategy, which men use, which I think is funny as hell. All right, I think this is funny. They do this over and over and over again, and then they get a onesie, twosie hit, and they think they did something. All right, like you wasted time. You had 8 women reject this particular proposal. DTF. So this is a slimy, skeezy way to get some whore's peace leave that you could have paid for, but that's neither here nor there. All right, and then even going forward here, she said 3rd, 4th date. This is typically what you would do. Date number 1, you would meet somewhere in public, low investment, but decent investment. Date number 2, it would be something where it's somewhere in the middle, all right, where you're actually trying to put it in. And if she wanted to come over on date number 2 after the date, sure. All right, you vetted her out. You feel comfortable with her. Date number 2, she wants to come over to the crib, smash. Or if you didn't smash, date number 3 is definitely respectful. Even Alan Roger Curry and the likes of these people would agree. Date number 3 is reasonable to have a come over and let's cook together session, or she can cook for you. I wouldn't cook for her. All right, but that's definitely respectable. To cook for somebody and ask somebody over on date number 1, you're asking for it. You're asking for it. And eventually, all right, eventually this is going to work in the negative for you. It's going to work in the negative. All right, it might work a couple times, but you keep doing this over periods of time, for sure. Do I think the guy's poor? I just think he has a poor way of dating. All right, you're asking for the shit.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry. Go out to eat. I think he's poor or he's boring.
Yeah, or he's trying to sneak some pussy.
Or he's too artsy for me.
All right. What I do is listen to understand women and not to agree with them. So what I'm going to listen to and what you men should listen to is how they perceive you when you offer this up. All right. So these are these women. It's not all women. All right. But when you're developing a dating strategy, typically men are not listening to women. They typically be like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this and this worked. Okay. How much has this worked? 10%, 20% of the time? That didn't work. All right. It worked for that percentage of time. So then what you're hearing, perception, what is the perception when you offer this? Well, most of the time when you offer this, you get the woman to flake. All right. What she'll do is she'll flake, she'll fall off, she'll make a reason why to not continue talking to you. And then you'll wonder why. Oh, why this bitch not talking? All right. And then you'll get the occasional chunky chick to come over here and fall for a hook, line, and sinker. All right. But when you're looking at it, a lot of guys are one directional in their attempts and they try to push onto women instead of saying, okay, how do they perceive me if I offered to have a woman come over and cook dinner? You're cheap. And that's for sure. All right. I think that's accurate. You're definitely being cheap about it. I don't think it's good strategy either.
Or he's cheap or lazy.
For sure. I agree with this, by the way.
And maybe not lazy, but cheap.
Now, here's the problem. They've done this before. All right. So this is where guys say, well, she's done this before. Okay, well, she's woken up now. All right. Yes. Women will do this for a period of time. She might do this occasionally, but doesn't mean it's going to work for you. All right. So she's done this. She's realized this. Okay. I see what he tried to do. Oh, I see what this is. So they've done it and they realize, okay, this is the type of guy. What happened after that? They got nothing invested. All right. So now what's typically going to happen is, and I'm just going to tell you, if he's successful at this, the chances of him doing anything past this, after this, is 0. Okay, now that's from their perspective, not mine. What they're going to realize is if she does this and she gives up the cheeks, all right, what's going to happen is after that, she's going to get nothing. Remember, this is not from the male perspective. What we're doing is showing you from what she's going to think. Okay, we don't care if you were successful at doing it. Did you do this over and over again? Remember, is this a longevity? Can you repeat this, replicate this? Can you replicate this with the same woman? Will she keep coming back? Okay. The reality is no. All right. You're going to get onesie twosies. You keep offering this up. You're going to have to offer this up to 10 women and get 1. Okay. Have I done this? Yep. Have I gotten laid? Yep. Was it tougher to get her out the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth time? Yes. Then there's going to be one woman that doesn't care and keep giving you the cheeks because that's all she wants you for. That's fine. You're never going to take her out. You're never going to go on a date. She knows this and she's fine with it. Okay? She knows this. She's fine with it. That was your 10%er. Now keep doing this over and over again. You're going to find that this is going to be a rare conversion because she's going to figure out you got her once and she's going to, what are we doing? What's the plans for tonight? Hey, let's meet up on Friday night. That's what you're going to message her. She's going to say, what's the plan? And you're going to be like, you're going to come over again and we're going to cook. What she's going to say, let me think about it. I'll get back to you. So I hope that one piece of pussy or two pieces of pussy was worth it. More than likely, you're not going to get much more after that unless it's the 10% woman. Unless it's that occasional woman that you get it from. Understand what we're talking about. If you think you're going to convert a lot of women doing this, you're not. Do not think you're going to convert a lot of women doing this. You're going to get a lot of women start getting flaky, disappearing, going left, the conversation. She's going to do the Homer Simpson. She's going to Homer Simpson. She's going to be in the bushes after a while. All right, let me see here. Where's we at? And then guess what you got to do? You got to find another girl. All right, so remember what I'm saying about this. These things have worked for me every now and then. It's onesie twosies. It's not a long-term strategy for sure at all. Eventually, she's going to go this. She's going to hide. You're going to be double texting her, and you're going to be like, what happened to that easy bitch that I had? What happened? Where did she go? Hey, baby, how come you're not responding? And now you're going to be trying to coax her out again. And then she could be like, well, I figure we go out sometime this time. And okay, maybe we'll go for chicken wings and a drink. All right. And then she going to, gone. Good luck. You're going to miss her. She's going to slip through your fingers. Now you're trying this again with the next girl and the next girl. And now you're back at 10% conversion, 20% tops. Then you'll find that one reckless skeezer who does this with every guy, and you caught her. Remember, most of the time that you're successful with women, it's not that you're successful with her, it's that she's fine with sleeping with you. All right? This is the male ego again. Let's say, for instance, okay? Because guys will be like, I do this all the time. There's one in the chat. I do this all the time, and it always works, okay? Let's always show me a picture of these women that it works with. Number one, that's always the case. My DMs are open. Send me a picture of the women it always works with. I guarantee you they're low-hanging fruit. But let's say you take the cold approach number of 3% success rate. 97 women, nothing. 3 women, success. That's a 3% success, which is decent. That's a great numbers game. I want you to ask yourself, of the 3 women that you cold approach and fucked, 2 of them wanted the fuck. 2 of them wanted the fuck. Okay? 2 of them wanted the fuck. They wanted it. Okay? They had no problems. You found the skeezer. You found the skeezer. You found the woman willing to fuck. Now, that woman was willing to fuck anybody. She's for everybody. You just opened your mouth. You said nothing unique. You just opened your mouth. So she was an easy lay. Trust me. If you didn't open your mouth, the next guy was going to fuck. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm telling you is you just found the skeezer. So it worked for you because you opened your mouth. She was going to fuck somebody. She went outside to fuck somebody. She was there to fuck somebody. She's an easy fuck. All right, so you found it. of this woman. Was she wife material, girlfriend material? No, you found the skeezer. That's what you found. I've done this a lot of times. I opened my mouth. The woman was an easy lay. She came over. She fucked. More than likely, she fucked 50 guys by 24. You didn't do anything impressive other than you made yourself available. And now your turn on the town bicycle. You found the easy doorknob that everybody opens. You weren't the first one. She wasn't a virgin. She wasn't unsuspecting. She might even have been a woman that doesn't have a lot of sexual experience, but she wants to fuck, right? She wants to be out there, peace sleeve itching. That's what you found. And all you did was open your mouth. You went to one person, to 50, to 75. Now you found at 97. Here she is. Oh, wow, look at what I got. You found the whore. It's okay. These are nice hookups, onesie, twosie, threesie, foursies. All right, you're going to have 2 or 3 pieces of sex from her, and then you're going to try to coax her out again, and probably she's going to flake on you. All right, she's going to start flaking, or she's going to find another person to fuck, and blah, blah, blah. Now you're competing against other cocks, and now you got to go see the doctor. Okay, this is typically how it goes. This is 35 years of adult experience speaking to you, okay? Now, what happens next? You have to do this again. Of the one person you coaxed out of it, you coaxed her out of it. Right there. You coaxed her out of it, and she didn't have no intentions of giving up the pussy, and you coaxed her out of it. And the one telltale sign that you can tell, and I'm going to tell you right here, this is 35 years of experience talking to you. I've been doing this longer than you've been alive. Here's how you tell you got some pussy from a woman that didn't intend to give you pussy. Are you want to listen to me? I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. There's 2 signs you can tell that you got sex from a woman who intended to not give you any sex. And you almost have rarely been in this situation. Number 1, her pussy is furry. If her pussy got fur on it and it's not trimmed up and it's a bush and it's got scraggle pubic hair all over it, and it feels like you're grinding against a porcupine, she did not intend to give you any sex that night. But if her pussy is full shaven and trimmed up and all of that shit, she was intending to fuck somebody that night. And you just happen to be it. But if her pussy is unwaxed, unshaven, prickly porcupine, got a bush, she did not intend to fuck anybody, and you coaxed her out of it. You almost have never been in that situation. Okay. Number 2, her drawers don't match. She got a sports bra and different color panties on. She did not dress up and put the nice lingerie drawers on. She didn't put the Victoria's Secret shit on. She didn't come in with the matching panties and drawers. She got her fucking period panties on, and you was actually to peel her period panties off, and she had a sports bra, and she came over there with unmatched drawers and furry pussy. She didn't intend to fuck that day, but you got the drawers. You coaxed her out of it. But if she came with matching drawers and a shaved pussy, brother, let me tell you something. You didn't do anything. She was going to fuck. She decided that before you even came over there. She decided that when she drove over there. And then you want to add on top of that, she was already wet when you got there. When she got there, she was already wet. Peace Lee was already wet when you got there. All right. She got there. Y'all got the cheeks clapping, and then you put your hand down there, and it was shaved up and trimmed up and manicured, and the punani was wet. She was already ready to fuck. You did nothing. She was ready. She prepared for this. She knew what she was doing. You were getting it regardless. You just didn't have to talk yourself out of it. And you pushed her right into the bedroom, and on the bed she goes, and you reach between her legs, and she's already wet. She was ready. You guys, that's most of the time your experience, if you were successful with it. Now, if she went over there and she's musty under her armpit, unmatching drawers, and furry pussy, she did not intend to give it to you, and you're lucky to got it. Yep. And her punani stinks. All right. And she just said, I just came from the gym and I ain't jumped in the shower. She was not intending to give it to you. And you just talked her out of it. Yeah. This is experience talking to you. Just understand how you got here. Understand how you got here. Sometimes you decided this beforehand. You did nothing. All right. You did nothing but opened your mouth. All right. Dudes always try to tell me how it works. You ain't telling me shit. Ninja, I done forgotten more than you've ever known about this. I done forgotten more than you've ever known about this. I know more women. I know more about women than you've lived in years. You don't know shit out here. There ain't nothing you can tell me. Been through it, been there, done that. Been there, done that. Most of the time, men get sex, the woman was ready to give it to you. She prepared herself to give it to you. She asked you, do you like it furry? Do you like it hairy? Or do you like it with no pussy hair? She already was ready. She told you to come in, the door is unlocked, and she in the bed naked laying there. It was already a slam dunk. But if you're then jumping through, inviting her over to cook on the first night and trying to sneak the pussy off of her, she's either going to be ready or not. If she's not with it, which is 80-90% of a chance she ain't going to be with it, she ain't coming over. If she comes over, it ain't nothing you said. She wanted to get laid. She came over with the matching drawers and the shaved pussy. She was giving it to you. She was just ready to go. Okay, cool. We'll come over there and cook. We're good. Quinoa and salmon it is. And we fucking afterwards. You might even fuck before you start cooking. Okay, facts. Trust me, you guys put too much emphasis on what you did. I did this and I did that. Trust me, she did that. She did that. She decided that. The most you did was open your mouth. The most you did was open your mouth and introduce yourself. That was it. She decided everything from there. There was nothing strategic wise you did. Okay, you just opened your mouth and found the skeezer. All right, trust me. And as a male, I always tell you, remove your ego from women. They are deciding a lot of these things. They decide when you get the pussy and when you don't. And there ain't enough talk that you going to talk them out of it. And if you talk them out of it, her legs going to be tight like a motherfucker. You're going to be trying to, she ain't going to give you no rhythm or nothing. You just going to pump 5 strokes and nut. And she going to be like, all right, that's nice. Clean herself off and dip. Last time you heard from her. Now you got to find another one and you think you got something. You didn't get nothing. You got some basic bland sex and she really didn't want to get it to you and you begged her and pleaded for it. And she finally was like, all right, fuck me then. All right. Most of the time they've decided this already and you just volunteered. This is what men have to understand about women because you think this is because men often think women are the victims of sex, right? They're the victim. All right. And the guy had to coax her and talks her out of it and convince her and trick her. I think the opposite. I think women overwhelmingly claim who they want to fuck. They set up who they want to fuck. When they decide to fuck, they want to decide. It's never they got to get talked into it. They know they're going to fuck you. They know they're not going to fuck you. They know it. They know it when you talk. They know it when you about to cross the room and open your mouth. They know it. They know it. So they're deciding. They're not the victims. You didn't force them to do it. You didn't trick them out of their panties. They wanted to do it. When you realize that, you will look at women as almost rarely being the victims of sex. They're getting exactly what they want. They're choosing who they want to have sex with. They're choosing, just like Cassie. She's not a victim. She chose it. When you understand that, there's almost nothing you were doing. It was something she was deciding. Understand this. So when you look at your successes with sex, most of the time, she decided. All you did was volunteer. Take your ego out of this. She decided that. That's what she wanted to do. She planned on it. So when you tell me I did this strategy and it worked and this works all the time, most of the time they decided that well before you even decided to employ your strategy. Yeah. All right. And that's what you have to understand. Oh, okay. It is what it is. All right. It is what it is. There's no strategy needed. Moving on, because I'm tired of schooling you guys on this shit. Remove your ego from women. Really do. And most of us are born with something that the women want. You're just born with it. Or you worked hard for it. You got a status, money, muscles, entertainment. Whatever it is, you have it. And they're willing to give it to you. And they're choosing you. Your bitch chose me. Sometimes your bitch didn't choose you. There's nothing you did. She just chose somebody else. All right. That's why my ego's not wrapped up in women and strategies. Because most of the time, the women chose me. Most of the time, I've never talked women out. I think I have one time talked a woman out of her pussy that I know about. And she said she was a virgin and she was 19 at the time. And I met her at a barbershop. It was some Latino chick. I don't even know her name. All right. But she was walking around, ho-hum around my barbershop. I got my hair cut in San Jose and I hit her up and I told her to come to the gentleman's lair. And I think I talked her out of it. All right. But the rest of the time, I almost can guarantee the woman intentionally put herself there to get fucked. Whether I paid or not, that's what they did. That's what they chose it. All right. And I will go down to it. My dying breath. I didn't employ no strategy. They chose to bend over and grab them ankles. Every single time they made the decision. They knew coming in that was fixing to happen. They wanted it. They asked me for it. And I was just like, okay, come over then. All right. Whatever. All right. But you guys got to remove your ego from women. Most of the time, it was them making a conscious decision of that's what they wanted. And they knew that well before you start coming in here like, why don't we come over and cook? And why don't we try this? They knew exactly what was happening before they walked in the door. This is why I don't think women are victims of sex. You guys always want to make them victims of sex. I made her do this and I made her do that. They're not victims. They choose to fuck who they want to fuck. They choose to not fuck who they don't want to fuck. When you realize that, they almost inevitably will never be victims. Me Too movement, when they get so-called great by a pro athlete, they chose to fuck that guy. They chose to be up in that guy's face. They chose to sleep their way to the top of that corporation. They chose to have a relationship with the army sergeant while they were a fucking private. All right, they chose that. They're not a victim. And then when it didn't work out, then they got victimized. They chose it. So that way, I can never victimize a woman. I can never say she was a victim and I made her do something she didn't want to do. Most of the time, you have to understand, they want to do it. So if it worked for you, it wasn't anything you did. It was something that you were or they wanted her to do this. She exactly wanted to do it. All right. Moving forward, same thing as a woman. She sell you some pussy. That's what she wanted to sell it. She wanted to sell you to you. All right. That's what she wanted to do. She wasn't a victim. She wasn't a victim of her circumstances. Most of the time, if that was the case and she sold it to you, she wanted to sell it. She wanted to sell it for low prices. She wanted to sell it for high price. She didn't want to go get a job that day. She could have fucking washed cars. She didn't want to do it. She wanted to sell some pussy. It was nothing I did. I didn't make her sell some pussy. I didn't coach her into it. I didn't seek her out. She probably sought me out. All right. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? Is he here? All right. So, anyway, I'm giving y'all too much information here. But we'll get to it. All right, here it is right here. All men pay. Man refuses to pay girlfriend's $9,000 credit card debt, but she says he needs to invest in their relationship. Uh-oh. There it is right there. A 30-year-old man is seeking advice on whether or not he made the right choice to set a boundary. This is a choice. So the woman wants to continue the relationship. Okay, now she is what? She has given him an ultimatum. The ultimatum surrounds around him paying. Now, this is a situation. He didn't pay initially, but now she wants to make him pay on the back end. This is the back end ultimatum, and this is her way to try to get something from the relationship. This was like the previous video. Okay, he came in first, and he invited me over to eat, and then he wanted sex, but then after I gave him sex, then he then wanted to keep that type of relationship going. Thus, then I start changing the rules, all right? Oh, nope, now you got to take me out to dinner. Now you got to take me out to a date. But he says, no, I got the draws without taking you out for a date. This is simple, similar, based on like and little investment. But in order to now continue to get access to her, you got to pay. And what are guys going to do? No, thank you. Most guys are going to say, no, thank you. Now, she's going to say, okay, I'll just go to the next guy. I'll give him some pussy. I'll lead him down the line. I'll come over to eat at his house on the first date. All right. And then later on, I'll switch and pivot and bait and switch and hit him with the okie doke, hit him with the bill after the fact. Okay. This is a game that women play strategically. So when they're, again, let's go back. You're successful with this strategy. What does she do again? Now take me out on a date. Now do this. Now give me a relationship. Now, so this is a lost leader. So it worked for you the first time. Second, third time you ask for this, she says no. This is the same thing. All right. It worked the first 2 times. Now, down the line, she puts up the credit card bill. Pay this off. Invest in the relationship. Remember, we have a content creator. I don't pay, I invest. She looks at you as this. She marked you for this. She marked you for this. Most men walk away from this, and rightly so. Okay. No, ma'am, I don't think so. But this was her plan the entire time. This was her plan the entire time. This is what she saw him as. So she gave him a couple free pieces of lost leader pussy. And now all of a sudden, here's the credit card bill. What's he going to do? He's going to say no. If he says no, she's going to go find the next guy. And here you are. Right here. Here you are. So now she's like, there's a payment due. And it's $9,000. She's counted up all the free pussy she gave you, and now it's time to pay for it. Remember, all men pay. Now he's got to find a new girlfriend. Or he's going to pay up, and now he's paid for all that vagina he got for free. All men pay. This is how, now he knows, again, remember, at some particular point, you're going to know why the woman's with you. Sometimes it might not be clear. She really likes me. They really don't. She really likes something about me. She's down for me. She's a ride or die. I don't have to do much. I get it for free. She pays half the date bill. At some particular point, she might be like, well, you owe me for this time. You owe me for this investment. You owe me for this access. You owe me to be your girlfriend. This is what you should do. You don't have to do this. Men are in love. Women are in business. So you thought you was getting free sex, but here it is. Not so free no more. And if you say no, I guarantee you she's going to close her legs. The minute you start doing this and touching her shoulder, you think I could get some pussy tonight? I guarantee you it's going to be a no. And 100% chance this is a white woman. This is definitely white woman tactics. 100% chance this is a white woman. Okay, typically white women are going to passively aggressively invest in relationships this way. All right, so this is typically a suburban white woman strategy. Okay, we got more. All right, let's see here. All right, we do have more, but my stream is freezing up. All right, we have this woman that says right here. Okay, let me see if I can get the volume up. We have a mud shark here.
Hot take, but I don't want to work anymore.
All right, so we got, again, another mud shark, a white woman here. Again, an older white woman. This is an older white woman, guys. This is a sad reality. Here we go.
Hot take, but I don't want to work anymore. God has completely removed that like boss babe mentality from me. I desire nothing more than to be provided for. Now, let me say, if somebody's providing for you, I truly believe, though, that you are serving them and serving your family. I don't want somebody to just be providing for me and I'm like laying on the couch doing nothing. I want to serve my family if my husband is providing for me. And it's so funny because for so many years I had this like super masculine, like I want to be a boss babe and I want to do all these things, like, and I still enjoy what I do. Like I'm a hairstylist, I run a small business and I make content on the side and I love what I do. Like it brings me so much joy to spread the gospel online and I get to make people feel pretty all day. It's like a privilege and an honor to do my job. However, with that being said, I would much rather be cooking and cleaning for my husband and running my kids to soccer practice. If I had to choose one or the other, I'm for sure every time going to choose my husband and my family. That I don't even have yet, but I know that the Lord puts the desire, he knows the desires of our heart because he puts them there. So it's just funny that the Lord will completely change the way that you think.
Yeah, the Lord. Of course, it's the Lord that did it. See, they're going to take Sky Daddy and put it in there to see, hey, you know, the Lord has blessed this. I want to turn the chapter. I'm a new page. I'm a different woman. This is after the All-Star game and her walking the carpet at Caesar's Palace and her OnlyFans and her whoring and her nightclub activity and her ninja dick hopping and giving niggas free sex and showing up the niggas' house. You know, I'm successful with women using this strategy. All of this is gone. After her boss babe and I'm an aggressive woman and I'm focusing on my career.
So I could focus on my career.
My career comes first. Now she's 36, give or take. See, the women that want this life typically, not saying she won't get it, but in general, typically have to decide this before throwing your pussy down the gutter. All right, now it's going to be harder for you after you throw your shit down the gutter. It's going to be harder for you after the fact, all right? Because men have seen you do it. I've seen you leaving the nightclub. I've seen you coming out of the apartment after first date, pussy. I've seen you out here whoring. I've seen you out here doing this. I've seen your OnlyFans. I've seen your content. She says I make content. OnlyFans. Or some sort of Instagram whoring content. All right, whatever it is. Now, God has put it on my heart. God has showed me in the era of Sierra and the Lord's Prayer, I would rather have kids and take them to soccer practice and be cooking and cleaning. I mean, the irony. Don't you think it's a little too late for this now? Again, like I said, they're going to find one. This is what I said earlier. This is what happens. You think these women be down and out? Yeah, they jump up on the internet and say this, but this is a simp wolf whistle. This is a simp wolf whistle. She just has to have one guy out of 1,000 guys that's going to hit her DM. I'll put you up. I'll keep you. Now she wants to listen. She wants to listen. I'll do that now. Why? Because you've seen the results of being riding a cock carousel, right? You've seen the results and you ended up nothing but a cum dumpster. You ended up with nothing. You don't have a man. She probably has kids looking at her body and those rounded shoulders and those saggy tits. She probably has a kid. Or at least her body has produced at least 2 or 3 kids in her womb, and she's killed maybe 2 or 3 of them. All right, but she's definitely been pregnant, probably been engaged to a sucker. All right, but we heard these women say the same thing. Where the begging guys at? I want a man to beg me and put me up and all of this stuff. This is what men are presented with when you are now stable economically and maybe you're emotionally available. You were less successful with women in your past. And now you don't want to date younger women. You have low standards for yourself and you don't mind old PAWGs. You're calling them MILF can be PAWGs too. All right. This is low standard activity. And she's just finding one guy. I got to find one. Remember, they don't give up. They don't give up. All right. They don't be completely down and out. All these businesses she has, guarantee you she's still living paycheck to paycheck. All right, she has stacked away nothing. She's 30, 40, 50 bodies in deep. And now, you know what? God has put it on my heart to change me. I'm a changed woman now. All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. And now you're 30, you're 40, you're 50, and here she comes. Want to hold out 90 days to give you some sex. All right, hairline pushed back like Hulk Hogan. And saying God put it on their heart. So this is what you're up against. Not saying that this is a bad strategy for them. I'm going to say that. This is a horrible strategy for women. This strategy of them living up their 20s and 30s and then pivoting like this is a horrible strategy. It has ruined dating and relationships and marriages. It's ruined it. All right, for a vast majority of people. Do some people come out of this with success stories? Yes. All right, but this is a horrible strategy because now she's saying, I choose this life now. I mean, More power to her. So now her whole way of dating men. Now, if you get sex out of her, you know what's going to happen. She's going to show you the bill. Okay. Now you know that she don't like you. What is she doing? She's following her own plan and purpose. All right. The guy she liked was the guy she gave easy sex to and you thought you were doing something. She wanted to do that. Now she don't want to do that no more. So she's changed her strategy. It's nothing you did. It's her strategy. It's her strategy. So let's hear this again, man. Break it down. Okay, here we go.
Anymore. God has complete take, but I don't want to work anymore.
I don't want to work anymore. I actually say that all the time. I said that in my book, The Evolution. At some particular point, they'll use their feminism card up, and then, damn, I got to work for the next 40 years. They'll do
remove that like boss babe mentality from me.
I need to remove the boss babe mentality. I don't want to work no more. All right. They think, oh, I got to work for 45 years. No mas. No mas. She ain't going to listen to you. She ain't going to be on your program. She's just going to come in and say, well, look, I pick you.
And that's you.
I pick you. You're the one. And you should be lucky to have a woman like me. She ain't going to suck your dick. She ain't going to suck the black off your dick or the white. She going to think she did you a favor. All these men love me, and all these men want me for sex, but I choose you. That's what she's saying right here.
That like boss babe mentality from me. I desire nothing more than to be provided for.
Provide for me. Pay for all my shit. Pay off my debt. Boom. Pay for my trips, vacations, travels. Pay for my business debt. I just want to be provided for. All right. This is it. Simple.
And that's you.
By the way, if you look at the comment sections, check it out. Baby, I never wanted to work. Of course not. It's all been a grift. All I want to do is go to Pilates and matching Lululemon sets, then get coffee and go to TJ Maxx in my Escalade. Is that too much to ask for? Maturing out of growing boss babe vibes. My whole life changed when I let my husband provide and lead me. All right, ladies, it's possible. I married one. We serve each other. So many women are feeling this, praying this actually happens. I have the same mindset, but I'm single, so I have to keep being a boss babe. This is me too. I felt like I served the Lord so much better by being a stay-at-home mom and wife than a corporate man. Remember when I tell you again, there's nothing you did to get the women. You have to take your ego out of it. Most of the time, it is a conscious decision that they're leading you down. I'm trying to warn you guys. You're going to find out too late. Otherwise, they're leading you down a trail. It is a strategy. They're trying to get you to do certain things. They will kiss your neck and massage your shoulders. They're trying to get you somewhere. They're leading you somewhere. It is never that they like you and they just wanted to give you free sex because you were just so amazing. They're leading you somewhere. They're trying to get you to do something, to invest, to take them out on a good date. They'll give you some pussy here and there. And then they'll be like, date number 3, why don't you take me out? Have you ever done this? You got sex from a woman 2 or 3 times and she says, let's go somewhere this time. Let's go out. But you thought you were doing something so great to get the sex for free. I did this and she came over 3 times and I fucked. 4th time, let's go out on a date. Let's go to the Irvine Spectrum. Let's go to a movie. Let's go to a nightclub. Let's go on vacation. So what was it? Lost leader. She led you down that. So you didn't have to invest up front. She just led you down that on the back end. Okay. Now that I gave you 3 pieces of pussy, I'll give you more if we now go out on the 4th date. If we go out to a movie. Let's go to San Diego for the weekend. You didn't? Yeah, let's go to Topgolf. So that was a decision she made. You didn't do nothing special. She just said, I found a mark and now I'm going to lead them down this way. Now she's selling you, just like this woman. Pay off my debt. I gave you some pussy. All right. And now she's saying, all right, now I want to be provider for her.
Somebody's providing for you. I truly believe, though, that you are serving them and serving your family. I don't want somebody to just be providing for me and I'm like laying on the couch doing nothing. I want to serve my family if my husband is providing for me. And it's so funny because for so many years I had this like super masculine, like I want to be a boss babe and I want to do all these things, like, and I still enjoy what I do. Like I'm a hairstylist. I run a small business and I make content on the side. And
by the way, what you're hearing her saying essentially is, I make money, I'm successful, I have an income. This will get men all the time because she has a nice car, right? Leather seats, although that's pretty much standard in stock these days. She has a nice car. She's going to tell you she runs a business and she makes content. And she's probably going to tell you, I make $4,000 a month. I'm good. I have my own money. That doesn't mean that she's successfully in a good position financially. Now you're going to come on top of that. Pause. So now on top of that, you're going to do the rest. You're going to fill in the blank. She might say something like this, okay, just so you can hear it. Yeah. She might say something like this. Hey, I can afford my rent and my car note. I just need somebody to take care of the rest. All right, this is a woman dating strategy. So you might think, oh, she has a nice car. She has her own place, and it's nice. She has a townhouse, and she has money. Okay, she makes her own money. I see her. She has her own thing. I know her. And you might think you're going to come up. But what she then wants you to do is, hey, I make my own money and I pay my own rent, my car note. I just need somebody to take all of the extra pressure off of me for the other stuff. Or she might say it vice versa. I can pay for the other stuff. I just need somebody to pay half of the rent or move in or pay the car note. Guys, women use this strategy all the time. This is a strategy they use a lot. And it's lost leader pussy. This is lost leader. She led you down this. She fucked you like crazy. I had a woman fuck me like crazy. One day we were in 6 rounds. And then she tried to pull this shit on me. And that was after months and months and months of smashing the shit out of that. And then she was like, you know what? She probably got tight financially. She started taking out loans. And then boom. How about we move in together? And how about we do this? And, you know, I just need a man that can take care of this part. I got this part covered. I just need this. This is what she's talking about. All right, this is not God getting rid of the boss babe strategy. This is her in debt. All right, this is just her in debt. All right, and you might think, oh, man, she has her own career. She'll even pay half on dates. And she'll let you fuck with no payment, and you think you're getting it for free. And she's going to pivot to this. You know what? Let's move in together, and let's combine our resources. And, you know. And you can just pay my car note from time to time. And just, but you're talking about not paying for pussy. This is payment for pussy. This is literally paying. All right, because eventually then you just start thinking about all the pussy you about to turn down. All right, she fucked me at will. All right, we've been fucking for months, and it's been free, and she been cool, and she know I got other broads, and eventually, gotcha. All right, she got you.
Gotcha, bitch.
And she'll start blaming the Lord and getting rid of that boss babe shit. This is her just in debt. This is a strategy.
So much joy to spread the gospel online, and I get to make people feel pretty all day. It's like a privilege and an honor to do my job. However, with that being said, I would much rather be cooking and cleaning for my husband and running my kids to soccer practice. If I had to choose one or the other, I'm for sure every time going to choose my husband and my
every time today from now on. Let's start with a clean slate. So from today, August 6th, 2025, I would choose my husband and kids every time. Now, ask her this a year before. The answer is no. They're going to be like, I got my own money and I would never do this.
So I could focus on my career.
Know that this is always in play. The woman you're successful with where she's not, you don't see this, this is always coming because women are not good with money. They're not. So it's going to come up. So always be ready. Now, once she gets this, we're going to demonstrate this later. She's going to get this. She's going to say, you forced her into it. She didn't want to do it. She didn't realize how it was a bad deal. You're going to hear that later. Later on, she's going to be like, I wish I didn't do this. Okay, here we go right here. Let me see if I can move on. We're going to get to the main event now. Yes, indeed. We got the main event coming up here. Bear witness to the best entertainment here on YouTube. Trust me, gentlemen, I think you know. Sometimes you think you know more than me. Trust me, you don't. Trust me, you don't. Women are predatory. Everything they do is for a reason. They do nothing by mistake. Most of the time, they do things that they don't think they're going to regret or get penalized from. Most of the time, they don't regret it. They just got a penalty. So they reached in and gambled. They got the penalty and lost, and then they're regretful. But don't ever think that you're running game on them because they almost always have a strategy for you specifically. Every time. They're not doing something because, oh, wow, I can't believe I wasn't prepared to do this, but this guy is so wonderful and great, I just couldn't help myself. If you believe that, guys, eventually you're going to get got. They are doing something always for a reason. And it's not because you're fucking wonderful. We call it thoughting and plotting. They're always thoughting and plotting. By the way, they think more about relationships than we do. They put more thought into relationships than we do. All right. Even if you got a girlfriend, she's at work. Let's say you're dating a girl and you just committed. At work, she's thinking about this, micromanaging, microtasking. She's over here typing up shit, and she's at school, but she's also thinking, spinning her wheels. If I do this, what is he going to do? If he does that, what do I do? All the time. It never stops. They never stop thinking about you and thinking about you. They're going to palm readers and tarot cards. They're looking at birth charts and astrology charts. They're matching up your Virgo with your Libra all day long. What are you thinking about? How to get some pussy. That's it. And sometimes they make it super easy for you. Sometimes they make it a little bit difficult. But they're always doing some shit. They're looking at your birth chart. They're looking at horoscopes. They're looking at what day of the week it is. They're all the time. They're looking at what you text. They're texting it to ChatGPT and for it to spit out something to properly text what her feelings are. They're constantly doing this. They're lighting candles on your motherfucking ass. They casting spells. They're using numerology. Dude, I had a woman find me on a dating app and she named all 3 of my bracelets. She was like, oh, you have Onyx and you have Tiger Eye and the other bracelet broke. So I don't have it anymore, but it broke. And she was like, you have this and this is for your protection spirit and this is for that. Nigga, I only had one conversation with her. I only responded to her message. And then her next message was bloom, bloop. All you're thinking of is, if I get her to come to my house, she'll give me some pussy. That's the only thing you're thinking. I'm telling you, they way ahead of you. They're way ahead of you in the interpersonal relationship department and thinking about what to get you to do and how to get you to do it. They're manifesting. They're praying. They're lighting crystals up. Okay? And all you're thinking of, if I invite her over for dinner and I have sex with her, I got her. They are thinking way down the line. All right? They're thinking 6 months to a year down the line. You're thinking about tonight and if you're going to trick her out of her panties over salmon and quinoa. Trust me, guys, you're behind. You're behind the 8 ball. Dude, they're thinking that, you know what? Have you ever had a woman do this? This is going to be a 5-hour show, I see. Have you ever had a woman do this? You know, and I hope you guys don't do this often. You're having sex with her, no protection. You nut in her. You would think that the woman would be like, no, don't nut in me. What are you doing? She knows you fixing a nut. She don't say nothing. And you nut all in her. You would think a woman would be like, all right, pull out. Don't do this. Don't nut in me. Don't. Most women don't say nothing. Then afterwards, she was like, well, you better start thinking of baby names. What if I'm pregnant? I hope you ready to be a daddy. And dude, you're like, huh? Well, you came in me. You're like, you didn't ask me not to. You didn't pull out. You didn't push me off of you. She's like, yeah, I didn't. But, you know, what do you think about this name? Jared, Astrid. And you're like, huh? And she will say, you nutted in her. As if she didn't have a chance to just jump out the motherfucker or and push you away. She let you do it. And now, here she is. Baby names. She done thought a year, 5, 10, 15 years down the line on one night. Yep. And she knows I'm going to take your ass to child support. She counting the calendar down. 45 days. She taking the pregnancy test. You just thought about tonight. You thought you got lucky by letting her hit and you went raw and you nutted her. She's already thinking, bam. way down the line. Way down the line. They're 18 steps ahead of you. You thought you did something. She allowed you to do that, knowing full and damn well what she can get from it. So now you like take a plan B. Oh, you know, the pharmacy's closed. I don't have $55 for one. You're going to have to take me to get it. You go get it and get me to take it. If you don't go get it, I ain't taking it. Huh? Am I making it make sense? They always have a motive. They always are thinking ahead. Everything they do, they're choosing to do. You had almost nothing to do with it. You just volunteered. Understand, they're ahead of you motherfuckers by light years. And your ego is so wrapped up. Most of the time, the best you can do is to prepare and protect yourself. That's the best you can do. Because they already thinking down the line. And they're thinking about this before they came over. What matching panties I'm going to wear. If he likes my pussy shaved. If he likes my fat stomach. If he likes this. What if he goes raw? What if he asks for a condom? What am I say? They're already thinking these way down. But you thinking, I'm going to get her to come over for salmon and kiwa and trick her out of her panties. They already thought this way down the line. Okay, trust me. You didn't trick her out of nothing. You didn't run nothing on her. They're thinking that if you break up with them, I'm going to claim that. Listen, am I teaching? Watch this. Have you ever broken up with a woman and then she starts telling you all of your other shit that you had going on? Okay. You were with her for a week, a month, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and you broke up. And she'd be like, okay, I'm going to tell your ex-wife that you did this. I'm going to call and talk child support that you did that. She starts snitching on you. She like, what about this? What about that? This is a woman that you were having free, intimate, romantic sex with. Now that you're ready to break it off and kick her to the curb, she starts saying, what about this? And what about that time you got caught stealing or you got caught stealing and you didn't do your community service? What about that time when you was out here selling drugs and you didn't get caught? What about that time when you hit that parked car and didn't leave a note? Well, I got the license plate and I'm going to call that person. I'm going to drive to their house and tell on you. What about that time you didn't report your right income on your child support? What about that time you didn't pay your taxes? What about that time? Have you ever heard this? When I tell you they thinking way ahead of your monkey ass, you're thinking you're getting them for doing what? I'm going to get her to trick her out of her panties. No, nigga. They thinking ahead. They're planning and plotting this out while giving you pussy. All right. He told me this. She writing it in her journal. She writing it down. She keeping all of these thoughts. For the time when you break that shit off, here she come with the motherfucker here. Let me pull your whole card. Now, what about this? Oh, you gonna leave me? What about this? Remember when you did this? Remember when you said that? She gonna pull up them screenshots. Look at this screenshot. Look at what you text me here. Remember when I told you you slapped me? You slapped me this time. You put bruises on me this time. You bit me this time. You choked me during sex. I'm the one telling you what's up. All of y'all think of is getting sex, and that's the conclusion. It is way bigger than this. It's way bigger than this. And the more you keep doing this and the more years you live, you will realize that they've been so far ahead of you motherfuckers that y'all really didn't accomplish anything. All you did was volunteer. Yep, you told her secrets. You pillow talked. You told her about your business and how you fudging the accounting. She kept that as a note. She put that as a feather in her fucking cap. Now all of a sudden she recording a conversation with you about it. Remember that time when you told me you fudged the records on your accounting, on your business, and now she calling your job. playing your recording back. That, remember, you volunteered. She chose. She chose you. You didn't choose her. She gave you access to her. You didn't force access out of her. She had a plan. You had a nut to get. There's always a way they'll make you pay. It's not always going to be upfront. It could be on the back end. It's not always going to be cash. There's always a price to pay. Sometimes you get away with it, but it only takes you one to realize, damn, this shit cost me. For people who think I'm telling lies and exaggerating, keep living, keep fornicating, keep doing what you're doing, and find out the hard way. All men pay. It's going to be a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You literally have to be literally talking to these women and saying nothing to them. Just fucking them, nutting them, protecting your nut and your seed, and leaving them alone. Other than that, you should be in monk mode. Okay? Don't think it's you, man. Take your ego out of what women are doing. Women are plotting and thotting and plotting all the time. And it's not necessarily to do something bad to you, but what they're doing is protecting themselves from being abused by you and taking advantage. But keep living and thinking your ego is involved in it. There, you'll find out, nigga. You'll find out. Blue Baggin says, one thing I've learned in my 46 years of living is that most of these bitches is losers. Free agent lifestyle for life. All right. We literally are the most important thing that's going on in their world. All right. All right, shout out to our brother Bob, says ChatGPT can literally replace 90% of therapists. Yep, he says the AI gives much and better advice than the therapists themselves. If you want to solve your issues and don't have chemical imbalance, you don't need a therapist. He says ChatGPT can cost $20 max a month and a therapist $250 a session. In fact, there was some data that showed that people were saying the ChatGPT gave better advice. In GM, when I hear PUAs and guys in relationships say that they don't pay, it never made sense to me. Paying with time, ego, and pride seems like the worst and most dangerous way to pay, especially since men don't control women. You don't. All right. They've gotten us to the pretty much not be able to control them at all. All right. So just realize they got a plot. They got a plan. If a woman at your job is you're a superior and she's below you and she gives you sex, trust me, that's coming back to haunt your ass. Most of the time, you'll either get into a relationship with her because then she won't blow up your spot. So you'd be like, damn, I've been fucking on her. If I break up with her, she's going to blow up my spot. So you give her a relationship. Right? Because if you break up with her, she's going to blow up your spot. Now she's going to be at the human resources office. Did she make you pay? Yes. That's payment. That's certainly payment. Now you got to get a relationship and massage this shit and let her off the hook, eat harder, and, don't let her off hard. You know what I mean? And be like, okay, massage the, and hope that she walks away with nothing. But she knows when she engaged in that relationship, she has a leverage over you that if you fuck her over, she's going to be at the human resource office. Period. Now that free pussy about to add up quick. How many men have been caught in that situation? It was free, no payment. It was good. You was just fucking. She was coming over for salmon and quinoa. You didn't have to do anything. And she just sitting back like this. Go ahead and fuck around and find out. Go ahead. Go ahead. And she going to be in there crying. And he did this and he did that. He put it up the Duke shoot one time. All right. Anesthesia Boss says doing anesthesia practice 1099 status is a game changer. He says you have to focus on the details and the loopholes. It's a mind shift. All right. You got to shift your mind to do 1099 work. Red Shirt says free agent lifestyle making $200K working remote for the USA. Love the warm weather and the Linglings. Where's the best city for me to live? I'm considering Newport Beach, Santa Monica, Vegas. Give me your age. Phoenix or maybe Miami, currently in San Francisco and plan to get out. These are all expensive areas, but tell me your age, because if you're young and single, I would say Santa Monica. Vegas is not for the weak. All right, Vegas is small. It's a small town. All y'all fucking the same women in Vegas. Phoenix is nice, but it's hot in the summer. Miami is hot all time of the year, and all of these women are whores in Miami. Newport Beach is hell of expensive. So all of those sound like fun, but I would love to know your age. Congratulations on your success. Resurrected Simple Forcer. A female asked me if I ever had a threesome. I told her no, and she said most guys have threesomes. Why do you think most men get a lot of punani? All right, most men do not have threesomes. Okay, so most women do have threesomes. All right, meaning that it means in effect, like a woman in her 20s is most likely had a threesome compared to men in their 20s. Because all they have to do is show up and have a friend and a willing partner to have a threesome, some guy that they just having fun with. All right, threesomes are very rare for men in their 20s, although they think it's much more prevalent because they've had them. Okay, most men barely having sex out here, let alone fucking two women at the same time. So, okay, you will find that women that are most likely willing to do threesomes are going to be women in their 20s. All right, they're going to be doing this. They're not going to be women in their 30s, 40s, and 50s doing threesomes. The women in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, if they've done threesomes, they were in their 20s. All right, but most men have not had this condition. And I'm going to just throw this out. If this condition exists, you were either a guy they chose to do with it or paid, because a lot of orgies and sex parties are paid. They're not volunteer. A lot of people are getting some sort of paid setup. The room set up. You have to pay a fee to get in and this type of thing. Swinger clubs and all of this stuff. All right. Most guys have not been having threesomes in their 20s. Okay. But women do probably have more threesomes with men while they're in their 20s. So, and it might be dudes in their 20s, 30s, 40s, or 50s. So they're just assuming this happens more often than not. But most dudes are getting no sex. None, let alone two women. Now, for me, over the last week and a half or 2 weeks, a lot of 20-year-old women that I've been with have been with threesomes. All right, so that's neither here nor there. All right, that's neither here nor there. For some reason, I get offered them a lot. All right, I get offered them way too much. All right, but it's easy for them to do. All right, most of the time, they would probably prefer them with, most of the time it's two women and one guy, but they would probably prefer two guys and one woman. It's easy for them to accomplish two guys and one woman. They just have to have a willing guy and her willing to do it. But if it's a two women and one guy, most of the time it's a bisexual chick and the other girl's straight, but she got to get her pussy ate out by a bisexual chick. All right, so... All right, yeah, man, most guys ain't having threesomes. All right, be careful with the threesomes, too. All right, I'm going to make sure I round the bases on this one. And we got Ghost J says, Coach, women are always changing the rules. Always. Bait and switch. Always. Most men 40 and younger never cared to get married. That's Jabril. Maestro Steven says, laughing every time you mention Cleveland. Joshua Moon says, singing in the rain. I don't think so. Singing in the rain, I don't think so. Yeah, men are not romantic at all. Men only do romantic things thinking that women like them. Once you realize that women don't like romantic things, typically from you stop doing them. For instance, when you were young, I have a lot of information and advice. I tell you, I forgot more about this relationship dynamics and game than you niggas actually know. Watch this. Who've ever thought having a picnic was romantic? Remember at one point in your life, you thought having a picnic in the park was romantic. Like you grew up with this. You saw it in the movie, right? You saw it on the cartoon. Women would be like, I just want to have a picnic in the park. And one or a few times you got a woman to get a picnic basket and she said, you go buy the wine and the cheese and she going to get the bread and y'all going to make sandwiches out there and you're going to get a rug and something like this. You're going to get a rug and put out there or a towel. And you're going to get out there and there's going to be fucking violins and motherfucking flutes playing. At one point in our world, we thought that was romantic. Now, you did it and what happened? Geese, mosquitoes, ants, right? Bumblebees, flies, right? The shit was less than romantic. Dirt, sand, people walking by you. It started raining. There was no harp. There was no flute. There was no motherfucking violins. There were bumblebees and bears and coyotes and loose dogs and dog shit and bumblebees and mosquitoes and flies and ducks and seagulls. Pit bulls attacking you and shit and dirt and sand on the blanket. There was no fucking and sex or romance. There was nothing. Yellow jackets and all kind of shit. Pigeons, coyotes, trailer ants. Somebody bitch getting stung on the hand or the foot. Right? So raccoons and fucking everything. Scorpions and mosquitoes. So, yep, birds shitting on you from the tree. It's hot as a motherfucker. You sweating. Sunburn. So what I'm saying is, what we thought were romantic were ideas we were fed to us. Once we implemented it and put it into practice, we realized we were sold this dream. This was not real. It was some shit that somebody told us would be romantic. And the woman was like, it would be so romantic if. All right. And singing in the rain is another one where you twirl her in the rain and she goes, and you dip and then it's a little drizzle. And then you give her your coat and you put it over the puddle or over her head and she's wearing your sports skirt over the head. It's so romantic until it happens and it's a fucking torrential downpour. And you're stepping in puddles and your socks are wet. It's not romantic. He said rattlesnakes. It's not romantic. It's not as romantic as it is. There's no music and shit playing in the background like it is in the movie. Right? It's all just some bullshit in your head, right? That the media has fed you as super duper romantic. And it's not. It's not when you actually put it in actual practice. Right here. Yep, Fred Astaire and shit, and you got the dances, and you've got your dance rhythm on, and your choreography is on point. Yeah, nah, bruh. Y'all been sold this shit. Y'all been sold this shit. Yep, Dirty Mac stopping by, niggas trying to steal your bitch. Like, shout out to Hustle Every Day says, peep game, ugly girls with better looking friends, 304 is always pivot to being in an endangered situation to compete with her 304 friends. She plays the victim chick. Shout out to you. Gregory Hardaway, men should know by now, women never take accountability. I also had a middle-aged 50-year-old woman that also had that aesthetic Margaret Stewart looking. It says, look that I was she had the aesthetic Martha Stewart look that I was digging out, and she had men lined up like the DMV, even though she admitted to me she was sleeping in her car. Okay. Yep. So guys think that these 50-year-old women don't have guys ready to bang. They have guys ready to bang of all age, lined up, ready to go. She's sleeping in her car. Okay. And she looked like Martha Stewart or even younger. Okay. For sure. Now, this is not what she wants ideally, but if she's in that mode, she'll do it. She'll do it. 100%, man. Modern Man says, dang, coach is right on this one. Got bait and switched after being in a 3-year relationship with her. She tried to change up the rules and I bounced. She's with a gump now. Oh, well. Hey, that's their strategy, guys. Their strategy is to hit your ass over the head. She gonna hit you over the head. All right? There's nothing really ever free when you're dealing with them. It might seem like it, but not really. All right, it might seem like it. And every now and then you'll get a girl and you'll mess with her and she'll go away and she'll slither back in her hole and you'll never hear from her again. That happens a whole bunch. But most of the time she goes away is because she now is switching on you, right? The whole asking for a relationship is a bait and switch. And then what do? You be like, relationship? I don't think so. How's getting the pussy after that? Not she slithers away. Or she wants to see you more and more, right? You bang her once or twice, and then all of a sudden she's like, let's do this 3 times a week. Let's do this 4 times a week. Then she's like, let's do this every day. That's a bait and switch. She's got you. So it was free. And now all of a sudden it was free. And now it's something out. Guess what happens? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? What do you think when you have a girl and you hit it once or twice a week? At first she's satisfied. And then all of a sudden she's like, this is great. Now you're going with no protection. Now she comes over 3 times a week. Now she spends a night. Now she wants to spend the night. I'll make you breakfast in the morning. This is all thought and plotting. That gets her to stay. Oh, breakfast in the morning? What does she tell you then? At 2 a.m., you can wake up and hit it raw whenever you want. Just take me when you want. Take me. You wake up at 3 a.m., roll over, and just take me. This is all a plot. She spends the night. She wakes up. She makes you breakfast. She hangs around. You're like, cool. She'd be like, I'll do your laundry. I'll fold your clothes. And you're like, damn, I got game. She's halfway moved in. She's halfway moved in. Now, here's the real kicker. What happens next? Now you can't bring your other hoes over. Uh-oh. So now you used to have a rotation. Now she's over there 3-4 nights a week. Now your other hoes like, where you at, daddy? Are we meeting up on Thursday, daddy? And you're like, Thursday? Oh, shit. Damn, I usually meet Sandy on Thursday. But now this other bitch laying up in your bed. She successfully got you out of your rhythm of your rotation. Now the 3 other girls that you had on rotation, and you had her on one, you had her on Monday and Wednesday, and you got Sally on Tuesday and Thursday, and now you got Tammy on Friday, and you got other girls. Now you out of your rotation rhythm. All because she's going to make you breakfast in the morning. Now she's like, oh, I'll fold your laundry. Now she there till noon. Now she running to work and coming back. I got dinner plans. I'll make you dinner tonight. Now you out of your rotation. Now your hoes are like, where you at, daddy? That's how she got you. That's thought and plotting. She got you out of your rotation gig.
Get him, daddy.
Okay.
Gotcha, bitch.
And all she did was offer you more pussy. And you said you didn't pay. Now you got to figure out. Now you got to send her home. Oh, why you want to send me home? I'm nice. I'm pleasant. I said you could take me when you want. You can have me whenever you want. You can make, I'll be nice. I'll be good. I'll make you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'll be here. I'll fold your laundry. Now you're out of your rotation rhythm. That's called thoughting and plotting. Now you paid. Now you stuck with this one piece of pussy. Maybe 2. When you had 3s and 4 skis on a rotation and a rhythm and you had it for a year or 2. Now she done thought and plot and halfway moved in. Now you're like, why don't you go home at noon and come back tomorrow at 7? What is she going to go? Oh, okay, you bringing your other hoes in. She's going to tell you that. Or you making room for your other hoes? Oh, no. You know what I mean? It's not the other hoe. They're steps ahead of you. They're steps ahead of you, man. They are outthinking and outworking you all the time. They are angling you. They know what time it is. And you think you was doing something. You thought you were doing something. At some particular point, you be like, oh, well, you about to watch me bang this hoe. All right. You have to watch me bang this hoe. All right. You can stay out here on the goddamn couch because I'm bringing in my other girl. Hey. Thoughting and plotting. Because you're going to have a legit reason why to send her home. Because she's going to be like, why? I'm doing so many things for you. I'm so great. I don't ask for much. I don't ask you for pay for anything. Just pay for the groceries that I buy at the store. Just pay for the laundry detergent. I'm good. I'm your girl. You're like, huh. And I'll give you pussy whenever you want. You can have it. 2 in the morning, 11 in the afternoon. Just take it. You're like, All of a sudden, she got a little basket in your goddamn drawer. Now, all of a sudden, she got a toothbrush. Now, all of a sudden, she got a little extra bathroom. She got a space she done carved out and created over here. All of a sudden, she good. Now, she asking for your toothpaste. Now, you can't find your toothpaste in the morning because she got it in the other bathroom. Now you be like, oh, I got to run to the store real quick. Oh, I'll stay here and I'll cook dinner and I'll cook lunch when you come back. Or I want to go because there's some things I need to pick up too. Now she at the grocery store with your monkey ass. Guys, yep, now she got shampoo, conditioner. Now she done moved all your rotation out to the side. All right, now you don't have to kick her out. But you know when you kick her out, guess what's fixing to happen? She gonna find another dick to ride. She gonna find another dick to ride. Because you gonna know when she go home, she gonna ride another dick. You better be good with it. Because she gonna ride another dick when she go home. As soon as she go home and you let her loose and she out of your sight, she fixing to ride another dick. That's what she gonna do. And she gonna threaten it. Okay, well, if you don't want to be with me, good. I'll just go home then. Just send me on home. All right. And then when she leaves, she turn on her notification alerts. Ping, ping. Her phone start pinging. Ping, 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 ping. And then you see her. She let you look over the shoulder. Dexter texted her. So she got other dick waiting for her when she get to the crib. All right, so... Now, I hope you don't care about it, but it's going to be another dick waiting. It's going to be 10 niggas in her text messages. Where you at? All right. So when you send her home, she fixing to get dick down. She going to the next nigga house. All right. All right. They got you, bruh. They ahead of y'all by 10 steps. All right, shout out to our brother here in GM. Men will brag about getting with women and using their bodies for free, yet the same men will get mad when the same woman get them in legal trouble saying that the man made her do it. He says, pick a struggle, man, and yes, you all are paying in a certain way. All right, modern men, shout out to you. And he says, I knew multiple TradCon married men who told me their wives threatened to divorce them if the guy takes a higher paying job that will require the family to relocate. Sounds like business, not love. Wives have the ultimate leverage in relationships. 100%. 100%. And Lameek says, I told my coworker, I think my coworker got like that. Pretty sure she didn't stop him from roaring in her. She stayed muted. Then brought up that she was pregnant and now he's the pappy. I heard he was in tears when I was told this. It's an evil world we live in. Yep.
It's an evil world we live in.
Now she's pregnant. Guys, it was free. Now she's pregnant. I'm going to tell you, it ain't going to be free at this point. It's going to be pay, pay, pay. Say. All right. And you're going to be counting $2,000 checks in child support going right out the window. Right out the window. Okay. You better hope you're not in that situation. All right, anyway, main event. Let's do it. Do me a favor, man. Hell, I got to get the main event out, so I got to take a little bit of a break so I can do this main event without being under pressure and under fire here. Okay, do me a favor. Hit the like button.
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace, and coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out.
Yeah, priced out. You niggas are priced out of the dating marketplace and you mad. And yes, I got your girlfriend. And I got your girlfriend and her friend dropping that neck on me this weekend. Yes, your girl. The girl you took out on 2 dates and made salmon and quinoa. I got your bitch. All right. Yes, he does.
Gotcha, bitch.
And she coming back to you with the natural lubricant in between her legs. Main event. For the men who want traditional wives, this is going to be an eye-opener for you. We have a traditional wife who says that she was a stay-at-home mom by choice, but what she learned after the fact made her regret her decision to be a stay-at-home mom. Before we do that, I got something set up for you here. We have a couple of other wives that are going to give you the indication that, yes, marriage is not really ideal for men because men do not think through marriage. You guys have no idea what you're volunteering for. We're going to start off with the desirable truth on a woman that, let's say she's married and hasn't been dating.
Question for you, ma'am. What would you say is the hardest part about modern dating right now?
I've been married for a long time, so I'm not the right person to ask.
And how old are you?
I just turned 40.
How long have you been married?
18 years.
How do you manage to keep a marriage together for that long?
It's complicated, especially right now. We're going through a divorce.
Okay, hold on. So, how do you start a relationship with a man and then end up here?
Honestly, there's a lot of trying to make it work for a very long time, right? We didn't want to give up.
Doesn't marriage sound great? Doesn't marriage sound great? Oh, I wouldn't know. I'm married. Oh, but we're actually going through a divorce. How did that end up? Well, it wasn't that he beat me, he cheated, he controlled me, he was an asshole, he was a narcissist, arrogant. I don't know. You just fall apart and it's hard to keep up with shit. All right. Marriage will. Nobody has an explanation of how they got divorced. It's never a big blow up. It's, you grow apart and you try hard and you work and you get bored and stop liking him and I don't want to fuck him no more.
But, 3 kids later, at this point, we just look at the kids and say we got to do what's best for them because they're not seeing a healthy relationship.
All right, it's not healthy. It's not romantic anymore. All the romance is gone. She wants to fuck somebody else. He wants to fuck somebody else. All right, it's not natural anymore, but they're going to say for the kids. They want to see a healthy relationship. We got 3 kids in. Fuck it. Let's blow this up. All right, doesn't this sound great?
So we're thankful for the time that we had together as a family, and now we're gonna go our separate ways. We'll be sharing custody and moving forward.
Just like that, easy peasy, easy. This is modern marriage in a nutshell. This is what I warn you about, and thank God for the internet. Thank God for the internet. All that investment, all that time, all that money, and believe me, he fixing to pay on the back end. All right, he gonna pay to not have sex with her. He gonna have to restock fee. All right, y'all always worried about paying. The married men are paying the most. Men in relationship are paying the most. Men that are out here fucking random women, y'all gonna pay the most. Just keep it up. Keep it up. And just like that, you lost your whole facade gone. Just like that. And it's mostly her. She decided that shit.
I'm not happy.
Because women decide when divorce happens. You decide to marry her, she decides when the divorce happens. All right, what do we got here? We have another one out here. We have another out here. We got a sister. Got a sister right here. This woman says she left her marriage and the fucking kids. All right, so here we go right here.
I left my husband. I left my kids. And I moved to a whole new city. A whole new state, rather. Just me. No one else. And I didn't move because I didn't love them, but I finally decided to love myself too. And so for years, I put myself on the back burner, just being a mom, being a wife, which is great.
Again, I was just being a mom, being a wife. I put myself on the back burner and I'm done. I'm out of here. See you later. And she's fine as fuck. So her mulatto ass is about to get penetrated in these goddamn streets. All right, what's about to happen.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
All right, so she didn't left, relocated. She's now in Vegas and I'm buttering her tonsils. All right, just like that. I was being a wife and a mom. I got fed up. I went through postpartum depression. See you later. All right. All right, but y'all want to roll the dice and shit.
It's awesome. But, all this time, I was wearing a smile, but deep down, I wasn't really happy inside,
There it is. I'm not happy.
I'm not happy.
I was in there. I was in the life. I was married, taken care of, and whatnot. He was paying the bills. He was doing whatever the fuck he was doing. Yep. But deep down inside, that's what she said too. Deep down inside, I lost time and we grew apart and blah. I don't want to do it no more, and I'm out of here. See you later.
I'm not happy.
Okay.
And so one day I realized that I couldn't keep living a life that made everyone else comfortable while I was crumbling inside.
Yep, crumbling inside. Again, she's in a war with herself. She didn't say it was his fault, but it was his fault. I was crumbling on the inside. I couldn't live another day like this. I got to go. All right, but we have a time issue. So this is a 5-minute video. We're not going to explore much more on this one, but you see where this is headed. You see where this is headed. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm out. All right, we got this woman right here that says, this is from the book Alpharonomy. We have another light-skinned mulatto. All right, mulattoes be out here, tragic mulatto. All right, what does this mulatto have to say?
Not that your wife doesn't want to have sex, it's that she doesn't want to have sex with you. Hearing mommy all day, cooking the meals, cleaning up, crumbs, making your food, making sure the dentist appointments get made and your doctor's appointment. And at the end of the day, she does dinner, bath time, bedtime. And then you keep walking behind her, slapping her ass. And then, you know, she finally is doom scrolling on Instagram or TikTok, disassociating. And you put your little nub against her ass and ask if she wants to get down. No, I don't. Just be an active parent. Anticipate her needs. See her as a woman, not just as your wife, not just as the mother of your children, as a woman. Treat her as such. And then, yeah, sex sounds like a good idea. But until then, there's some lotion in the cabinet. I'll see you in the morning.
Damn.
If you want me to be a freak, you put those babies in the sheets. If you want some head, put the babies to bed. And that's just free advice from me to you. Have a good
Okay, you guys think I make this shit up? You guys think I make this up? You've been thinking I'm making this up for years. I know more about this than you've ever known. Trust me, gentlemen. And if you've never been in a relationship or cohabitated or marriage, please do not tell me about women. All right, do not tell me about women at all. You know nothing. I date and I get women to come over and fuck me. You don't know nothing about women. You know zero. All right, you've never lived with a woman? Shut the fuck up. All right, you know nothing. So what do we got here? You are not at the advanced level I'm at. You never even lived with a woman. Shut up. All right, so here we go. This is the marriage wheel. This is the sexist marriage. This is her desires gone. She's lost interest in the sex for a variety of reasons. I always iron them out. He's predictable. She doesn't want to have sex anymore. The love is gone. She's already had the investment. I've already got the kids, the house, the car. I don't have to fuck you anymore. Okay? And don't walk up behind me. Remember when I tell you, if you think you have frame in your house, go up to your woman as she's scrambling your eggs, slap her on the ass and grab her titties, your wife, and say, "This mine. This mine." You can't do it. Most married men can't do it. They're scared to do it. Because this is going to be the response. Don't walk up behind me with that little nub. Get that shit out of here. Do some chore play. Put the big kids to bed. Help around the house. Now, this is their own legitimate reasons. I don't mind that they're saying this. I'm just saying what you're getting into. But it is now. They don't want to have sex. They're taking sex off the table. They're weaponizing the sex. All right. They're making you do more. They're making you pay more. They're selling you more pussy. All right. You want some pussy? Do this. Do that. They're selling it to you again. They're selling it to you again. You've already paid for it. Now you're going to pay for it some more when you divorce her ass. When she divorces you, you're going to pay for more. Or if you don't want to pay that divorce fee, guess what? Do this, do that, pick up this, do that, chore that, tuck these kids in. They're making you pay for it some more. They're reselling the pussy to you. See, this is weaponizing the sex. You guys think you know, but you don't know. And you never will. You better listen to me, man. She used sex to get you in, but now she's weaponizing sex you within the marriage because she knows that if you say kick rocks, she gets a divorce fallout. She gets a divorce fallout. Okay, divorce me then. Now you don't see your kids. Now you're going to pay for that. Now you don't get this house. I get to keep the house. I'm going to fight you tooth and nail for it. I'm going to get every dime from you. I'm going to get your retirement, your pension, all of that shit. Yeah, I ain't got to fuck you no more. And if I fuck you, you're going to do something for it. Making you pay. So, guys, I've been telling you this for years and years and years. We finally got these women openly saying it on the marketplace. We got them openly saying it on the internet. Do all wives feel like this? No, but if you look at the divorce statistics, it's damn near half or more of them. Okay, you can't deny this anymore. You can't deny it. By the way, looks to be a playback delay. I don't have anything to do with it.
It's not that your wife doesn't want to have sex. It's that she doesn't want to have sex with you.
Wow. Listen to that. It's not that your wife doesn't want to have sex. She doesn't want to sex with you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So that means there's somebody she's going to have sex with. That's what she's threatening. I might not have sex with my husband, but that means I ain't going sexless. Work husband, play cousin, homie that I went to school with, dude at the gym, personal trainer, dude at girls' nights out, girls' trip. Okay, sneaky link, niggas on Snapchat, Instagram. I got options. They after me, Dad. They after me, hubby. Not that she don't want to have sex. She don't want to have sex with you, and you married her. Woo wee. Ooh wee. Thank the Lord. I used to have to tell y'all that, and y'all would fight me. Here we go.
Hearing mommy all day, cooking the meals, cleaning up, crumbs, making your food, making sure the dentist appointments get made and your doctor's appointment. And at the end of the day, she does dinner, bath time, bedtime. And then you keep walking behind her, slapping her ass. And then, she finally...
Slapping her ass. Remember that? I said married guys can't walk up and slap their wife's ass. I've been telling you that for a long time. Can't. They cannot. She's going to get tired of it. And she's going to say, this is my body. Stop using me as a sexual thing. And you're slapping my ass all the time. And when she starts doing this, it's over. When she starts doing this and you can't slap your wife's ass and grip her ass and grab her titties and say, this mine, it's over. And she's saying just as much. It's over. Might not have sex with you, but I'll have sex with somebody else.
It's doom scrolling on Instagram or TikTok, disassociating, and you put your little nub against her ass. And
little nub. Now you got a little nub. Now it's little. But when you was hitting that guts, she was saying the pussy was yours, and it's the biggest I've ever had, and it's the best, and no dick is better than yours. Now it's a little nub. Why? She got the investment phase. Now, what is there to work for now? Now let's change the rules. You can't grab my ass, can't grab my titties, can't smack me on the ass, can't put your little nub on me, can't ask me for sex. No. Nothing.
Ask if she wants to get down. No, I don't. Just
look at that face.
Be an active parent.
Just do your part. Pay. Do your part. Chores. Hey, man, let me go to the next video because they're literally telling you everything I've been telling you. Thank God. So we have this woman out here, stay-at-home mom. This is the main event. Stay-at-home mom says she was a stay-at-home mom for 15 years. She's a trad wife. She regrets it. And this is why.
I was married for 17 years and was a stay-at-home mom for 15 of those years. And it was amazing. I loved being a stay-at-home mom. But the thing that I didn't really anticipate was the financial dynamic and how I would be affected by that. So I assumed that half of everything would be mine if we divorced. And since I was out of the workforce for a really long time, I didn't have things like retirement, or luckily I had built up my credit over time, but I didn't have savings. I didn't have accounts in my own name. And I really was not prepared for when my husband and I split up, sitting there in mediation, hearing this is non-marital. And I was like, but wait, I thought everything was, marital. We'd been married for so long. Right. And we had never discussed like, this was mine and this was yours, that kind of thing. It was always, in my opinion, it was always ours. And and he actually said that. Like one time I said to him, well, a lot of times I said to him, like, I feel like I'm not prepared for retirement. Nothing's in my name. Like, what if something happens to you? What if something happens where we split up? I'm not, and he was like, well, if we get divorced, half of it's yours. Well, it wasn't. And he got to keep about $800,000 more than I did. I was married for 17 years and was a stay-at-home mom for 15.
Let me stop right here. Now, Sorry, I muted myself. Let me just say this. Gentlemen. What she's saying, typically, you would think I disagree with. Whatever her financial arrangement with her husband was her husband. But as I've been telling you, this is what they're getting into. When I tell you all men pay, when I tell you you got to find out why she's in the relationship with you. What is she looking for? There might be a long-term thing. She's looking that maybe you could be a retirement plan, a solution for her, a way for her not to work anymore. This actually flies against this woman, right? This woman's now claiming she wants this, but you have a woman that got it, and now she said it didn't work out for me. It didn't work out for me. I didn't get what I wanted out of it because I intended. He told me I got half, and half of this is yours, and I'm going to retire you. Then she didn't get it, and it was all for a loss. I regret it. It was the worst decision I made. He screwed me over. How did he screw you over? He screwed me over because I didn't get what I desired. The time I put in, I didn't get the result. So I was with him for that result. I didn't get that result, so all this other time was a waste. I regret it. I got screwed over. How'd you get screwed over? Day to day to day, y'all thought y'all was in love. I thought y'all was in it for love and like. No, you found out. He found out. She was in it because he was going to retire me. He was going to have this. And what did she do? How did she find this out? She assumed that when she got a divorce. I'm going to play it again. She assumed that. How are you assuming that when you got a divorce? Because the divorce is planned before the wedding. So she was doing all of this with the idea that if she got divorced or when she got divorced, she would get X, Y, and Z. And she filed for the divorce thinking she was going to get X, Y, and Z, and she didn't. And now she's mad.
Gotcha, bitch.
So while you're going through your promotion and you're grinding and you're making money and you're giving it to the family and you're going on vacations, none of this shit matters to her. She talking about what she gonna get in the end. Life insurance, pension, house, kids, car, alimony. So did she stay in as a stay-at-home mom for the man? No, she stayed in there for her. Then she started thinking, oh, what happened if I got a divorce? What would happen if I want to retire? Then what did she say? I gave up my what? Career.
So I could focus on my career.
I gave up my career. I could have earned extra money. I could have been an executive. I could have been the head coach at a university. I could have been CEO niggero. But I traded that in for this and I didn't get what I wanted. So boo. But I'm telling you, it always comes down to money. They always have a plan. You think it's love, it's money every single time. When people say my marriage is successful, it's because he's trying to prevent that. And she's trying to walk her way down to that. She's trying to walk her way down to that. She's trying to walk her way down to that. You owe me. Pay me. Pin me, pay me. You owe me for what I gave up. Now, again, from the woman's perspective, hey, y'all do what y'all got to do. But check this out. A Forbes analysis estimates that mothers who leave the workforce can lose $450,000 to $1 million over their lifetimes. This includes lost income, retirement savings, Social Security benefits, and no one's talking about it. This woman breaks it down. You think they like you and love you. You got to detach your ego from women because they cater to your ego. They make you believe you's doing something. And then when they get what they want, they going to tell you, you got a little nub. You got a little nub. You really wasn't doing shit. I want to have sex, but not with you. Just wait. I'm out. I'm back to these streets. We didn't work out. We grew apart. I'm moving forward. Nigga, y'all better wake up. It ain't about you, and it never was. It never was, cuz. Shout out to MC Breed from Cleveland. It never was, cuz. Now, go ahead and pay me off on the back end. Give me what I want, nigga. And they counting the cost the entire time. I gave up this. I could have had that. And then now I thought I was going to get this, and I didn't get that. Brothers, I be trying to help y'all walk you down this path. It ain't that, it didn't work out for me. I know this for a fact. It never was about you. It was always about them. And they used your ego and your need to be liked, your need to have a facade, your need to have proven that you can get a girl, your need for sex, your need for your ego to be stroked. They used that against you. Oh, MC Breed from Flint. Shout out to Flint, Michigan. I thought he was from Chicago, Cleveland. All right, shout out to MC Breed. They used that against you. You thought you was doing something. You thought she loved and liked you. It never was about you. Remove your ego from women, please. It might seem like you doing something, but they behind the scenes, stacking, plotting, planning, thinking, whole time. Then they get you trapped good enough. And now you find out what it was about. Imagine this husband thought he had a loving wife that cared about him, and they on the beach taking pictures and matching outfits, jeans and white shirts. And it never was, cuz. It never was, cuz. All right, I know it's hard to hear. This is hard for your ego to even think that this is possible. You think that this is some women. Trust me, this is every single one of them. And not rightly so. I'm not saying women shouldn't do this. To me, I'm not against them doing this. What I'm against is you trying to convince me that you're different and she's different. It ain't no difference, nigga. This is always the bottom line. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to break it down. This is always what it was about. Now, if you were the sex guy and she just was giving you sex and you got that, and you got that from 20% of the women you've ever approached, that's who you were. Great. Congratulations. I'm telling you, sometimes you were lucky to get out unscathed. We're all good. I got unscathed of a lot of women. I've been with a lot of women. Most women have never done anything negative to me. We broke it off. We walked away. We parted away. And I got 2 or 3, maybe 30 pieces of pussy from her the entire time. Nothing negative happened. You're going to get away every now and then, but it's only going to take you one. Most of the time when you're 50, you have had at least 4 women turn against you. At least 4 that have tried to royally fuck you over, crashed out, divorced you, cheated on you. At least 4. And fucked you over and made you pay on the back end. At least by the time you're 50. And remember, I was married and cohabitating for 10 or 12 of those years. But by the time you hit 50, you done got it fucked over at least 4 times. Fucked over. And like, goddamn. Caught up, fired from your job, knocked up a bitch on the side kids. You was fucking a girl on the side. She told your wife. And then you're going to go, oh, shit, okay, I better stop playing with these motherfuckers. But the other women just slithered back into their hole and went to the next dick the next day to try to do the same plan on the next nigga. They just went to slither to a next guy. They didn't go to their hole and, oh, no. They just went to the next dick. Off to the next man. And they might have got the next man because you got her and she like, I'm going to get somebody else. So she got the next guy because of you. All right, so let me play this down here. It ain't easy out here being cheesy.
I was married for 17 years and was a stay-at-home mom for 15 of those years.
Look at that neck.
And it was amazing.
I loved it, but
loved being a stay-at-home mom. But
there you go. There you go. Look at that neck. He had to look at this neck get worse and worse and worse over the years. Look at this neck, bruh. I can't get this neck.
Silence, you fool.
Let me just stop and say this. She said, I was a stay-at-home mom. It was amazing. What does that mean? She got an opportunity to not work. Remember what this woman said? I didn't have to work. He paid all the bills. I didn't have stress. Blah, blah, blah. Then we took vacations. He made $500,000 a year. We had fun. I had mommy wine time. We went and lived in a good neighborhood. He provided for us. Remember, I need a provider. Right here. I just want a provider. It was great. I didn't have to hustle and bustle. You know, it was great. I just picked up my kids from class. I got my personal trainer. Blah, blah, blah. He bought me gifts, diamond rings, pearls, necklaces, negligees, laptop computers, bikes. All right. It was great. It was amazing. I got to be around my kids and see them grow up. I was fortunate enough to do that. It was amazing. But, yeah, all of that was good. But that ain't what it was about. That was the payment. But I had a bigger plan. That's what she said. I was planning for something bigger. That was what he was supposed to do. Whew. It was amazing, but, and this is white women for you right here. Yep. I got to, wake up and make sandwiches and get my kid to school and go to Pilates and shit like that. All this shit that these women were asking for down here. I just want to go to Pilates in the morning in my matching Lulu outfit, get coffee, go to TJ Maxx in my Escalade. Right here. Right there. This is me too. Right here. I want to be a stay-at-home mom, wife, get out of corporate America. Right here. Okay. See that? She was able to get it. But what does but mean? That means this is what I'm going to say after that negates everything I said prior. That's what but means. But everything I just said was amazing is going to be negated by what I'm about to say next. That's what but means. Here we go.
The thing that I didn't really anticipate was the financial dynamic and how I would be affected by that.
Victim. I had a plan, but I got victimized. Remember, I volunteered. I gave you free pussy. I didn't got nothing from it. Victim. All right. But she chose. I chose to give you free pussy, thinking I was going to get something in the back end. I didn't get it. Victim. I chose to be a stay-at-home mom, give up my career and raise my kids, and was fortunate to do so. However, I didn't get the outcome I wanted, so it was a loss. Victim.
So I assumed that half of everything would be mine.
Assumed. So she stuck around. Why did you assume this? Weren't you going to die with the guy? Weren't you going to raise the kids and send them to college? Why were you assuming half was going to be yours? Because you were planning to divorce him at some point. The divorce card was going to be played. So as she's doing 15 years stay-at-home mom, 17 years married, she's plotting that at some point I can pull the fucking ripcord and take half. Okay, I assumed.
If we divorce.
When we divorce. So she's doing this with the mindset that at some point, if she just gets tired of this shit, I'm going to get half. Y'all better wake up. Why were you thinking that? Why didn't you just go ahead and be a good wife and keep the shit going? Nope. She was thinking, if we got a divorce, this is how I'm going to get paid out. This is how I'm going to get paid out. This is how I'm going to get paid out. Remember, pay. All men pay. I invest, coach. Nope, you're paying.
And since I was out of the workforce for a really long time,
I gave up my career. You're going to hear this, guys. The longer you marry a woman.
So I could focus on my career.
All right. I gave up my career. I was going to be CEO. I could have been CEO, but I was a stay-at-home mom for you. This is some wild shit. But listen, this is how it works in their minds. This is how that works. I'm trying to prepare you for this shit. It never was about love. It was about business. Men are in love. Women are in business. Since I gave up my career, $450,000 to $1 million, I gave that up. I assumed I was going to get it financially fixed by making this decision.
I didn't have things like retirement, or luckily I had built up my credit over time, but, you know, I didn't have savings. I didn't have accounts in my own name.
So this is what they call financial abuse. Okay? You think I'm kidding? See that right there? Look at that. So this man put her up, kept her off work, didn't stress her out, sent her to Pilates and Botox, invested in his kids, saved for college, and all of this. Put her up, paid for her sanitary napkins and her fucking lifestyle. Leased cars, earned money, went to work, worked double shift, got promoted, got to the top, and boom. Where's the love? Where's it at? Tradwise, listen up. Exactly. This happened to me too. Victim. I chose, now I'm a victim.
And I really was not prepared for when my husband and I split up, sitting there in mediation, hearing this is non-marital. And I was like, but wait, I thought everything was, you know, marital. We'd been married for so long. Right. And we had never discussed like, this was mine and this was yours.
That's why she assumed. And by the way, the things she thought was marital were the things she was plotting on. Trust me, there were some things that were marital that she got. Okay. But he probably protected himself. He protected himself, right? He bought things there, put some things in name and trust and this type of thing. The things she thought she was going to get that made her file for the divorce. I'm going to get the vacation home. I'm going to get the cars. I'm going to get the ski house. I'm going to get the fucking cabin in the woods. I'm going to get that. She found out it was in a trust. It was possibly under the brother's name. Whatever. He protected herself. So now she's like, I thought I was going to get that. That's why I filed for the divorce. All right, fuck it. I'm going to just divorce him and I'm going to get half of this and half of that. Then she found out she wasn't going to get that. So she got only a little bit, not what she thought she was going to get. Now, guess what? She's stuck out there. She done filed for the divorce. She done played her fucking hand. Now she realized, oops, I wasn't getting what I wanted. I only got this much. I only got this much in alimony, this much in child support. I only got this much in, I didn't get the vacation home. I didn't get the fucking jet skis. I thought I was fixing to get it, but I didn't.
You know, that kind of thing. It was always, in my opinion, it was always ours.
Opinion, assume.
And he actually said that. Like,
he told me that too. He said that. She remembers that. She remembers every time he said that. But every time he remembers every time you said you're the only one that he's fucking. All right. He remembers that too, but that wasn't truth.
One time I said to him, well, a lot of times I said to him, like, I feel like I'm not prepared for retirement. Nothing's in my name. Like,
nothing's in my name.
What if something happens to you?
Give me that death insurance benefit, which is true.
What if something happens where we split up? I'm not, you know, and he.
What if we split up?
Was like, well, if we get divorced, half of it's yours. Well, it wasn't. And he got to keep about $800,000.
There she is keeping score. $800,000. He got more than me. He got to keep $800,000. Her plan was to leave his ass wiped the fuck out. What else did he keep?
More.
And more. She didn't get the house. Her ass living down in an apartment on MacArthur Boulevard.
Than I did.
More than I did. All right. So he was able to fend for himself. And I'm the victim. So anyway, let me get to these super chats here. Good luck out here, gentlemen. Good luck. Hey, man, all men pay. It's always the bottom line. Even if she says it's not, it is. All right. There's something that you have to figure out. Remember, you have to figure out why she's associating with you. What is she angling? They always have an angle. They always have a plan. They do not get into anything without a plan. Every now and then you might catch a girl off guard and she didn't plan on doing something and you got her. All right. That's going to be very rare, especially when you get into long-term relationships. All right. Or you get older. There's always a plan and you're it. There's no love out here. Remove your ego from these women. All right. Anyway, let me catch up with these super chats. Thank you for sticking around for 5 hours. I got to hit to my personal trainer. And get back to work. I missed a week of training because I was on vacation, putting hands on hips. All right, goodness gracious. All right, I'll be waking y'all up with this message, man. It's always an angle. There's always a reason for Sir association. By the way, Briefolt's Law, an old rule, okay? If anybody wants to, Briefolt's Law, this is an old psychological rule right here, written by Robert Briefolt. Follow this, learn this. It says right here, Briefolt's Law, in the context of Robert Briefolt's book, The Mothers, refers to the principle that in the animal family, the female, not the male, determines the conditions of the family structure, and that if the female doesn't benefit from association with the male, no such association will occur. This applies only to non-human animals, not human. All right. It says that's where the association is. It's important to note. All right. That he says this associates with only to non-human animals, not human. All right. You can believe that if you want. You can believe that if you want. But it says the women, the female, not the males, determine the conditions of the family structure, and that if the female doesn't benefit from any association with the male, no such association will occur. Write that down. So this is, again, when you say you think, oh, he was running game. I'm running game on her. I'm ahead of her. I'm outthinking her. I'm planning ahead of her. She already beaten you to the punch. She already has you in the wedding suit. She has you in the wedding suit. Okay? Way before you in the goddamn suit. You are a silhouette. Okay? When she engages with you, she sees something down the line. You don't see it yet, though. But she sees it. She might even tell you, you know, I've been thinking about you all day. I've been thinking about you a lot. I had a dream about you. Right? This is her telling you what future she sees for you. Where does she see you? How does she, and then when you have to add to this, it's not how does she just see you, she's figuring out how to get you there. She might call it a dream, but it was thoughts. I was thinking of you all night, she should have said, not a dream. I was thinking of how I'm going to get you to where I need to get you. But you just a suit. You just a motherfucking silhouette. In her mind, she's got to get you down to this position. How do I get you there? But you're too busy trying to get some pussy off of her. Right? I'm going to get her to have sex with me for tonight. And I'm like, you guys are so shallow in your thinking. You have no clue of how much she's putting thought into this. And if you have sex with her once, she's now thinking of this more. And don't not hit her guts. Do not hit that bottom. Do not make her squirt. Do not make her come on your dick. All right? Just going to even increase the thoughts. Right? So you're just a silhouette. And she's tried this with 10, 20, 30, 50, 175 guys. You're next. All right? And then when you ain't there, all right, and she can't get nothing from you, she can't benefit from the association, she goes to the next guy. And then she goes, let me put my time and energy onto him. And then you call her up and text her, can you come over and you want to make food at my apartment again? She says no. Why? No benefit. You got her once, you got her twice, but that's it. All right, so you better, that little onesie twosies you got, you better be talking about that shit. These old war stories you told me. One time I had a girl come over all the time, and every girl I come over, it works. These going to be war stories of the 1 or 2 times you fucked one woman. have stories of you banging her long term. None. You ain't got stories of her coming over and just banging the shit out of you just over salmon and kiwan. All right. All right. Anyway. We got the stream ending. NGN, that lady talking about how she just left her family, was most likely telling her husband 5+ years ago that he can trust her and it'll be for forever. Sadly, some ninjas fall for the okie doke. Yep, this is forever. Shout out to our brother Gregory Hardaway, says, what's up, coach? I know in the live stream when I said New Orleans, your marriage, he says your wheel started turning. Had you thought about going? I know you lived in Louisiana, but I thought maybe it could be fun if we go down to New Orleans. That's what I thought. Kevin Sullivan says, sending tuition, keep blessing us with the truth, coach. Shout out to you right there. Akito says, another chore play person that you showed a couple of months ago. Katy Perry broke off her 6-year engagement with Orlando Bloom. Now she's seen weeks ago with Justin Trudeau. Okay, so that's women's ability to find a new man. All right, they're always going to be able to find a new guy that they're going to try to snooker. Shout out to our brother JB. You are on point. I had a woman tell me how she was going to F my circle of 304s up. I had to pay up on the back end. Thanks for all you do, CGA. Men need this info. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you on that one. She was going to mess up your rotation of 304s. Women know that you have other women. They're either assuming you have other women or they know. What they do is they'll say it. You know, I know you got other hoes and I know you're going to invite another girlfriend over when I leave. They know. So what do? They give you more access. And most of the time we fall for it. And then after the fact, we try to figure out how to fix our rotation. So we let her come over 2, 3, 4 days a week. And we're like, oh, okay. But then you're like, damn, I can't make room for my other women. She knows she fucked up your other women. Kevin G says the lesson of detaching your ego from women has taken a couple of months to sink in, but the more I marinate on it, the harder it hits, especially as a legacy ninja. It's such a gem, and I thank you for the never-ending lessons. Gentlemen, your worth is in your purpose. All right, your ego is not your amigo. All right, shout out to our brother Nuke says, man, CGA, you exposed to me that in my early 20s, the coochie blinders had me cooked. Rotation was disrupted for exclusivity. Ring the bell on the younger me. All right, I'm telling you. Shout out to Killer 7 says, coach, you were on fire with the knowledge today, specifically with the part of getting girls to your crib for free with dinner. He says, I was one of the ones saying I never had a problem. And even though they were attractive women, you're right, they were low quality. You speak the truth. Anybody that ever wants to tell me that been successful with women. All right. And men tell me this all the time. Believe me, guys, I'm a lot older than you. I've lived through life. I've never always been at the JUCO. I've been a regular guy. I dated, I married, I got girls, I was a player, I did all of that shit. I went outside the clubs, I hung out. Y'all think I'm just a dude, a corny dude on the internet? All right, I got the pictures and the lifestyle to show it, but you guys think I'm just a dude on the internet talking and tricking. All right, that's because you found me doing that. That's my age now. That's what I do now because it's easier for me because I realize this is the easiest thing to do. All right, fuck all the rest. But what you guys don't understand is that over time, if you keep playing the game with them, at some particular point, you're going to get consumed. Especially when you think that you're just going to be a player all your life. You're going to get consumed or you're going to get got. It's only going to take one to get you. And now you're looking at $200K in child support. I mean, it's an evil fucking game. It is a game of nature that I'm telling you, God really screwed y'all over. If y'all believe in God. All right. God screwed you over with your own lust and your ego. It's going to take one. And I've had many a ones. All right. That it's like, whew. Just keep out here. You think you're going to be a 40 and 50-year-old player? All right. You're going to get one. You're going to get one. Dude, I had a girl crash the fuck out at my house. Just crash out to the point where I was looking at jail. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, if I don't, and I saw the moment and I'm looking at this shit and I was like, look at this. Look at this. This woman went grabbing knives from my drawer. She started banging her head. She's like, I'm going to bang my head on the corner of that fucking island. And I was like, and it's always the one you least expect. It's always the one where the vibes were good. The sexual chemistry is off the fucking charts. All right, it's off the charts. And then when you realize, uh-oh. And now you got police report. She claimed you put hands on her. Now you got her saying, and you just like, and it only takes a matter of moments. You're not going, he says she was either white or Asian. All right, you already know, bruh. You already know.
What kind of fuck you give me?
I was like, damn. But the sex was off the charts. And I'm like, here we go. I mean, it was going to get bad, but I had composure. I was like, I had composure. I held my composure. I was like, man, I knew it, but here we go. And now you're thinking, I got this. I have to have this in line. And you're like, wow. So it can happen. And once this happens, if you don't have composure or poise and you play it the wrong way, you could be cooked on that one girl. Cooked. Okay?
American people ain't kind of fuck.
All right? Cooked. And I was like, woo, way. Right here in front of my face. And there can't talk them off the ledge. You just gonna have to say, okay, let's let this shit play out. All right? Let's let this shit play out. Let's see what we can do. Let me make sure I get her out of the house. How do I have to get her out of this house? Let's make sure we're recorded. Let's make sure the cameras are on. We got it. All right, you got to, and dude, this could have been the whole collapse of everything. Everything could have gone that fast. All right, because you thinking it's gravy. It's good. I'm getting the pussy for free. I'm hitting that bottom. And it was like, here we go. Let's just have to make sure. But that story can be shared on Locals. But other than that, this has been a long ass fucking live stream. You got to be careful out here with women. Dude, the Bible, all of these books, the philosophers, what they've written about women, what I'm telling you is nothing new under the sun. I'm just a modern day philosopher. I'm the chocolate of Confucius. Do not think you're ahead of them. They are always steps ahead of you. And when you least expect it, boom. Boom. When you least expect it, divorce. When you least expect it, pregnancy. When you least expect it, they grabbing a knife out of the drawer. It only takes 1, 2, 3, or 4 of these women to ruin your entire fucking life. Just like that. And most of the time, it's your sex. It's the ego. It's what it is. All right? It only takes that time. And it's not definitely you. It's them. So anyway, it's definitely how you're responding to them. And most of the time, you're not playing the game. Like, they can't puppet master you. They can't control you anymore. Once they lose the ability to control and manipulate, they're going to knock it all down. All right, especially if you've been hitting that bottom, especially if you loved them, you moved them in, you had a financial support system, they saw you as long-term, and if that comes crashing down, they can no longer control you. All right, it's a wrap, okay?
Here's William!
And the public doesn't care about she's tripping. The courts don't care. The police don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody's going to be on your side when this shit comes crashing down. Nobody. Not even the red pill guys. Because if I had a situation with a woman today, all these red pill dudes would be making videos about me. All right. They'll be making videos. Look at this nigga. All right. Yep. All right. Anyway, man, shout out to the Coach Gang. Let's get the fuck up out of here, man. Peace.
boss up, nigga.